those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
now get
problem.
out of my way.
Clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
now get out
problem.
of my way.
Hello? Hello! Hello, hello. We are up. We are live and running on YouTube and Twitch. Let me double check. Yes. Yes, indeed. It looks like we are good to go. Hope everybody's doing well. West, good to see ya. Norbert! Norbert, my man. Good to see you, my friend. Long time no see. Norbert, hope you're doing well. I don't know if Norbert's here or if that's just Botrix catching up from the weekend, but man, good to see Norbert, my Austrian OG over here. Mordred, hello, hello, hope you're doing well. Botrix is probably going to take a second or two to catch up here with all of the notifications between the last live stream and now. Ghost Dog, hello, hello. But yes, as you can see with the title, we're dealing with some logistics today. Let's go ahead and jump on into it. If you guys can see here on the right side of the screen, it says all Los Angeles-based worlds will be undergoing extended maintenance during their normal delay restarts on Monday, August 18th. I don't know if this is us. I don't know if this is Harmony. I don't think this is Harmony. We got a lot of European players in the chat, and they wouldn't be able to connect and have a decent ping if this was a West Coast server. So I'm pretty sure we're clear on this, and we're not going to have an hour and a half downtime. But I'm curious as to what's going on over there in Los Angeles, forcing them to have this extended downtime. We'll see if it ends up hitting us. But, we've got some things that we need to knock down. We've got a whole extra day before the Coriolis hits, but we still have some things that we need to start knocking down. So let's go ahead and jump on into it here. Yeah, Harmony's got to be East Coast. I'm like 90% certain. It's DC. All right, yeah, we should be good then. Unless that announcement's lying and it's going to knock down all the North American servers. We should be good. That's what I thought, though, Venomous. That North America East Coast server. I'm pretty positive anybody who's European and would be trying to jump in this, like, would be having a bad time. You're going to have a bad time. Bro, why does this keep happening to me, you guys? No access. No access. But this is my base. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody popped on the Discord and they were like, dude, I don't have access to the chemical refinery. And I hopped on and I don't have access to the chemical refinery. So I literally have to go in and demolish this, obviously, because we've got perms here to demolish it, right? Like, I don't understand why I've got to go through this whole rigmarole here. It just doesn't make sense. Weak hold, I think a lot of people are having that problem right now. And it's a mixture of the lack of content and the redundancy of the gameplay. You know what I mean? I've been saying it for a while, but we've put in like an unrealistic amount of hours in this game in a shorter time than typical, you know what I'm saying? So like I've been sounding the alarm on that shit for a while, and now that they basically made titanium and plastanium free, it's left the PvE players, because I'm assuming, just assuming here, but I'm guessing you're like a mainly PvE player who maybe gets down on some PvP, but even the PvP at this point in time has become, it never was incentivized properly. I've been saying this, but I'm assuming you're a PvE player, and now basically titanium's free, plastanium's free, which allows you to get into that tier 6, and then maybe you go out there to venture into the labs and stuff. And right now the labs are basically the only spot where you can like realistically have PvP that even makes sense, so you're probably running into a lot of that, which I'm assuming you don't want to run into. And on top of that, the PvE that's even out there is super redundant, artificially inflated difficulty, and the whole kit and caboodle there, weak. So I feel you, man. I definitely feel you. Thankfully, you know, it's got, the way I look at it is I'm actually more excited about Dune Awakening's future than and look, this is red. Like, why is that shit red? Right, like, I don't have access to this bet. Yeah, no access. What is happening with this game, dude? Anyways, I'm more excited about this game than I ever have been. The future of this game, anyways, because now that I'm hoping now that the hold on. I'm hoping now that the whole PvE situation has been settled, and realistically the PvE players have nothing to complain about progression-wise. I'm really hoping that they can start to balance the mechanics of PvP, and by that I mean like the incentive of PvP. I mean like the risk versus reward inside of PvP. That's a good point that you bring up, actually, as well, now, especially since the PvP is going to be basically sanctioned off into the labs and into the PvP shipwrecks, because the only real thing to fight for out there anymore, since you don't need to fight for resources, is labs. And I don't know what server you're on. This is specifically true in Harmony, because in Harmony, we... Alright, who took the fucking cutter ray off of this thing again? We have a fucking cutter ray thief around here, and I need to know who did it. Who done took the fucking cutter ray twice now? That's 2 cutter rays. You fucking madmen. This base is glitching, bro. Like, this base is glitching to hell. I can't get the perms to work, even for me. I don't even have access to this pentashield. But I have build perms on this base. Just doesn't make sense. I can't access this refinery right here, but I can sure as shit just demolish it. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Y'all know, hey, good to see ya. Just got here from hitting that like button. Are we winning yet? Oh, we're always winning around here. Even when we're losing, we're winning. Oh, you bring up a good point, Week, that I didn't even really address. We're kind of scatterbrained right now. We're all over the place. We woke up just recently. We are still pumping the caffeine into our body. Bear with me here. You bring up a good point with the schematics. So basically all that we're fighting for anymore is schematics. So if week by week they're not dropping bangers of schematics and giving us something to fight for, then you're right. It is kind of, you're going to get hit back in that boring loop. And what's the loop? Kind of gathering mass amounts of plastanium. And that used to be somewhat exciting because you had to go out into PvP to gather mass amounts of plastanium, but you don't need to do that anymore. That's what I'm saying. They've trivialized it, but I'm hoping now that, this is why I'm excited for the future. I'm hoping now that they've got the PvE situation taken care of, resource-wise at least. Hopefully they can stop catering to those guys. The Cutter Ray Thief strikes again. Ralphie gets it. We got a maniac on the loose. Oh my god, bro. Come on. Hey, hello. Hello, we're back. Let me know if we got that static coming through. Let me know if we've got the static coming through. Yeah, it was an MK6 Ray, but it literally doesn't matter. Like I said, the plastanium and stuff is all free now, so. And I'm assuming it was somebody who needed it, because it had to have been somebody on the perms. Chuji, the PvP is good, but they need objective or battlegrounds instead of just camping chests. Man, I wish they would realistically come out with some sort of better control point system that allowed for, I would say, I want to call it scheduled guild PvP, scheduled large-scale battles. I really, like, you guys, I'm not much of a guild game player. We typically ride solo, so this is like new to me, aside from Throne and Liberty. I jumped into Throne and Liberty and gave that game a shot when it first launched, and we actually jumped into a guild, and I tell you what, I thoroughly enjoyed my time playing with that guild, especially the structured and timed out guild versus guild battles that we were able to have, very much so scheduled. You know, you knew what time you needed to be on in order to defend the whatever control point you were holding there. I've heard a few people say that the devs have gotten their bag and now they're just gonna drip feed the game, kind of like they did with Conan, and day by day it's hard not to believe it. But if I had to give them the benefit of the doubt, I would assume that they're cooking something big up. Whether or not that's going to actually be any good, I don't know, but I'm assuming that they are cooking something big up. Alright, well, let's see how long I'll have permissions on that before it just disappears for no damn reason. I don't understand. We can use it now. Huge. Alright. I quick deposited a bunch of stuff out of my inventory when I was going through that. Like, what the hell happened? We lost a boatload of things. Naruto, hey, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing good. Like our suspensor belts here. I needed that. Oh, also, does anybody have any information on what's going on with the paranoid Holtzman shield? From everything I looked up online, this is the same thing as a tier 5 shield. Some people were like, it's better than a tier 5 shield. And other people were like, you can't even repair the thing, so the first time it breaks, you're basically done for on it. I just want to know if it's the same as a tier 5. Like, are we up to tier 5 on that? It is the same as an MK5? Alright, cool. Cool. That's what I was looking in the character stats. It's 830 with this, and it's 830 with the MK5, so I figured it was the same, but I know this game has a lot of hidden stats that it doesn't immediately make apparent. It has more durability. So, I mean, technically it'll last longer. That makes sense. Shit got moved from here. Oh, I can manage these now, but earlier in the day, this was to where I had no access. Bro, I don't know what's going on with this base, but it's glitching to shit. Sucks when your shield. We've never been in that situation, so I wouldn't be able to tell you if that sucks or not. I've never heard of such situations, Chuji. Oh yeah, no, definitely sucks. There's no shot there's a glitch that always keeps your shield up, T. Unless are you talking on your base or are you talking on your... I dumped off my welding torch in one of these things. Where be the torch? He was downed with the Holtzman shields. Are you serious? And oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. But no, what T's talking about, yeah, see, that's what I thought. What T's talking about is something else. I know what you guys are talking about, and technically you can't repair this thing, but because of the repair glitch, technically you can repair this shield, and it has more durability. Oh. Man, thank goodness for you guys. I'm blind as hell. Looked past that like 6 times. Huge. Yep, the front 2 wings are pretty blitzed right now. I mean, I probably realistically could get away with keeping this one. I honestly have no idea how it's done, Souls. If it was before the last patch, T, it might have been a Mentat if infinite energy skill. Oh, okay. That's a decent point. This is the one that's got to get cooked. We got the snipers around. You can watch in silence, sniper. Sniper, no sniping. You keep getting a bug where you fall through vehicles like you can't stand on top of them? Yeah, that's been going around for a while. You can fix that by relogging. But that's been happening for a little while. I don't know what causes it. It happens at complete and total random. It was today? Damn, without the infinite energy skill. Sounds like hacks, T. Sounds like legitimate hacks. What's funny is the Europeans complain on their servers that there's a lot of Russian hackers, but you kind of compound that with the fact of you can, because a lot of times people are like, oh, it's the Chinese hackers, because they've got Chinese letters in their name, but like you can be an American 15-year-old in your room doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Brenry, hello, hello. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. What gun are we using? That's a good question. Man, we need to actually rework our skills. I did finally go through, I think we finished them off. Yeah, we finished all of them off. We're done with the quests. We're entirely done with the quests. Aside from whatever this lady wants me to do at this wreck here, we're done. Yeah, when does the main story end, though? I literally hate questing, Naruto. Last thing I wanted to do when re-rolling on Harmony was come out and knock out a shitload of questing. Unfortunately, that's what we had to do. Oh, Brenry, are you the one who commented on the video? Man, somebody commented on my video right before we went live, talking about Haga Basin raids yet again. Yet again, bro. These Funcom devs literally just go in a loop with their bugs. They patch out one and open up another. They patch out another and they open up another. It's freaking insane. Oh, I know Fury misses me, my friend. Fury's gonna keep coming in and they can all watch quietly. You guys are more than welcome to stream snipe quietly, but you will be doing it in silence, so. Not a problem on my end, my friend. T, yes you can, absolutely. Well, I mean, that's the rumor that's going around. I literally just heard about it. I mean, we might end up rolling out to G8 at some point in time tonight. That's entirely possible. That is entirely possible, Jack. It's not off the table. The stream snipers can wait patiently until we decide to go do that, though. Hey! Finally something different out of that. We've been getting Halleck's picks for days. But nah, Naruto, you're right. They have no quality assurance, and they definitely do not test these patches at all. Also, they are very obviously dealing with one giant strand of spaghetti code. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, dude. You don't end up patching one bug to just have another bug fly in. Man, I never tried to squeeze the assault through here, but man, really looked like I'd be able to make that gap. Bruh, you don't patch out, you don't have repair glitch number 1 inside of the game that gets patched out, which opens up repair glitch number 2. And they patch that out, which opens up repair glitch number 3. And they patch that out, which then in turns reopens up repair glitch number 1. And then they patch that out, and now number 2's back. It's like, bro, I mean, your strand of spaghetti is getting really, really long over there. I wasn't sold on Hummingbird or Albatross Wings Harrower, but man, I would have to agree with you. You've lost like 4 scouts this past 2 days due to random bugs taking them away. Damn, Eurism, that really sucks. That really sucks. We've actually been getting lucky. Like last night, yesterday, before we passed out off stream, I kept disconnecting. I was disconnecting left, right, and center when I was knocking out those quests. And I was just convinced. I was like, here we go. We're going to end up losing another Ornithopter, losing another Ornithopter. But we've been getting lucky. Even my kid this morning, he woke up and he came in and was watching me play. And I was like, oh, well, I think I just got disconnected. And he's like, really? I thought you just stopped moving. I was like, no. Thankfully, we glid like another 1,000 kilometers into some rocks. Albatross, I like the takeoff speed and the glide speed's the same. It's the takeoff speed with the Albatross that gets me. Same with the Hummingbird. I haven't put the rock on yet, but I'm assuming it's going to be the same thing. Bro, it's always when you try to get into this one right here. You rubber band like that because it doesn't want you to swap tiles. It's like not allowing you to tile swap. No, we're a dad. We've been married for a decade. We got an 8-year-old kid. We're old men around here, Naruto. We're old men around here. 76 years old, if you believe it or not. Nope, we didn't go far enough. In extreme cases of not allowing you to go, we swoop all the way out to C3. No yearlings yet? Just an uncle, though? I'm telling ya. You were missing a canopy for the scout this whole time? Finally, you were able to make one today? Now you're trying to level up fast? Oh, loading screen. No! Damn, I wish I was on or something, man. You should have hit me up. I'm not positive how many materials are even actually at that main base anymore. If in fact it was the tile that broke under the subfief, yeah, that's been happening the whole time. And that's the problem, is that those bases literally take 4 weeks before they end up breaking entirely. And when you have very obviously clearly abandoned bases, they are causing major lag on the Haga Basin. Oh, and that's why you thought he was repairing it, because you would hold it on the repair function of the construction tool in order to see what health it was at. Right, that's why I said, I was like, I'm pretty sure you can't repair somebody else's stuff. Are you on the Discord, T? Pretty positive on one of the channels on the Discord you should be able to put that down. I'm not 100% on that, though. Loading screen, did you get a hold of, actually, are you in, what guild are you in? There's room in this guild, but I know that J-Wolf in the second guild needs some extra players as well. I wish I had command functions functioning, Naruto. Making me look like a fool around here. Making me look like a fool around here. I desperately here. Will make me the function. So Naruto just did the command, and now I do the function. Function completed. That was all done automatically. I didn't have to do any of that. That command right there, clearly and obviously functioning as intended. Right. I never figured that out. People said you could hide this, but you cannot. Hmm. Is there a way to hide your helmet? Jed was running around without a helmet. What a fucking madman. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Shields up! I require assistance!
Hold on, I see you guys are saying it. You guys are coming out with like 6 different methods in order to do this, though. Oh yeah, that's fine, T. It's literally going to be in settings. Oh. Okay, well now we need to know. Damn, look how handsome this old man is. Old man Jenkins. Handsomest 76-year-old out here in the desert, eh? Damn. Damn, he might be the shortest 76-year-old. He used to be a lot taller. You shrink with age, if you guys don't know that. The older you get, the shorter you are. It's just life. Even Shaquille O'Neal, man. He used to be, what, like 7'6"? He's all the way down to 7'3". Now what I need to know is if everybody else sees that. Jed, is this what you had going on, or did you not have a helmet on, you know? He's short. Oh, yeah. Not quite as old as the worm, but we're getting there. Where on this screen? And I don't even know what you mean by the character screen. Like this screen right here? Oh. What the hell's an eye of Ibad? Is that when when we're all spicy? Yeah, I and D. Yeah, no, I got you. We found it right here. You guys were correct. Now I'm wondering if other people can see that I don't have a helmet on. Not always. Because when we go out and run PvP in a guild again, we were talking about this on the Discord, we've got to put something together that at least helps us distinguish friend from foe. Especially as we get into the bigger and bigger guild battles here, we're definitely going to need some sort of something. Others get to see this beautiful old face. Nice. It does bug sometimes? Okay, good to know. I was thinking about just keeping it rather simple. Rather than complicating some sort of like guild uniform or something, I was just thinking we keep it rather simple. And we go and we hide helmet, and then we pair that with some sort of swatch. The swatches can get swapped out week by week or day by day should we need to. Clearly wouldn't matter with all the stream snipers anyways, they'd see what we're rolling out in. But I think the helmetless thing would be the easiest way for us to distinguish people. Again, like I said, though, the other group would most likely just end up doing that anyways. Y'all know we all grabbed our personal lights. T dropping that follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Welcome. Surely this is the T from YouTube. There's no chance that we just ran into another T Krieger over on Twitch. Surely not. But welcome. We appreciate you. If it bugs out on you, changing zones in the Haga, Deep Desert, Harco, etc., or quitting the game and coming back in should fix it. That's like the go-to fix for most of the bugs in this game, isn't it? Loading screen. Glow sticks is not a bad idea, Horror. Like Yelno might be onto something there. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, they're just about finished up with that observer set, are they not? Surely they're getting close. They've just been dropping it piece by piece over there in the drops. Piece by piece. Maybe not in the assault ornithopter, just in case like the bug is still popping off or something, huh? Hey, Maddie coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hi, how are you? Hi, hello. I'm human. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Something feels different about the UI for me after the patch. It's all padded. I'm not sure what you mean. By padded, do you mean they added in some space on any side of the UI? Did they do a little bit of UI changing here? Should we ram him? We'll let him off this time. We'll let him off. Ah! Oh, you're lucky, bud. You're lucky. You're lucky we're in an assault ornithopter that turns like a boat. The glide changes on the assault ornithopter are absolutely freaking massive, Souls. Game changing. Definitely brings them into the meta for dogfighting, in my opinion. And I think that's mainly because if shit gets out of hand, you can typically glide away and escape and gap the scout ornithopters that are chasing you down. An assault ornithopter would be able to chase you down, though, so that's what I'm saying. But assault ornithopters should be the meta for dogfighting, if we're being honest. That was per my request, Mordred. I hit up the devs and I was like, look, I'm getting old. Can you make these icons just a little bit bigger for me? And they said, yeah, you bet. Bumped them up a pixel or two for me. Alright. If I fucking lose another MK6 cutter ray, we've got some sort of a rat in here taking all the cutter rays out. Some cheeky bastard sees the cutter ray and they're like, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that. And the first time I was like, alright, no big deal. No big deal. Now I'm like, what the hell? 2? How could you have needed 2 MK6 cutter rays? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Motherfucker. 4 particle capacitors short. Can you believe it? I crafted a full suspensor belt earlier as well. There's my 4 particle capacitors. The Mark 6 cutter rays are the new car stereo. Yeah, they are. Like a bird, gracefully we fall. Do they have logs in Once Human, T? I've never played Once Human anything but solo. Didn't Once Human just drop the just recently drop that one PvP mode? How did that work out for the game? Once Human kind of burnt my bridges, you know what I mean, with their whole monetization fucking scheme. I just need one chest. Yeah, they had a nasty monetization scheme, and they basically drip-fed content slower than Funcom plans on doing it, so... That game kind of burnt my bridges. I went back for the Endless Dream scenario, and that wasn't it, bro. It just wasn't doing it for me anymore. I highly doubt somebody's yanking the MK6 cut arrays off. Alright, I'm officially lost. This happens every fucking time. I highly doubt somebody's yanking the MK6 cut arrays off just to, just to turn them in for the las gun. If I had to place my bet on it, somebody needed it. Okay, we've somehow worked our way back to that door. Brilliant, brilliant. If J Wolf was here, he'd be like, this son of a bitch, he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off again. No, we are not. I just make it look like that. It's all a facade. Okay, that ain't... Okay. It's not the room, but hey, it's got a chest in it. We'll take that. We'll take that. Big, 2 chests on the come up now. We only needed 4, walking away with 9. Can't you see in the logs what was taken in or out of storage? No, Ross. There's not logs for anything in this game. What does the log tell you over and over again? Sub-thief console regained its shield. I mean, the sub-thief literally tells you nothing.
Why, it's the study
of
sand and soil, of course. I'm Dr. Sean.
Bare minimum. It's like Funcom's motto. MVP, minimum viable product. I never spent any money on Once Human either, but they had a disgusting monetization strategy, and that's all they gave a shit about. Like, it's very obviously all they cared about because they didn't pump out any new content for months and months and months, and then they came out with the Way of Winter scenario, which was broken and boring, and then it was months and months and months again until we got some new content, and then they came out with, the Endless Dream, and that just wasn't it, bro. The AI in that was, like, broken. Just was boring. Hey, we appreciate your loading screen. You just leave them here. We need to do some stockpiling out here in the Haga Basin for sure. Yeah, waiting too long for the new scenarios is what killed it for me. Slow. I didn't even mind the whole resetting progress in the scenarios, yada yada, that a lot of people were complaining about. I didn't even mind that, but that was me under the assumption that they were going to pump out new scenarios at a relatively decent pace, which I would have been assuming wrong, like dead wrong. So far out. Hello, hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Alpine deck. No, I do not. Think for yourself. No, I do not. I don't have a running car right now, so I don't technically know what stereo's in there. I'm assuming Alpine deck's a stereo and or a CD player. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Think for yourself. My CDs are all scratched up. If I did have a CD player, they wouldn't play. Oh yeah, they came out with that cheesy ass wheel. I didn't even play that. I didn't even try the wheel. Oh, play an old scenario with a new twist to it. No thanks, bro. Nah, I'm good, man. I'm wondering how the PvP scenario worked out for Once Human though. I'm assuming it was just plagued with hackers. But the premise of it I thought was very interesting. I never enjoyed Once Human's PvP. I thought Once Human's PvP was like So there's Dune Awakening's like lack of balance in PvP that's fun because it's a shifting meta, and you don't know, you know, it's almost like a little bit of a rock paper scissors game. And then there's Once Human that just had some like wildly out of balance PvP. Nobody's taking this cutter ray. Bro, I literally hate that you have to close in and out of this to get it to work over and over again. This is why you know they have no fucking testers. Like, they don't even have quality testers at all. Nobody went through this, not even one time. You fucking fill this up one single time and you try to take people off one single time and you would realize, like, hey, this shit's not functioning properly. Maybe we send this in. Nope, no QA testers. That's why we didn't have a deposit all button, which should have been fucking obvious. As always, one of the big problems in Once Human is the underwater terminal can't totally raid the bases. Interesting, interesting. They still have that. They still have that shit. I know that was happening with that last PvP scenario they had, where you were supposed to capture the deviant. I never got into Once Human's PvP. Their PvE was so much fun, but I just did not have fun playing the PvP side of that. Yeah, Mordred, but, you know, with these online survival games, the jank is kind of a big part of the charm. The roguelike cards mechanic inside of Once Human as well, Mordred, was a bit annoying. And I never actually re-rolled characters, but definitely had a few scenarios that didn't play out as well as they should have because I rolled shit on a couple of those. Cancel all the permissions and wait for whoever asks to give permissions back. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Oh, come on, tell me we're not close to that. Close enough to that. The permissions in this game are completely out of whack. A lot of people have complained about that, T. Like, they can't even, what can they do as an associate? Get in the passenger seat? That's it. Actually, I can give them associate. Wait, no. Oh, I could give them permission to just get inside of the ray, but then they wouldn't be able to drive. So that would make a little bit more sense if we were still, like, stuck in a stationary farming pattern, but we're not. But they're not. Speaking of Bethesda, Eurism, we've got the Outer Worlds 2 or Outer Wilds 2. It's Outer Worlds 2, I believe. I always get them mixed up, dude. I don't give a shit about these games' names. This is coming out, but I've heard something about this game which I wasn't aware of previously. I'm curious what you guys think. Who develops the Outer Worlds? And didn't they just drop like a weren't they the team that just dropped that other really, really terrible RPG. What was that one RPG that came out that was just shit? It's not Obsidian. Obsidian's like the fucking saving grace on that. I know Obsidian has to do with it. Or did Obsidian release that RPG? What RPG am I thinking about? Give me a second. Let me look it up. It is just Obsidian Entertainment. What did Obsidian Entertainment publish this year? Oh, I thought that Avowed and The Outer Worlds 2 were developed by the same team. Yeah, it's Avowed. Like, do we have any solid information on that? Because Outer Worlds 2 is something that I was excited about, and then I heard it was the Avowed team, and immediately I felt like I got punched in the stomach. I was like, no way, dude. But then I heard it was Obsidian, and I was like, okay. Right? Like, okay. Maybe not as much of a stomach punch as I had thought. I'm not sure. Slow, actually, we've got other people in the guild running operations like that as well. You might consider me the distraction sometimes. Last decent Obsidian game was KOTOR. Man, that can't be right. Bro, they dropped Grounded 2. Were they not in Grounded 1? Did Grounded 1 get picked up by Obsidian? And they made Grounded 2? No, they made Grounded 1. Bro, I liked Grounded. Grounded was a lot of fun. What was another game that I played of theirs that I really, really liked? He just wanted to come give us a little smooch. I don't remember. I was never a huge Fallout player. Loading screen. There was one Fallout that I played. I couldn't tell you which one it was by name. But I know for a fact it was the last Fallout that they made with the targeting system where you could actually target individual pieces of the enemy's body as you were firing at him. That motherfucker just came and siphoned the fuel out of my buggy, bro. I'm pretty sure we had like a ton of fuel and then he came and now we're out of gas. Now we're out of gas. Noble, hey! Hello, hello. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Eurism, that's exactly how I feel. Avowed was literally never something I was even remotely interested in, and I wasn't surprised at all when it flopped. And it might have been Fallout... Oh God, what was the last Fallout that had the targeting system where you could, like, slow down time and then target the enemies via specific parts of their body? Because that was the last one that I played. That was the last one that I played and enjoyed. That narrows it down to a whole list of 4 games. Oh, great. Well, that's great. That's good to know. It was one of them. We at least know it was one of them. So place a random guess, and then you'll have a 25% chance. Chuji, somebody came up with the idea inside of this deep desert that I really liked. I wish I knew who the person's name was. It happened when I was off stream. I wasn't really paying attention. I was only half reading what was going on in the deep desert chat. But a bunch of people were bitching, and they said that they should just make it to where the shield wall doesn't reset each week. And I was like, that's actually not a fucking terrible idea. Since they're catering to the PvE to this extent where they've brought in all they might as well. They might as well just extend this and make this something that doesn't wipe each week. Whether or not Funcom... My god, did you guys see the shadow off of that thing? What the hell is making that shadow? It's thick, bro. Whatever's making that shadow is thick. Dude, we got a big old thick bird flying through the air. I forgot. Oh, and now this is blue. Now this is blue and it's going to give me access? Dude, this shit's so bugged out. Some of these doors will be red at some points in time. They're blue at other points in time. None of it makes any sense. But since they're catering to the PvE, this might as well just be something that doesn't wipe. The VATS system. There you go. There you go. That's the name of the system we were talking about. Huge. The repair tool and how quickly it breaks as you're repairing is a bit annoying, Noble. I wish it would function this similarly to a construction tool. It wasn't Fallout 76. And I don't remember Settlements. Bro, I never played much of them. I just remember the last one I played, I could target the body parts I thought was cool. And then I played 76, and I couldn't target the body parts, and I had less fun with it. The carrier storage would be a big difference as well, because then you'd be able to transfer all of that in bigger chunks between whatever A sector base that you have as a transfer base and the Haga Basin a lot quicker. Because right now you have to take a spice crawler all the way down to the A row, and then you got to take 10 assault ornithopter trips back and forth. Yeah, it's a total pain in the ass. An unnecessary headache, but that's like Funcom's specialty, man. It really is. They get off on putting stuff like that into the game for real. Okay, we're just gonna assume it's Fallout 3 then, because I don't remember starting with a baby. I don't remember a baby. Noblemon's gonna say 4. It might have been 4. It could have actually been 4. I never pay attention to the story mode or the story. I'm a scene skipper. I'm a class action, a A grade scene skipper is maybe the better way to say that. Yeah, there's definitely a way to say that that makes more sense than what I just said. But we skip scenes like crazy around here. So if the starting with a baby was like a scene or something, my ass was mashing the X button to get through that as quickly as possible. It's the MK6. We went and replaced it. We replaced it and took everybody's perms off of this buggy, so we're not losing this MK6. I have a good feeling that we didn't lose the others. I would have to assume that somebody's using them. The permissions on these bases have been getting all sorts of jacked up, so I wouldn't be surprised if somebody rolled up to this base to try and mine and, like, couldn't get the buggy through the pentashield because the perms were all fucked. Yeah, I definitely never played Fallout 1 Eurism. Nice try, Stravidium. You almost escaped my clutches, but we found ya. We found ya. Honestly, I wouldn't even be able to tell you, Mordred. I haven't the slightest idea. Some cheeky bastard took the 2 titanium that spawned there. It's probably that assault ornithopter flying around. He gave us a smooch and said, I'm gonna go take your titanium on that hill over there. Oh my goodness gracious, they still haven't fixed the hole into the void. That'll be there for another 6 weeks. Naruto! We did that in the last stream. I'm not certain at what time we did that in the last stream. It might have been 2 streams ago as well, to be fair. We've done it before. Basically just leads all the way down. You just keep falling and falling and falling, and then you think you're screwed, but then eventually you hit a death box. You fall for like a good 3 minutes. You fall so far that you see clouds. You get into like this clouded section where you can see nothing but clouds, but then you fall so far that you fall out of the clouds, and then you're basically just looking up at the bottoms of these islands as well as the night sky, and then you die. Such is the circle of life. We've got, like, I don't know if Adam at his base has one. I don't know if Adam has one over here and what sort of perms he has divvied out on here. We had. So I've got a buggy in the storage that I could place down, but there's no cut array to place down with it. I logged on and my cut array on this buggy was missing, so I went and I took down the base that we had actually in the deep desert on C7 because we're just a couple days from having to take down anyway, so we might as well start moving that shit. And I took the cut array off of that and slapped it on this buggy, and then when we logged on to the day, the cut array was gone again. So I've got a buggy, but it doesn't have a cut array on it. I don't think it's gone yet. Or if it is, my map's bugging and saying it's not. I mean, Ross, if you can, sweet. I'll definitely slap down that other buggy, but it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. How many people do we have on right now? Possible 13. I mean, maximum 13, probably realistically 6. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the night progresses. It's still early. It's still super early. It looks like they definitely took it down. Yep, it's been cleared. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Doesn't look like they deleted your subfief, though. You said you're done with this, Adam? Let me make sure everything's clear here. Because I'm going to grab this plastone. I need a shitload of plastone for next week. We need oodles and oodles and oodles of plastone, so I might as well rip this thing down, slap it in the buggy while I'm here. And just make sure that there's not, like, something I'd be missing. Oh my god. Look at all these generators. Hey, not a problem, Adam. You have yourself a good night at work. You take it easy out there, you know? You take it easy. I'm gonna vacuum up all of this plastone here. Realistically, just like 1 or 2 trips of the stuff in the Haga Basin would clear this, but I don't feel like doing that, so we might as well grab some of it while we're here. Boom. Let's get this thing right up onto this. My god, a lot of work went into this. I like it. I like the layout. Are the hummingbirds worth putting on the assault? Yeah, I think so, Ross. There might be some people that debate that, but I think they are. For just a little bit of loss in maneuverability, you gain a lot of, not a lot, but you gain a decent amount of takeoff speed, and you keep the same amount of glide speed. It might, I mean, it depends. On your takeoff, I think you'll definitely feel the difference. It's nothing like crazy substantial though, where you're gonna be like, oh, this is twice as good as it was before. A smoker! Hey! I thought you lost out on steering. I thought you lost out on maneuverability, Chuji, and you gained on takeoff speed. Hummingbird is for the assault, and albatross is for... There's not an albatross version of assault ornithopter wings, I don't think, is there? I thought it was albatross for the scout and then hummingbird for the assault, but they essentially were the same thing. These knock your turn rating and your agility down, the albatross wings, at least on the numbers they do, but I thought they made it to where you go faster on the takeoff. And then these, again, knock your turn rating and your agility down, but I thought they make you go faster on the takeoff. I thought they did the same thing. Because you lose turn rating and you lose agility. Oh, no, you don't. Fuck, no, you don't. God. Did they change these numbers, dude? Did they finally make these numbers reflect accurately what they were meant to do in the first place? Hey, Spirit of Lore, coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. No, because this still says 180, 10, 10. So they didn't make the things... They didn't change the numbers on these. They've always said that. Fucking annoying, dude. Oh, droid, right. We were talking about the numbers on the carrier wings. And they should help you glide faster. And realistically, with a carrier, you're just kind of shooting straight out. Not on this server so much, Maddie. Not on this server so much. This server is back and forth. Harkonnen wins 1 week. Atreides wins the next week. Harkonnen wins the next week. And previously, I suppose, maybe like a month ago, this server was mainly Atreides ending up winning. But there's a lot of new Harkonnen guilds rolling on it. But you're right. This is not your typical. You're right. Atreides is winning most of them. But even on Dugap, actually, the other server I play on, the Harkonnen faction wins all of the important Landsrads, a.k.a. the weapons vendors, and the 25% reduction in crafting cost. Yeah, and you basically are always flying straight with a carrier anyways, so you don't really need mobility, you just need speed. Yeah, I bet those wings are actually huge. Huge. I'm gonna have to do a body trip here. What's funny is I think all of the unique ornithopter wings are best in slot. I don't think there's a single one of them that aren't best in slot, but at first I was convinced that both the hummingbird and the albatross were worse, but I've changed my mind entirely on that. With the testing Chuchi put in on the albatross wings, he fully sold me on those. And then these hummingbird wings are the same thing, basically. And the carrier was a no-brainer. Dima, hope you're doing well. Welcome. Good to see you, my friend. They make it a lot easier to get away when you are being shot, though. Oh, right. Don't ask Droid how he knows that. The Storm Rider boost on the Scout. Oh, dude, yeah, I'm a huge fan of that. Excuse me, let me just squeeze on down here. Thank you. Let's park that as close as possible. Boy, you better left the bodies on the ground down there for me. Whoa. You just gonna leave that many particle capacitors on the ground, my friend? Don't mind if I do. The steady carrier is definitely it, for sure. Yes, right, he left bodies for me. Yeah, speaking of which, J-Rob, I'm not sure how many of us are on, but we should definitely maybe look to get into some things at some point in time tonight, for sure. For sure. I'm not sure who was with us when we went to that lab and pulled the carrier, the tier 6 booster last time. But definitely worth it. Damn, J-Rob, damn. Level 190, right. It is an absolutely brutal grind again. I would say that the reason we ended up swapping Harmony as quickly as we did was because they're not going to come out with character transfers anytime soon, if at all ever. So it's like, fuck, re-rolling a character and doing all the stupid quests and the leveling up again really sucks, but... I mean, if you reroll on Harmony, at least we should be able to get you up and running with an Ornithopter, which somewhat cuts that grind down, but it's still a slog, dude. The quests, especially. I think it was Psych who came up with the incredible method of questing that is just absolutely the best way to go about doing it, which is knocking out each of the class quests in the Haga Basin and then flying out to Arakeen and then hitting all of the people up you need to there, and then flying out to Harko, hitting all the people you need to there, and then going back to the Haga Basin and basically rinse and repeat that process. Hopefully we should be able to kick you basically immediately up out of the scrap armor, Dima. It's kind of like getting on the permissions is kind of weird, but if there's enough people on and you do the reroll at the right time, typically there's usually somebody who's able and willing to go drop off an ornithopter and a shield. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, J-Rob. You get an MK5 shield, you get a tier 5 sword, and you get an ornithopter. You're basically good to go for the entirety of the game. You can basically from 0 to 100 the game. You still got to do the grind. Yep. Yeah. Chuji's right. And it's still a frickin' grind too. What have we gotten up to? I mean, I haven't even caught up to my Dugap character. Haven't even caught up to the Dugap character. I've done more quests on this character as well. Like, we've done more, gone above and beyond on the quests a little bit to try and get some of that extra experience. I've been doing some of this stupid main story quest line past where I took it previously. They never did remove that, J-Rob, and I'm probably gonna have to do some of that as well, but it's like, dude, you're like I went from 180 to 186 in one day, bro. That's, bro, like, come on, dude. Like, that's some RuneScape level of grinding shit that I don't want to have to do, you know what I'm saying? 8,100 experience per week is decent, Chuji, and it's definitely something you should take advantage of. But do I want to go through the whole process of doing that and trading that and going and looking for somebody selling that and just going through the whole rigmarole? I really don't. I'd rather go pick flax. 8 to 10 hours. Holy shit, dude. It's freaking crazy.
On infiltration.
Crimson Chimera coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Hi, hello. How are ya? Hope you're doing well. Come on, load in for me here. If we do a little bit of swoop up in here, is that gonna get it? No. No, it did not. You know, I can do something to force load this in. Watch. This game is dumb. Blue She showed me this. I was wondering what he was telling me. But Blue She showed me this and it worked. If you come up to this sand right here... Did that load in? I don't think it loaded in. If you come up to this sand right here and you glide in... It should have popped! It didn't pop! Get back to the side! Oh god. Oh god, oh no. Oh god. Oh no. Oh dear lord. Just keep popping, Jenkins. Just keep popping. There you go. There you go. Okay, well obviously it doesn't work every time, so maybe don't full send it like it's gonna work every single time. Well, let's try that again. Unfrickin' believable. Alright, well, never mind. It worked one time, but it didn't work that time, so statement retracted. Horror, this has been doing it. This has been happening all week, and there's like an ornithopter graveyard here of people who keep losing their stuff to it. Yeah, this is definitely some of like the jank inside of these survival MMOs that's more charming than annoying. But I suppose I say that having not been somebody who's lost an ornithopter here. It usually pops in for me by now as well. There it is. There it is. Have they fixed the chest respawning here? The only time I've ever actually seen the chest respawn here is when... Okay, first off, did you hear that? They absolutely butchered my British posh lady's voice. I don't know why they made this change, but it's genuinely pissed me off. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed how beautiful that lady sounded when she said, "Access granted." And now, it's not fun to listen to at all. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it. Easy lab, easy sniper. Boom, boom, boom. Excuse me. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. There you go. A little tip for you. Buy yourself something nice with that. Oh, you fucking blocked me, bro. Hup. Hup. Blocked me again. Boat. You know, I was wondering if they were ever going to do anything with this, and they did not. What server are we on? You heard Harmony server is chaotic. The boys and I were wanting to join in the craziness. We are on Harmony, Abram, and yeah, definitely is. Definitely is. There's a lot of separate, different guilds on this server. A lot of fun competition. The labs are only going to get crazier and crazier each week, you know what I'm saying? So now that the PvP's been relegated to these labs, I only anticipate it getting more wild each week, kind of depending on what sort of schematics come out, which is what somebody was saying at the beginning of the stream. It's like, really, if you got a week where it's like shitty schematics, then what sort of loop are you going for? You know, you're just kind of back into the grinding loop and harvesting this like tier 6 plastanium dust type shit. But when you've got good weeks like this week with the pistol, you end up with guilds full holding G8 all week, you know what I mean? So this is definitely the spot to be if you're on NA. For sure. Server's kind of broken though, in the sense of ground PvP's definitely what they're hopefully going to push forward with when it comes to like balancing the mechanics and hopefully learning how to incentivize it a little bit and preventing like the ability to have a checkpoint at the lab that you can just constantly spawn in at. But yeah, ground combat's probably the most fun in this game, that's for sure. I don't mind dogfighting, but ground combat's better. And it being sanctioned basically to the the labs and the PvP ships out in the deep desert is huge. Yet another extractor coming in. This server's kind of broken, though. It's got a hyper-inflated economy, and the spice melange is duped to shit. That, if anything, the spice melange being duped and the hyper-inflated economy does kind of help new guilds re-rolling on this server setup, but obviously with it being like the most populated server, there's a massive bug abuse issue, a lot of real-world trading going on, all that sort of shit, all that extra shit that you gotta deal with. But if you're looking for chaos, this is definitely the server. Honestly, Naruto, you're going to run into that sort of stuff on every server. But being the most populated NA server, it just, like, exacerbates the problem. On Dugap, for example, the other NA server that I was playing on, dupes never really hit that server very hard, or at least not that I noticed. And neither did, like, hacks or cheating, but I can practically guarantee that everybody was taking advantage of the repair bug. You know, basically taking what little risk that you have in PvP and removing it because you're no longer having to worry about fucking durability on your shit. I think there's a PvP arena set up on this server as well, Naruto. It probably got griefed already, but last time, earlier in the day, when I was in the Deep Desert chat, somebody was talking about it. This is kind of the loop that we're looking at for now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to knock down some of these titanium, then go get ourselves a Hallex pick, and then knock down some titanium, then do the Hallex pick sniper extractor, rinse and repeat. We might end up getting into some dirty business later. The night is still young. It's only 10:20. I think you'd be surprised, Abraham. You would be surprised. But it's definitely where the fun's to be had, at least in terms of population.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of election. On intimidation.
Abraham dropping that sub over on YouTube. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good luck on your reroll if you decide to do that. Good luck, good luck. Man, Chuji fucking killed it this week, didn't you? Where'd you get the cauterizer from? All I did was the perforator, and the only reason I did that is because I was 3/4 of the way to getting that, and I was like, alright, fuck it, I'll just use some more of these pistons on that stupid thing. I hit the perforator, but I'm sitting on it because I don't want to sell it right away, because I'd imagine that there's a lot of people who just hit it, so it's dropping in price, you know what I mean? We'll try and squeeze as much as we can out of it. Oh my god, I can't even access my storage now, dude. Like, what the fuck with this game, bro? Why does this keep happening, dude? It just doesn't make sense. Oh, but I can access this storage, huh? Okay. It's like, it's a bug that keeps happening. I can access this still, cool. And that. Bro, just random shit at random times I'll lose access to. Can we access these? Okay, we can. J-Rob, you can. You have to delete your thing. Let me see if I can fix it without having to. Let me see if that possibly fixes it without me having to go through. Nope, that didn't fix it. The only thing that I've been able to do to fix it is by literally destroying the item or waiting. These earlier today I had no access to. No, don't delete the thief, J-Rob. Don't fucking do that. Delete the item. So earlier today I didn't have access to these wind traps. If I needed immediate access to these wind traps, which I do need to put some shit in there, but if I had immediate access to these, if I needed immediate access to these wind traps, I'd have to demolish it and then place a new one down, and then I would have access to the new wind trap. So if I wanted to get into this storage, I would have to demolish it and then place another storage down and then replace everything inside of it. But do not delete your sub thief. That's not what I was saying. Do not fucking delete your sub thief. But I did not delete these wind traps. And I now have access to these wind traps. So it is a bug that will sort itself out. Why it happens, what's causing it to happen, and then how it gets sorted out is beyond me. You can't delete anything, J-Rob? Is it your base and your sub-thief? Like, do you have building perms on the base? For you, it's only in the Aero? This is an Aero base, T. So is this something that's just happening in the shield wall? What about you, J-Rob? Are you in Aero as well? Too many bugs in this game? A-Rab, you're right. There's way too many bugs in this game. There's definitely a point in time where it's like these survival games and their bugs is a part of the charm, but there's a point in time where it's like, are you kidding me? Like, there's like ridiculously stupid spaghetti code. Yeah, it's spaghetti code. Somebody else in the last live stream was saying that this shit was coded by ChatGPT, and that sounds like a funny joke, but it's like maybe it was. I'm not going to delete it. Loading screen, I'm not going to delete it. It's too much shit I want to pick up off the ground. I'll just wait for it. I haven't been... Oh, look. Who said that? Who said that in the chat? Give someone else access and remove them, J-Rob. Apparently, that apparently fixes it. Sullivan, bro, coming in clutch. Sullivan's a madman. So I took one person off of the permission list and it reopened it back up. Holy shit. Bro, you gotta play against the bugs in this game as much as you gotta play against the game. That's freaking crazy, dude. I've had to delete this chemical refinery and recraft this chemical refinery like 7 times, dude. 7 times. So that's actually huge. Sullivan coming in with a big tip right there. Just remove somebody from the perms list and that'll clear it up for some reason. God only knows why or what just happened there. It does the same thing for ornithopters, but if it happens to an ornithopter, you have to part it out to fix it. Seriously. Don't say that. Don't say that. Watch it just be like some sort of visual bug that was happening and nobody was taking the cutter ray. It just looked like somebody was taking the cutter ray. Although, I was able to put 2 other cutter rays on there, so they've got to be gone. Your sub-thief's glitched inside of a wall, so you can't even access it to remove somebody from the permissions. Damn. Damn. I would just wait it out, Arab, because sometimes logging out fixes it. Sometimes going in and out of the world map fixes it. But yeah, that sucks. Oh, that's a good point. OMC. OMC. You're doing it again. OMC's an undercover dev for Funcom, you guys. I'm calling you. I'm calling it, OMC. You're too on point with some of these things. You're just too on point with some of these things. Almost like you know exactly. You're like, aha! I know exactly where in the code that's causing it to happen. And watch, in 2 days it won't be happening because OMC's on the job. They got his ass working overtime. That's absolutely crazy that you would do that, J-Rob. I would never do that. That's fucking absurd. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to access the sub-thief. That's what's weird. Like, I've never lost access to the sub-thief there. Gotcha. Just like a little one-tile base. Gotcha. We're just teasing OMC. I don't think he's a dev. We're just teasing him. He's on my radar, though. Yeah, that definitely seems to be how it worked, Abraham. Either people quit the game or they re-rolled. For example... Sky's on! Motherfucker, bro. We need to somehow get Sky to re-roll on to Harmony and join our guild. And then take lead on PvP. Because I don't feel like organizing the forces and the troops on PvP, and Sky seems to have a knack for organizing the forces and troops on PvP. Like, I just don't care enough to be like, alright, let's organize. Everybody get ready here and do this to get ready there, and we're ready at this time to do this thing there. Like, I can't be asked with that shit. Sky, though. Damn it, Sky. Dirty Mike and Arcadius. Reroll already. Alright. You had your fun on Dugap. You made the dusty fuckers mad. Now let's have some fun over here. But yeah, they've either quit the game or they've re-rolled onto a populated server, which is why I think Funcom should maybe be taking like a little bit more drastic steps in trying to prevent that from happening. For example, like merging deep deserts or something.
Let's get the bastard.
Hey, hey, hey! Settle down now. Chop! What's a bug that can happen in the A row? Losing access to the sub thief? Is that what you're saying, T? Because that's crazy, bro. I've yet to have that happen. Oh, you were just far enough, weren't ya? Hey, Sniper Man, relax, relax, relax. Easy, bro. Easy. I don't know how much residue I have at the base inside of Haga Basin, but I'm gonna go try and craft one of them, a few of them filters here. We've only got one more day left inside of the deep desert here, so I don't realistically need that many more filters. But if we can craft them, we might as well. Also, I don't know the magic number of those water traps, wind traps that I need to set up in order to make it make sense. But I feel like I'm still getting more water from the death stills than those. Bro, am I tripping or did I just not see an NPC walking over on this side? What the hell? 134 viewers on YouTube. Man, it's crazy. 24 likes. Hey, always can appreciate OMC coming in, doing my job for me, asking for some likes. But 24 is not too shabby, OMC. You remember when it was 2? I remember when it was 2. We've got a silent ornithopter here. Very nice, very nice. Couldn't even destroy the foundation under it, only via map. Damn, that's actually wild. And imagine if you had multiple extensions on your thing, you'd kind of be shit out of luck. The Arrakis Olympic team, huh? You really think I'd be able to make it all the way to the Olympics? A man can dream. At this age, a man can dream. What was I coming down here to craft? I needed to craft, or at least see if we could craft, them one things.
Sector weather alert.
Them
A
one
large sandstorm
things.
is approaching.
Well, well, well. Looks like I do have residue up here somewhere. Yeah, if you had extenders on your base, though, and you ended up having to lose your subfief, you would be kind of screwed. What could have possibly gotten pulled from this slot right here? If I was spice residue, where would I be?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, you know what we needed to bring back out to the deep desert as well? Some rockets and missiles. Glad I thought about that. I don't really have the fucking inventory in the assault ornithopter, though, do I? I have to make a second trip. Yep, shit. Shit. Yeah, I saw that, T, that the private servers have more... Up. Forgot I need to craft some filters. Let's get those cooking. I saw that the private servers have more frickin' things hooked into the deep desert than official. So it's like they've already got... Oh man, that thing's gonna take some damage. They've already got it able to work in some way, shape, or form, you know? Oh my god, dude. Did you guys feel that lag? Bro. It's because of abandoned bases paired with the fact that every single texture on everything gets dusty right now. So dumb, dude. Just so unnecessary. Does anyone know when the last day to claim personal Landsrad contributions is? I don't know for certain, Sphinx, but I've had people tell me that you can claim those throughout the entirety of the next week, I think. Bro, I honestly have no idea, Sphinx. I honestly don't know. You're talking about claiming the rewards, correct? It's Monday. See, that's what I'm saying, T. I thought, and I've heard from people that you can claim them, like, for weeks to come. But I just don't know for certain. I don't know for certain. I'm glad you re-brought that up, though, because... I'm glad you re-brought that up, though, because I needed to look into where to get the carterizer. What else did he pick up on? That pincushion helmet's pretty good. This replica pulse sword. People have been digging this, haven't they? Oh, bro, I don't want to deliver Vulcans. You'd only have to deliver 10 of them. I still don't want to do that. Opifire gems. Okay, that's a possibility. We've got 20 hours here. The masquerette's a possibility as well. Pincushion pants, not much. Really something that I want, but might knock out some fucking grinding doing that. Carterizer. Oh, the spice-infused plastanium. With how free that was this week, that's not too bad. What is the way of the miser? The way of the mirror. A plasma cannon. Did we see this? Plasma cannon? I've not seen the plasma cannon in the game yet. Or have I? How do you go back to see what you missed? You can't unless you talk to all of them. Yeah, that sucks, dude. Yet another system that it's like if they put any fucking thought into it, it wouldn't have worked that way. Whatever. You killed the sandflies and knocked this out? I'm just wondering what the plasma cannon is even good for, to be honest. But killing sandflies, killing the masquerette, and then what was the one for Opifire gems for the pincushion? It's 210. Are they actually planning on merging the servers, Sphinx? There's no official plans for that yet, but they have to do something soon. Otherwise, all of the dead servers are just going to keep dying out. I'm not even positive that merging Deep Deserts would fix that problem. That would be a decent spot to run it, wouldn't it, Cowboy? I'm not positive how many people we have on tonight. But yeah. Hello? Hello, we killed the mic again. Mike's feeling loose tonight. But yeah, the plasma cannon inside of the shipwreck might actually be a pretty damn decent, Cowboy. I'm not positive how many people we have on. But I'm more than down if we can gather some people. Oh, G8's been camped like practically 24/7 on this server. That's a guaranteed spot that we can go get into PvP if we can manage to get a group together. That's a guaranteed. Alright, let me know if that mic's coming in too loud or too quiet. Now that we're sitting down. No, it's not that big of a deal, Adam. I'll probably realistically, I mean, we have 20 hours left, so like exactly what I'm able to grind out of this Landsrat is limited, but realistically we need to level up anyways. So going and doing a mass correct grind and or a sandfly grind or even what was the other one? Even like some Opifire gems, going and knocking out some of those ships isn't out of the question. It's not out of the question. Jay Wolf, what's going on? How you doing, my friend? I mean, yeah, if you want to shoot it on over to the... Fuck, I forgot we have to come back and grab rockets. If you want to shoot it on over to the Discord, you should be able to drop a link somewhere in one of those chats. Sandflies inside of testing station 17, huge. Well, that's good to hear, is that the sandfly grind might be a little bit faster than the masquerade. Also, it kind of just depends on what time of day and what time of week that you're grinding it on, because the masquerade might be pretty quick as well. What vendor is it this week before resetting here in Harmony for Landsrad? Bro, they've got access to weapons vendor. And it's this coming week, so in 20 hours they'll have access to weapons vendor or something like that. I believe 20 hours. Harkonnen will. Harkonnen will have access to the weapons vendor. As soon as the Landsrad was decided, though, like 10 Ancient Way blueprints made their way on to the auction house, which leads me to believe that there's going to be a decent chunk of people who end up just trying to sell them. It's not a bad idea, J-Rob, but like I'm saying, like with this hyper-inflated server, I bet Ancient Ways drop all the way back down below sub 20 mil if I had to place my bets on it. Naruto? Funcom, that's who. They're madmen. Yeah, it's definitely a system that can be abused fairly easily. I kind of see what they were going with, though, in the sense of it's also created this dynamic where, as in, you'll have guilds, for example, on Harmony right now, you'll have guilds that are holding down G8 24/7 all week, practically, even teaming up with other guilds to make sure that it gets held down, and or the public, should they need to end up having to call in the public. So I kind of see the dynamic that Funcom was going for. But it definitely leads itself to being abused by the AFK farmers, especially on some of the lower populated servers. I know this was a big problem. I know this was a big problem inside of Dewgap. I'll definitely take a look at it here in a minute. Honestly, I think it at this point in time, the meta is still shifting J-Wolf, so anything and everything. I don't think there's any bad ideas that could be thrown out right now, you know what I mean? But I'll definitely take a look at it here in a minute. It definitely shouldn't allow people to log out in the chest room. Is that lab right next to our Haga base, Adam? The, is Sandfly? Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Does anybody know what sand trout leathers are selling for right now? Because we're probably going to go knock out sandflies is what I'm thinking. It's the Disruptor pistol, Abraham. It's the charge-up Disruptor snub-nose pistol. Trying to see what testing station that one guy said he was going to. I couldn't find it. It's pretty damn good, Abraham, if you can hit your shots. If you miss your shots, you know, I think the pistol's a little bit overrated, you guys, because when you're charging up the pistol, your shield's down, correct? Am I correct in saying that as you're charging up your disruptor shot, your shield's down? Because if that's the case, yes, you are. Yeah, if that's the case, man, like, realistically, you could just have somebody pop off a couple of the Regis triple shot while you're charging. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. So, if you can hit your shot, that pistol's no joke. Like, it's not something to be discounted. But I think it's a bit overrated, in my opinion. But you kind of get into a point on Harmony where it's like you've got big guilds of people. So if you've got 15 people all with that disruptor, I mean, chances are 2 of them are going to land their shot, which is going to knock your shield, right? So it's kind of like you start to play a numbers game, and then the whole counter of somebody knocking off snipes while they're charging isn't quite as viable of a counter to the pistol. You know what I mean? Yes, testing station 17. That's why I couldn't find the chats, because it was coming from Twitch. Cowboy on Twitch. Right here is Sandflies also. Does it really have a short range, Adam? I didn't know that. Harrower, you're 100% correct. Pistol being the best this week is definitely why it's being held down. I still think it's a bit overrated. It's that one behind the guild base. Gotcha. Cowboy was wrong on 17 anyways. Well, if 17 does have deserters, then I bet 60 and 17 do. Hey. You come on over here, buddy. You fight me over here behind the thing. Yeah! Got him. Whoa. And we're on fire. No. You motherfuckers. What? We were healing. Alright, you gotta go. Stupid asshole. What is he targeting and what am I targeting? We're not even targeting each other anymore. Fucking good game. What is he doing? He's stuck in the... Oh my god. I try not to get mad, but then we start doing PvE, and I'm like, holy shit, what are we doing in the world, you guys? How did it get this bad? How did it ever get greenlit to launch with PvE like this? I should have brought the Assault Ornithopter here to pick up bodies. Adam was right. Why would there be 5 fuel cells and some aluminum in there? Why? We'll end up rolling through Sentinel City as well. We'll probably be bouncing between the two. I'm wondering if that changes with the tier 6 at all, Adam. I bet if it does, I'm assuming it's not by much. Everybody that I've seen using it is not landing their shots. So, like, I feel like people are buying and grabbing that weapon expecting it to be like the be-all end-all of weapons and basically just guarantee the dub, but it's not a guaranteed wind type weapon. It's just not.
Greetings and welcome.
I'm pretty
to-
sure last time we rolled down here, there was no enemies, and I'm guessing that's because these are sandflies and they're being fucking farmed. Somebody is siege swapping these things. Damn it. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, Abraham. It's definitely the best one out this week. Oh, no, you're good. You're good, J-Wolf. We'll just start pulling some siege swapping. Not a problem. I don't know what you mean by stronghold, Adam. Like, what the fuck are you talking about by stronghold? Are you talking about these... Am I fucking missing something? Day one, when I had my first fucking ornithopter, I could place it anywhere. And if I pulled my vehicle back up to allow, guess what green thing was fucking floating in the air everywhere I looked? And now, bro, I have to fight this fucking system. What was that? What the hell even was that? Now I have to fight this system every single time I want to pull out my fucking ornithopter. It's so annoying. He's bald, Harwer. We're balding, okay? We're balding. You have a kid and then you start to go bald. Actually, you get married and then you start to go bald. And then you have a kid and it gets worse. Okay, Mike's back. God, dude. Just let me place my fucking vehicle, bro. With the chair, bro, my wife works from home, so I let her use the computer chair. I let her use the gaming chair. Oh, where'd my fucking glasses go? I can already feel the blue light burning into the back of my head. You can't deploy an ornithopter fucking anywhere anymore, cowboy. Look. It's not just the pit, it's every time I'm on the ground. Where's my ornithopter? Can I place it here? Can I place it here? Can I place it here? Can I oh! Hey, oh, I can place it there! Oh, that's dandy. Oh, awesome. Oh, can I place it here? No, I can't. Not possible to place my vehicle here. Nope, can't place it here. Are we there yet? Is it there yet? Is it there yet? Is it fucking there yet? It didn't used to be this bad. How has it gotten worse? What am I doing? Am I doing something wrong? Because it's not fucking there, bro. It's so annoying. Oh, I can place it there, though. Sure. Fucking sure, dude. Leah, hey, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. These happen to be the hours that work out best for me. It's a bit of an overnight schedule that I've worked myself into, but that's just about every single job that I've ever had has been an overnight job. And with me, the one running the homeschool with the kid, it just works out perfect. So when we end the live stream, we can go right into waking the kid up, getting him some breakfast, and rolling with some homeschool. Just get good. Yeah, I know, Ross. I know. I used to be good, but apparently I've lost my touch in placing these fucking ornithopters. The sky spot is goated. It's so annoying, dude. It's so annoying. Bro, I don't understand. And like I said, when the game first launched, when we got our first ornithopter, dude, I swear you could place them anywhere. It was so easy to place these things as you were flying out. And it just refuses now. It will not let me place these things now. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's not that frustrating until it's way past frustrating. And like somebody said, I do just want to take that chair and just absolutely slam it into the ground until it fucking shatters. But I don't have enough kitchen chairs to be doing that. Oh, big fat stinky lag too. Nice. Beautiful. Honestly, OMC, I'm glad you brought that up. Can we get back to whatever that blob was on my screen floating around in the air? Honestly, what the hell even was that? And my guy had some other particles floating around him as well. I'm sitting here trying to be mad about the ornithopter, and I've got this blob on my screen. How am I supposed to be mad when I'm confused? I have a feeling this is being siege swapped.
Greetings.
Somebody posted a picture on the Discord. I think it was Jed. These guys somehow... Here we go. Thankfully, they're here. Somehow people got a base up in the skybox on this server. Is what it looked like anyways. Fucking hell. These guys are literally sky-based in the... Or a box based up in the skybox. I think the NPCs staggering when you parry is a bug. God damn it, if I didn't suck at parrying so bad. Fucking, I clicked the button, dickhead. See, I didn't get hit with the delay that time, so what causes it exactly? I don't know. I got hit that time. Not that time, though. Not that time either.
And welcome to
I fucking missed the timing on that one.
number 60. This station is dedicated to aeronautics.
I got hit it with on that one, though. So I can't tell if it's like a bug or if it's like if I parry perfectly, then I don't get hit with the delay. But if I parry...
As my students call me, the Sandman.
Hey, listen, buddy, I'm trying to fucking talk about this, so if you just wouldn't mind... See, that was like a late parry, so it hit me with a delay.
It gets everywhere. Believe me, our colleagues at the Botanical Station are charged with finding or developing plants that can thrive in this environment. But you can't very well do that without a thorough understanding of the native soils.
See, no stagger on that. Fuck, I wish I hit that one. I wanted to see if his heavy blade would stagger me. I got staggered on that. Come on, you stupid... fuck. Bro, dude. Cave coming in, dropping the sub. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Bro, come on. That was my fault on the timing again. It's always my fault on the timing. Dude, do the heavy stab for me, please. No pair, no stagger on that. Fuck, dude. I just need to get the timing on that one time, dude. Come on. That was a late parry and I didn't get staggered. Okay, come on. That timing was there. See, on the heavy blade, I did get staggered. I think it's a bug, guys. I don't think it's I don't think it's something that's supposed to actually be happening. It seems too inconsistent and too random. Low stamina? That's a good point. Let's go in there with full stamina and try and get a melee guy.
Greetings, and welcome to Imperial.
It's probably a mixture of a broken timing and also user error, Cave, definitely. I've never been one for the best timing on my parries. Where is House Vernius? I haven't the slightest idea where any of these houses are, J-Rod. I always have to Google it. I never know. Let's take a look-see here. It's located inside of the Haga Basin. Where, though? Vernius is actually located just to the left of the Atreides house inside of Haga Basin. It's like right here. Yeah, right here. Boom. It might even be in Helios Gate, but it's over on the far left of it. Fatma, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. I know I said that before, but we were in the middle of getting all frustrated with the parries. Hope you're doing all right. Really, you don't like the assaults, Cave? Man, the assaults for me have been definitely thrown into the meta, especially if you're running rockets. An assault ornithopter with rockets versus a scout ornithopter with rockets is night and day. And I think that's mainly because the assault ornithopter with rockets can just run. Can just leave the situation if it wants to. If things get too hairy, a scout ornithopter with rockets will never catch an assault ornithopter with rockets. Unless the assault ornithopter's wings are already, like, busted so it can't glide very fast anymore. But that boost is just gonna gap the scout ornithopter with rockets hardcore. But yeah, if you're just flying around from spot to spot, obviously a scout with boost will always be the best. See, I had full stamina there and hit the thing. No stagger. Bad timing. No stagger. Bad timing. No stagger. Does it have to do with stamina? Okay, there's shit timing. Okay, fuck off. No stagger. We're above 100 stamina. Ooh, no stagger even on the heavy blade. Okay, let's drop below 100 stamina. Oh, we got staggered. You fucking juked me. You did not juke me. No stagger, and I was at 19% stamina. Bro, it seems like a bug. It seems so inconsistent that it's a bug. No stagger, and I was at 90%. I don't know, man. Oh, the deterioration of the wings. Yeah, they reduced it by 50%, but they still get pretty blitzed on, don't they? Just from flying around. That's what sucks, is just flying around, they get dropped in durability, which means that when you do eventually get a rocket shot at you, chances are you're not sitting at 100, which just does suck. It definitely seems like a bug, Ross. It's super inconsistent, which makes me believe it's not happening on purpose. Are these AI in the ground? Oh yeah, good game, you guys. Oh, okay, they're like somehow trapped inside of the wall here. How the fuck did they get in there? Bro, how did they even get in there? How would they even get in there, dude? Whatever, we're moving on. You haven't slept and you're trying to fall asleep. You saw your channel and you wanted to watch it. Well, hey, hopefully you get some nice, soothing sleep, falling asleep to the sultry voice of Old Man Jenkins. He's the eldest of the Man Jenkins, being that he has 4 L's in his name. All of the other Jenkins had 3 or less L's. Ross, even if that's what they are saying, they're more than welcome to fall asleep to the stream every day of the week. The rants is a soothing lullaby. Yeah, if you fall asleep with me, leaving me on the live stream, you'll probably wake up to me fucking screaming at some point in time. Screaming pissed. There's a key around here somewhere that I missed, apparently. Are we back at the beginning? Okay, we're back at the beginning. Unexpected things have happened. Let's circle back. Let's circle back. We did a lot of testing with the blades here. I wasn't paying attention to where we were running. I'm never paying attention to where we're running, though, to be fair. We're just running. Here's one of the keys. Hey, 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 stop it, stop it. Oh, they got it. Oh, Eurism, that probably, if I had to guess, that probably happened when we got stuck in the dark. Oh, bro, dude. I can't see anything, and my guy's climbing on the wall. Hanging from the frickin' ceiling, bro. And I can't see anything in that damn G8 PvP spot. Behind the big pentashield is a spice residue machine. Oh, yeah, we'll definitely have to be hitting that up. I hear somebody talking, but I don't see them, so I don't... Okay, there they are. It's just some confused AI. He doesn't know where I'm at. I'm over here, buddy! You guys, the personal light does not help. Somebody in the YouTube comments said that as well. The personal light puts a light on my left hip and it puts a light on my right hip. I get no light in front of me. I get no light behind me. I'm just like, it's like I'm fucking walking around with 2 lights on my hips that are just waving around. It would have helped in the very slightest. And it would have also made you stick out like a sore thumb in the darkness. Oh my god. This light right here is better than this one. Look, I actually get like some forward light going on with this thing. Whereas in the other one, it lights up the sides. It's just fucking mind-blowing, dude. So just some of the decisions that are made in the game design absolutely blow my mind. They might as well give us some NVGs for some of these structures. I'm not sure. I'm not certain what you mean by that. I'm not keen to the lingo. I don't know what an NVG is.
State your business.
Alright, you gotta go. Fucking, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't irritated. With a big fat stagger coming in on that one too. It's so weird. Should be able to drop the glow tubes like glow sticks. I shouldn't, I mean, like, look, I get it with some of the places being dark for, like, immersion and whatnot, but especially if we're in a PvP ship, you guys, I shouldn't be having to fight for fucking light. I shouldn't be having to, like, drop glow tubes to set up light. So even if that was a thing, like, that just, to me, seems so friggin' ridiculous. The PvP ship, like, man, you get caught up in the wrong sort of darkness out here, and it's just the most frustrating thing in the world.
Identify yourself. I spy.
I'll have to put a personal light on before we go back down into the ship, though, to see if it would make that much of a difference. I'm convinced it wouldn't because it lights up practically nothing. Like, if I was in my Atreides base and it was pitch dark and I had those on, I would still have no fucking clue where I'm walking. Yeah, but that's the one that's sitting on your hip, J-Wolf, and it's a piss poor light. All the Harmony Sieges are full? There's no way they're full, J-Rob. There's 60 player cap. There's no way that every siege is full. I wouldn't be able to go get into the... I wouldn't even be able to go and from the deep desert back to the leg siege if it was full. Like, does it literally say... Does it literally say full? Yeah, I'm like, there's no way. You should be able to make it in. You should be able to make it in on leg, and like if our whole guild was on, we would basically be like at least 70% of the leg server, leg siege. It is the only one you got, J-Wolf. It's a good point that you make right there. Good point that you make. You gotta make do with what you got. Oh, that is weird. J-Rob, I'm wondering if they're like, all right, we need to stop allowing people to transfer over to Harmony because it's just making the other server's population bleed out.
Someone's here.
Where's my backup?
Ya done. From what I understand, there's a high pop server in each region. So Europe has a high population server. I don't remember what that one's called. I bet each region has its own high pop server. At the moment, no new characters are able to be created on Harmony. Really? Why? Is that something Funcom did? They were like, shut it down. I was joking when I said that. Did Funcom literally say, no more new people? Stop re-rolling on Harmony. Europe is PAX. There you go, Tyson. Appreciate you. Yeah, Europe's populated server is PAX.
What's your purpose here? I need help.
How long can Funcom hold off on merges if everyone just plays Harmony and NA? Find out around the same time, admits the vision isn't working. Oh yeah, and that's why they were like, stop it, stop allowing people to re-roll on Harmony. No new characters on Harmony. I haven't been on the Dune Awakening Discord to check and see like the pulse of what people are feeling in a while. Eurism, that's funny. That's funny that the mods have gone all crazy.
Identify yourself. Who's there here? Who's shield on?
I'm on fire. 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 Hey, 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 lady, I'm on fire. Can't you see? I'm on fire. Ma'am, you're fucking pissing me off. You should have just waited, all right? I was on fire. I needed to drop a bandage, but you wouldn't get off of my ass, and now look at where you lie. Stupid. You should have thought with your head. Shigwire Claw killed it. Huge. Grab the blade parts. It's another good Landsrad. What? Oh, Idaho's charge. That is a pretty good Landsrad, you're right. It's a 47 per blade part too, yet it was 3 per actual completed what the fuck are those things called? Those completed things. The completed stupid things that Adam did a shitload of. The stupid map things. I forget what they're called. Oh my god. I just want to place my vehicle. You know? I'm not asking for much. Yeah, I'll definitely have to start grabbing the blade parts, that's for sure. For sure. Harmony is blacked out on the join. Every siege has a red block next to it. I cannot believe that, Dampier. That is totally a Funcom. That's a total Funcom solution, you guys. Shut it down. Lock it out. Quickest and easiest and simplest solution that takes 0 brain power. Lock it out. Boom, fireworks start going off. Psh, 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 there's flame going. Boom, confetti popping off. The whole fucking Funcom team's like, Billy did it again this week, you guys. He did it again. Sync charts. It was the sync charts. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, it's friggin' ridiculous, dude. So ridiculous. Such a stupid three for each one. Ridiculous. Yeah, look, population low, 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 low. They're just not letting people join anymore. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, dude. When did that happen? Is this just new? Excuse me, I'd like to ask a question. When somebody sends you a key, do you accept it? That's a good question. A key to what? Not positive what you're talking about. They're still giving each other high fives, yeah. Big old circle jerk going on over there. Instead of admitting they don't need 2 trillion servers, just shut down the most popular one. Makes no sense. Yeah. Decision making. the key to his heart. Oh my gosh, a perfect is too much. You guys are too much sometimes. When you're outside the map, look north and you should see the Comb building lighting up the hills. Yeah, so that's actually one of them. That's one of them. So that's Sandfly right there. And then that's Sandfly, and then that's Sandfly then as well. Correct? Is that what you're saying, Adam? Because if this is Sandfly too, right where I pop in, we might as well smash this down. We were about to have a rage moment. We were about to have another crash out. Okay, the stagger's actually starting to get annoying. Alright, fuck you guys. It's funny that you bring that up, Harrower. I was actually excited for Marathon. Like, contrary to what everybody was saying, I thought that the art looked fine. And I was excited to get into an extraction shooter that was hopefully going to be a little bit more simplified than Tarkov. So I was surprised when they just flat out canceled that game. They were just like, you know what? Nah, we're not launching this one. I was like, oh, really? Shit. I was a bit surprised. I don't think Bungie would have been able to do much with it. Like, I don't think they would have pulled it off. But I was still excited to play.
Someone's here. Where's backup? Raising shield.
What the fuck was that lunge distance it's giving this guy with a dagger? Did anybody see that? What the hell was that? Just letting him lunge like a million miles? You're just baffled by Funcom. You think Fish may be completely and legally behind. If this vision, like, man, I am just at a loss for words. Man, it's every single time that we jump into this game, something happens where I'm just completely baffled as well. Honestly, I was excited for Marathon. I was. I'm never really one who cares what the art of a game looks like, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't give a shit what they're doing with their... Like, Concord, the character design in Concord wasn't where that game lost it. Lost the plot for me. You know what I'm saying? Eurism, they even settled the score with the artist they ripped off just to cancel it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was a bit surprised. I was a bit surprised to stay the least. Stoked for the tank. Hope they make it make you not shootable in the buggy. Oh my god, imagine if they dropped the tank and you were just one shot inside of it. So you're in the tank and then an ornithopter out of the sky can just take you out in one shot. Windu, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly how it ends up. Did they really just scrap it? From what I understand, Cave, they just completely scrapped it. Mordred, ever since the PvP that we got into on G8 the other day, I'm excited for the future of Dune Awakening, which is surprising to say with how much this game pisses me off. But I am excited for the future of Dune Awakening because I'm hoping now that they have this PvE shit settled and they should be done tweaking the tier 6 mats, that they can actually put in time and balance the mechanics of PvP, like the being able to respawn feet from where you're actually contesting, you know, or the fact that the party system is like broken as hell and doesn't function properly and just could work a whole lot better. Like, I don't need them to balance PvP. I need them to balance the mechanics of PvP. Marathon hasn't been canceled, just delayed. Well, hey, that's cool to hear, actually, Hobo. Because I'm not playing when it's like, I was excited for Marathon. Everybody was shitting on it, but I personally thought that the art style was whatever. I didn't care too much one way or another. And I like the competitiveness and the weight that gets put behind your lives when you're playing extraction shooters. So I was actually excited to be able to jump into an extraction shooter. But we've got Arc Raiders coming out, which is another extraction shooter that we're probably going to get down on. That's in October. We got game after game after game after game coming out. It's going to be a busy end of year, you guys. And we're going to be doing all of that while we're bouncing in and out of Dune Awakening, because I don't see myself like flat out leaving this game anytime soon. I enjoy the PvP enough to where I can see myself jumping on and trying to jump into some PvP, you know what I mean? Keeping up the grind and shit like that. Like, Dune for me has worked enough that I see myself playing it extended, but we've got a ton of games coming out, and RuneScape 3 leagues, and old school RuneScape Deadman mode, bro. Old school RuneScape Deadman mode is something that I am incredibly excited for this year. Should be super interesting now that there's a lot of WoW creators inside of old school as well. Old school's popping off, you guys. I've half been tempted to go and maybe try and make another old school RuneScape money making video or canon training video, because I've said it before and I'll say it again. We're very much so a multi-game content creator, because I can't just play one single game forever. I will lose my mind. And if I was just chasing views on my YouTube channel, I would still be playing old school RuneScape and making old school RuneScape money making videos and making old school RuneScape where to train the best experience per hour type videos and shit like that, because those to this day are still my most popular videos on the channel. If I didn't upload a video for an entire month, my old school RuneScape moneymakers and my old school RuneScape canoning guides from 4 years ago would creep back up into the top of my monthly most viewed videos. So if I was just chasing the views, we'd be jumping back into old school. But I am incredibly excited. Basically, all I play old school anymore for nowadays is the seasonal leagues and the seasonal game modes, because like the grind in the game is a bit of a slog in my opinion. But I'm fucking really pumped up for Deadman mode this year. It should be some good fun. Arc Raiders is going to shit all over Marathon. Arc Raiders is definitely miles above what Marathon is, and I feel like that's more so why they delayed it rather than anything else. Hobo, for sure. How are they going to merge Sieges and Haga Basin? What will happen if people have the same base location? If they did a merge, it would have to be a full wipe. Only way to solve that. Dampier, actually, if they merged Haga Basins, I think they would have to be a full wipe. They would put everybody's items inside of this little claim rewards chest right here, and then you would be able to claim your items from there and then rebuild your base wherever you were able to go claim it. It would have to be a full wipe. I don't think they'd actually wipe people's progression or anything, but it would have to be a wipe of the Haga Basin to combine the two of them. And then you'd have to race to go back to your base spot if you were like dead set on having the same exact spot. They'd probably put your base on a Solido replicator before that happened as well, or make that well noted in advance that you need to put it on a Solido replicator. But like you're saying, they're probably just going to end up merging deep deserts. It'd be the easiest way for them to do it. And as we see with Funcom just shutting down people being able to create characters on Harmony, they like to do stuff the easiest way possible. All right, give me a minute. I gotta grab something to eat real quick. Huh, I didn't even see this ore machine, Adam. That is hilarious. Is this always here? Huh. Interesting. We honestly have so much coming up at the end of the year. We're probably gonna have to like skip something.
Greetings.
It's probably gonna end up being Outer Worlds that gets skipped and Clockwork Revolution, to be honest.
Shields up.
All right, starting to get annoying. It's only the melee people that drop blade parts, right? Would the Deep Desert PvP gameplay in Dune be considered extraction? I wouldn't consider it extraction. Like Cave is saying, sort of, kind of. If you stretch the definition of extraction, I wouldn't consider it extraction. Especially now that you can just, you know, farm up all the tier 6 mats in the safe zone. Come on, where'd you guys go? There you are.
Let's go.
Even then, I guess I don't know what I would consider, like, by definition an extraction shooter, but I suppose it would be loading into an instance at the same time everybody else loads into an instance. I don't even know if that's how Tarkov works. And then having to extract from specific points in that instance. Arc Raiders looks interesting. Tarkov's way too complicated for me. Fuck, I didn't grab the key. Bro, the AI is stuck over here as well. Nice, dude. Very nice. Huge. It's shooting through the wall as well. Frickin' huge. I don't remember where the key's at. Damn it all. There it is, there it is.
Huh? Alarm! The enemy is hit first by reinforcements!
But I've never played an extraction either.
Alarm! The enemy is here! Time's up! Oh!
What the fuck, dude? I keep missing my blade parts. Hey! Harkonnen won. It was a close fight this week, actually. Came down to the last minute. The last second. It was a last second race to see who could complete that middle tile. It was a good Landsrad this week. Get off of that table, you punk. All you gotta do is get the schematics and the spiced plastanium. I mean, I've got a decent amount of spiced plastanium built up, so just holler at me. But yeah, basic. What the fuck is happening? I'm on fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire. Yeah, basically we just need to get people caught up with their levels as much as possible. And okay, now there's this guy here. And some more people back here. Did the whole dungeon just respawn? What is happening? Oh, 3 melee bastards now, huh? Okay, hey. The fucking range that they're giving these guys with the dagger is not a realistic range, I don't think. Okay, the whole thing fucking respawned. I don't know what that was, Russ. This whole frickin' lab just respawned. Right. Right.
Shield engaged.
Get sucked in. Oh, I even got sucked in. I don't know why, but if I press F on them, it just doesn't loot them and makes the body instead. Used to be hold F for the body, now if I just tap F, the body shows up. But yeah, like I was saying, we just need people to level up and then, yeah, farm out some of the, as many tier 6 unique schematics as they can, but even just the regular tier 6 gear. Also, there's 3 chests inside of the safe zone this week, so I think we should have a decent amount of people who are stocked up with a decent amount of spiced plastanium. So whenever you get to that point, just holler. We should be able to get some running. I don't know what started the dance right there, but, you know, I guess it was time to dance. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I pressed the dance button. I was confused too. I saw in my OBS a third bar pumping out audio, and I'm like, I was thinking in my head, what the hell is a third bar doing pumping out audio? The AI's just not here again.
Shields up.
Alright, my backpack's full. No, it's not. My backpack's not full. I was lied to.
Who goes there?
Easy. Piece of cake, some would say. Are there other caves in the safe zone with chests, or just the C7 one? There's another cave on C3 that has a chest in it as well. The one on C3 doesn't really have good loot inside of it, but it does have the plastanium dust. Can we please fix that? Damn. Yeah, 1,300 per siege swap is really good. It does have the core legs. Adam brings up a really good point. I think I've gotten the core legs once. It's an 80% chance that you get this stupid blood sucker out of there. Okay, yeah, just don't let me jump in until it gets on the ground. Sure, whatever. It's an 80% chance that you get the blood sucker out of there. But yeah, you could get the hummingbird wings, I believe, as well. But more importantly, you get that plastanium dust.
Found him.
Get over here. Hey, level 160 in the bag.
Weapon empty.
Man, you threw that in the wrong direction, didn't you? Didn't you, buddy?
I need help.
Hey, where'd you even come from? Ooh, Fib likes that chicken Alfredo, huh? You know what's funny is when I was first dating my wife, I swear, you guys, she told me, she's like, I love chicken Alfredo. It's my favorite. It's my favorite, she said. I hate chicken Alfredo. I don't like chicken Alfredo. The white sauce is what I don't like. And I remember she was like, we should have chicken Alfredo. And I was like, what? I don't like chicken Alfredo. Let's have something else. She's like, you don't like it, but I love chicken Alfredo. It's my favorite. And about 3 years later, per typical friggin' woman here, we're at like a restaurant or something, and I'm like, ooh, they have chicken Alfredo here. It's your favorite. Maybe you should try that. Thinking in my head, like, because obviously we ain't cooking that at the house because I'm not eating that shit. She's like, what do you mean? What? When did I say that I like chicken Alfredo? Fucking women. That's a total woman move, Harrower. You're right. My sister, she's like, you're such a misogynist, and I'm like, I'm not. Okay, I'm a realist. I point out facts, and it hurts your women. It hurts your womanly feelings. Oh shit. Based, in my opinion, horror is just short for based in reality. You know what I mean? You just got to be a realist, and then you're considered based nowadays. You actually do, Ross. You actually freaking do. And it's crazy. It's maddening. She'll also do this thing where she's like, we've definitely had this conversation before. Because she'll be like, oh, we got to go out to my dad's or something this weekend. And then 3 days later, I'll be like, what time do we have to go to your dad's this weekend? We've had this conversation before. Like, I knew we were going, I just didn't know what time. Sorry for asking for some clarification.
Who's there?
Your girl forgets movies that we have watched and always says, wrong girl. Is there really that many around here, Adam? You could probably realistically just run those in a lap, and by the time you get back to the first one, they'll respawn. Ah, forget it. I'm kind of grabbing the particle capacitors as we flow through this as well. I found 6 blade parts inside of a locker, though, so I gotta start paying attention to the lockers and hitting those.
Greetings, and welcome to Imperial Desert Testing Station.
Ooh, somebody on this server smoked these ones. Disgusting. Oh, well, let's go try and do Adam's circle here. How? Are you talking about the one with the ornithopter at the lab? Did that sink through the ground and then end up in the lab? Is that the image that you're talking about? Bro, I don't think I can link to the Discord an image. I don't think I can link to that specific post. Oh my gosh, dude. What's crazy is it's like, they're like, oh, we handcraft each and every deep desert each week. No, you fucking don't. You copy and paste your fucking POIs each week and then let the AI generate the rest of it, and you guys can't even do that fucking properly. Oh, we're not coming out with a battle pass. Yes, you fucking are. You're dropping cosmetics on a quarterly basis that people have to pay for, okay? It might not be a one-for-one battle pass, but get the fuck out of here, bro. Lost their freaking minds. Let me go get some coffee. I don't know why you bringing up Discord made me think I need some coffee. What if they think... No. No, Horror. No. We can't give the Funcom devs that much of the benefit of the doubt. Also, like, just to play devil's advocate, if they did subcontract it out and then it came back to them in that state and then they pushed it, it's just like, it just goes to show you that the quality assurance is piss poor over there. But no, in reality, they made, like, they handcrafted, like, 5 or 6 different POIs, and then they just copy and pasted those throughout the entire game. And then they took them into the deep desert, and they were like, yeah, just place these in random spots, and then let the AI generate the rest of it, and we'll say we handcrafted each week. Like, it's mind-numbing. Just give them each a couple little pokes. Poke, poke, and you're done. Was I not just taking shots from over there? What the hell? I saw some PvE players inside of the Haga Basin chat earlier today. Fuming mad. I think they quit the game. They were like, I'm done. And they were really mad about the changes to the stagger with the blade. A lot of people were pointing out that they think it's a bug, which I think it is a bug. It doesn't seem to be happening consistently enough for me to say that it was something that was implemented on purpose. Just fucking please let me restore my vehicle, bro. It's a simple request. You guys, it's so simple. It doesn't need to be this hard. It didn't used to be this hard. What did they do that... Oh, no vehicle to restore. Alright, complaints retracted. This is a user error situation here. It happens. What's the stagger change? The stagger change isn't much of a change, but what happened is, it's a bug. I'm convinced it's a bug. But now if you parry a melee attack, it'll stagger you. So you get staggered when you parry a melee attack. I'll see if I can show you. It doesn't happen all the time. That's why I'm convinced it's a bug. There we go. Okay, my timing is piss poor, so this is gonna take a few fucking goes here. See, I didn't get staggered that time. Fuck. Missed it that time. No stagger that time. I missed it. Fucking window tabbed out. See, we just got staggered. No stagger there. No stagger there either.
Target found.
Fucking window tabbed out. Big stagger right there.
Shield on.
Bro, it's not out of stamina, though, because we had our stamina drained down. Look. No stagger. I was at 3% stamina, and I did not stagger. God. Zero stagger. I was at 11%. I fucking suck at parrying that heavy blade. But on the heavy blade at 50, we did get hit with a stagger. Yeah, see? It's bugged as hell. It's inconsistent as all shit. And every theory that we've come up with, like, oh, it's based on stamina, just we've been able to disprove. So it's like, I don't know what's going on. Look, right there, I was at 5% stamina, and I parried a heavy attack, and I didn't get staggered. Like, it's got to be a bug. Yeah, Cryo, I don't know exactly what's going on. A chance to stagger, whatever it is, if it's something that Funcom put in themselves, people are pissed about it. People are not happy with it. I'd rather be getting particle capacitors while we do this. We're going to keep siege swapping here. What's funny about that, Cryo, is there's too many hidden stats, and there's too many stealth changes, if you will, that get put into the game. A game that's meant to be PvP focused, you need to have all of the information about everything, right? Like, you need to know every bit of detail about the gear piece that you're putting on and how it's supposed to work. And then it needs to match that description as close to 1-to-1 as it possibly can. Whereas on here, there's like hidden stats inside of some of the descriptions, and some of them say that they do some things that they don't actually do. So what server are you on, Cryo? Because it seems to be different for each and every single server as to what the meta is for PvP. Like on Dugap, it was still a melee meta for the most part. It was somewhat transitioning into range. Over on this server, it seems to be a tractor field mixed with a dart for every man. And then with the pistol coming out this week, people are going to try to swap into the pistol. But I'm not convinced that everybody's gonna like the pistol, bro. Because you got to be able to hit your shots. Otherwise, it's just basically useless. What server are you on though? Are you on Harmony? Because it's definitely a rocket heavy meta right now on Harmony. Rocket paired with that gun, paired with a dart for every man. I haven't seen a whole lot of people running the shotguns. The shotgun stagger is brutal, though, bro. If you catch somebody with that shotgun stagger, with the perforator or like a bleed shotgun or the fire shotgun. Fire shotgun's what they were doing on Dugap to stun lock people. This is the second time this has happened, you guys. What do you think this is? I know what this is. What do you guys think this is? This is the weirdest shit, bro. This game is so broken. Any guesses as to what this is? Has anybody seen this happen before? It's an ability. Jed's got it. Yeah, check it out. It's the Shigawa. Oh, fuck. It's Compel. What? Last time I thought it was, last time it was Shigawire Claw. I wasn't expecting it to be Compel. If I can pick it, I can't pick it up. Wait, I can. Yeah, I can pick it up too. Nice. I've got 2 Compels now, big. We're really stacking up on the Compels.
Who's that? State your business, Imperial. Shields up. Let's go.
Compel in a box, yeah. Urism, if you do that, you're probably going to end up in some sort of like alcohol-induced coma in the matter of an hour.
Greetings, and welcome to Imperial...
I dropped my Hey, bro, you dropped your Compel. Hey, brother, you're like yelling at some dude flying away. You dropped your Compel. Labeling this an MMO in the traditional sense is comical. I don't know what Anarchy Online is. This lands in like the survival MMO genre in my opinion, rather than MMORPG. But even that being said, it's like they definitely need to learn when to rein in their ideas, and they also need to learn how to execute properly. Like they've got so many fundamental things wrong with even how the systems are meant to function. Like PvP, for example, the only PvP that's currently incentivized in the game is griefing. In the sense of the only time you're ever gonna get a reward from partaking in PvP is if you kill somebody who's farming materials. Like, they literally incentivized griefing, and it's the only incentivized PvP. It's just it's a mind-blowing choice. Hey, I'm glad the agave's been working for you. It's definitely server-dependent, Cave. But, yeah, if the agave seeds are something that people end up needing, and when they need them, they need a lot of them, and they don't want to go farm them. Oh, plus when I made that video, I didn't even realize that agave seeds also can show up in the lands rad. So if you happen to be on a week, like agave seeds might be worth holding on to until a lands rad week where the reward for turning in the agave seeds is really good. Because that'll spike the price of them for sure. Oh, it's on Harmony? Yeah. Harmony's agave seed market's always at least at like 2,000 a pop. I haven't checked it. I checked it when we first got on Harmony because I was curious if we could earn some easy money with that with like no requirements. No, I get what you're saying. Cryo. You're right. When they said MMO, it confused the shit out of a lot of people, but I knew exactly what they were talking about. I knew they weren't talking about like an MMORPG in the traditional sense. That's why I said I label this a survival MMO because for all intents and purposes, you're still, it is a massive multiplayer online game. Like, for all intents and purposes, that's what it is. I don't know what that other one that you were talking about is, though, if that's like your traditional MMO. But fundamentally, these guys don't fucking understand what they're doing. Another example with PvP, you get a checkpoint at each and every single one of these labs. So if this was a PvP lab and we were in a big fight with a group of 5 people down here, if those 5 people killed us, in 60 seconds, we respawn right at the fucking top of this. And this is so bad that, for example, at the ship that we did the combat in the other day, you can spawn on top of the chest, inside of the chest room on top of the chest. Like, that is just fundamentally shit. See, we got staggered there. But I'm hoping now that they've got PvE in a spot where they shouldn't have to cater to the PvE players anymore. I'm hoping that they can start to balance those fundamental problems. Those, like, mechanical problems. Damn, 600 for 6,000 a piece. That's pretty damn good. Oh, we just got fucking disconnected. Huge. Am I still alive? Big. Honestly, I prefer your typical MMORPG. I prefer your Trinity style system. My gosh, Cryo, it's so annoying that once you start to get stun locked, it's just you can't parry anymore. But then sometimes in the middle of a heavy blade attack, they can parry. Or you can parry in the middle of a heavy blade attack. It's ridiculous. Well, we paid them to continue working on a beta. You know, one thing though, it's like at least there's a lot of content to be had. Like, there's a lot of hours that you can put into this game. Like, is it worth the money? Yes. Even with all the bugs, even with all the Man, I'm gonna fucking huck this mic out the window, I swear. It's not even the mic's fault, it's the stupid ass cord. But the mic's gonna catch the fucking damage, I tell you what, it's pissing me off. I don't even know where it cut out when what I was saying. Damn it. There's hundreds of hours of content to be had in the game. You know what I mean? Mid brings up a good point. I'm not certain if that's where I got to in my my whole spiel there before the mic cut off. But what I was saying is that we paid them for them to continue working on this beta project, and even in that, it's like there's hundreds of hours. What the fuck, dude? Like, did anybody else get kicked? If I server swap, even though I wasn't on the map, it's gonna end up kicking me off to like something else. Even with the bugs, even with the shitty systems, even with the poorly thought out PvP, even with the redundant PvE, there's still hundreds of hours of content inside of the game. Yeah, okay, it was just the siege I was on. It's foul that you have to start over and transfer servers to have a populated server. You want to know what's even more foul about that, Mid? They've cut that off. At least for Harmony, people can't join anymore. Shit's been locked down. J-Rob was trying to make a character just tonight, and he was not able to make one inside of Harmony, and then somebody else checked to confirm they weren't able to make one inside of Harmony either. Oh, this is fucking nice, dude. Oh, yeah. Landsrad's basically a chore. That's a part of their whole, weekly spiel, though, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, please. Alright, well, I don't even need it to load in. Landsrad's worse than weekly quests, in my opinion, bro. Landsrad is just, like, the biggest sort of time sinks, dude. You can look at this task right here and just per delivered sync chart you get 3 points. Adam did this for 4 hours and only got like 6,000 total contribution. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. That's nothing but a time sink, bro. And it's a very lazily developed time sink, you know? But that's part and parcel here with the whole Funcom thing. The sync chart, yeah, it's crazy. Sync chart tedium there. A whole lot of this game could be described by that word, is tedious. Unnecessarily tedious as well, which is unfortunate. But that seems to be like a Funcom norm. I never played Conan Exiles or any of their other games, but no, I haven't. The Adept Dirks was one I was possibly going to roll through. I haven't, though. Conan Exiles apparently had the same problem, though, where it's like the game was developed to suck as much time out of the player as possible. Basically by any means necessary. I never cared too much about the Landsrad. I check for tiles where you can get actually good stuff from. If it's a week that we need to win, like this week, for example, with the weapons Landsrad, that's one thing. I try to take that, like, try to knock that down at least. But even then, it's like, didn't put that much in. What did we get for Perforator this week? We had to deliver hydraulic pistons. So we had to turn in hydraulic pistons in order to get the Perforator. They give us rubber banding and placing players playing the game under the map with the new patch. Yeah, isn't that true? Isn't that the truth, David? Yep, freaking ridiculous. This is 2 sieges in a row that we've run into this lab and it's been empty. some monster is siege swapping this thing. It is different per server, yeah. The challenge and the rewards are different per server, so there are some servers that don't even have the perforator coming out this week, I'm pretty sure. For example, what are we doing right now? Yeah, we're doing sandflies. I want to get that plasma cannon. I'm not even sure why. Can you even make a plasma cannon otherwise? This will be the only time I've ever seen the plasma cannon.
I see someone.
That's what I'm saying, Haro or industrial pump. Some of the stuff they ask for is just yeah, way too valuable. I'm right there with you. The Diamondine Dust is the perforator for you guys? Damn, so that's 3 different servers with the perforator. Does a simple block stop crippling strike? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You can parry crippling strike. I believe even just holding block will stop it as well. But you can parry it as you can even parry it. Alright, I know we already went down here to check, but like stuff was at the top, so maybe the stuff down here respawned. The Diamondine Dust is going to be right down here. This is like the only spot where you can find it is in the electric worm area right here.
Greetings, and welcome to Imperial Desert.
Yeah, irradiated slag's another one of those resources where it's like, damn, I need my slag. Alright, well, they respawned on the top, but not down here. What are you going to do? What the hell is going on? I don't know if these guys were just still up here and I missed them or what. You've been collecting spice on drum sand, and it's interesting with the short animation from the sandworm you get the chance to collect. Man, you're crazy for doing that on drum sand. You ought to be careful out there, because I heard some people who've had the worm breach on them. Like, they're just sitting there. Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. They're just sitting there minding their own business, doing their regular thing, and then the, dude, the vehicle backup tool, I'm actually going to lose my shit about. Mid, I'm actually going to lose. I had a crash out earlier in the stream because of it. It didn't used to be this broken. It used to work just fine, and now it's busted. Now it doesn't work at all. Man, but people have been saying that they have that worm breaching right on top of them. Like an insta-breach, insta-death. Yeah, bro. Risky business doing that. Oh, okay, okay. So you're knowing that it's coming even beforehand. I gotcha. I don't know what it is about survival games. I prefer playing on controller, but with survival games, for some reason, I prefer mouse and key. And honestly, the past couple of shooters that I've played, I've swapped over to mouse and key, which is surprising. If I were to play Apex Legends or something, though, I'd have to play on controller because I just can't move proper with my left hand. I'm all slow. The insta-breach right on top of somebody, I think, is the problem. It's so dumb, Cryo. It used to work so good. You could put it anywhere, dude. Like I said, but previously, if where's my vehicle? Okay, there it is. There it is. Wow, where is it? Previously, it was everywhere, and then I just had to get it to a spot where it would let me place it. It was everywhere, kind of like this. Oh, now it's not here. Why is it not here? Oh. Oh, but I can place it in the air? Yeah, dude. How are you gonna make... Bro, quality of life updates are supposed to help the game. How are you gonna update the game and make the quality of life worse? Doesn't make sense. Spaghetti code, that's how. Bro, I swear when we were first playing the game, we were able to slap those down anywhere. I didn't have a problem at all getting them down. Man, I'm saying.
Raising shield.
The fucking fire is gonna get me again, dude. Did they buff fire or something? Literally survived by 1 health. No, we're running the Corette. No, sorry, we're running the Hallex pick.
Who goes there? Where's backup? To me.
That's Funcom's slogan right there, is make the players play longer. Not make the game better, how can we make the players play longer? Apparently this is how they did it with Funcom, or with Conan Exiles as well. Yeah, I know, mid. The Hallex pick is free this week. I've got like Hallex in the bag. We got them stocked up for days. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I hit the right click button, damn it. The PvE in this game is so fucking boring, dude. Oh shit, we missed it. What the fuck with that attack fucking pattern, bro? Unbelievable, dude. Alright, where'd the other melee asshole go? I know he's around here somewhere. I mean, we've always got room on this guild cave. The second guild, J-Wolf, is always talking about how he needs some people over there. We're filling out the ranks of that second guild. We're all just kind of basically still in the leveling up process at this point in time, though, and the unique schematic gathering process. There's a lot more people getting up into the tier 6 gear tier, though. Sure, can't place one on the roof, but I can place it in the air fucking 15 feet above the roof. That makes sense. We really are, aren't we, Harrower? I don't know what's going on. Them fire people done been buffed. This might be a very known issue, but the y'all's weirding step is our weirding step unusable after the update. Also, always out of stamina now. I haven't been running out of stamina, but my shields seem to not last as long. And what do you mean? What's going on with your weirding step? I haven't used weirding step in a couple of weeks. But I used it a lot right at the beginning of the game. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Naruto. I'm glad it's working for you. We're about in the same boat as you are. Thankfully, it's just going to be, you know, maybe a dozen assault ornithopter trips. We do have a Discord cave. I need to put the Discord in the description of the streams. Are we slacking, bro? But yeah, if you want to send me a friend request in game, I'll get you hooked in to the perms on our resource base. That way, I'm not certain if you've been playing Harmony for any extended period of time or not, but that way it will allow you to, you know, get an ornithopter roll in, get your leveling going, and get all that early game stuff out of the way. This is more so for people who are just joining the server. But then, yeah, on the Discord, you can hit up J-Wolf or Blueshy. They'll have, like a bird we fly, gracefully down to the ground. J-Wolf, or no, sorry, Potato, which is J-Wolf, but Potato on Discord or Blueshy would be the ones who run that second guild. You can no longer equip Weirding Step. What? I don't have enough points to even try. That was a graceful landing, as graceful as I've ever seen it.
Imperial Desert Testing Station number 6.
Eyes on hostile.
Oh, he wasn't even shooting the fire at me, and look how much damage it's doing. Fuck!
Let's go.
I swear fire didn't always do that much damage. Oh, he must have dropped it on the ground, Jed says. Oh my god. Now you got me wondering a little bit, Jed, if possibly that is playing into what their problem is. I'm pretty sure you said that as a joke because of the ability that we found on the ground like 30 minutes ago. But I'm starting to wonder. Yo, you found a knee charge skill lying on the ground in the deep desert. What does it mean? It's funny that you bring that up, and we were literally just talking about that. I didn't see that before. A lack of stamina as your players build. Lots of players have this issue now. Yeah, see, I'm not running out of stamina. I'm running out of shield. But I'm not putting that much Syndicate on. No chance. If I was catching fire in PvP battles, I might consider putting more Syndicate on. But we're not catching fire in PvP battles. Previously with these AI as well, I swear the fire did not damage me as much, but it's just ripping through now.
Who's there? Where's my reinforcement?
Wait, is that your own skill that got unequipped? No, I don't think so, Naruto, because I found a Shigawire Claw in the deep desert. That was the first skill that I found on the ground, and my Shigawire Claw was still working just fine. I honestly don't know what the hell that bug is or what's causing that bug. It should be safe to take it. Nothing happens when you pick it up. Nothing happens. It doesn't go into your inventory or anything like that. It'll say that you now have 2 compels or 2 knee charges or whatever, but you don't. I was compelled to pick it up. We had to. Curiosity killed the cat. We got jebaited by the compel. That or the compelled ability works so good they don't even have to cast it for it to work. Isn't that how they are doing the duping? Honestly, I don't know how the duping method works, Ross. I don't look into it enough to know how the actual method works. I just know where it is when I see it. You know what I mean? Like I see 10 dead bodies in the auction house or at the fucking charter ship in Arakeen, and I'm like, what are those 10 bodies doing there? And then I see 5 bodies up at the banker in the auction house dying over and over again, and I go, what are they doing there? And then I find out that duping hit the server, and it's like, oh, okay, that's what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? As to exactly what they're doing, I have no freaking idea. I see. Well, I mean, fuck, hopefully we don't get flagged for picking that shit up. I'll be so pissed off. I'll be so fuming pissed off if that, like, flagged for some shit. Like, look, man. The skill was just on the ground in the desert. How do you expect me to not pick it up? Let's be real for a second here. Yeah, that's so funny. Funcom didn't do shit to patch duping. If they wanted to patch duping, it'd be something that they're trying to actively patch midweek but they don't even drop midweek patches. It's crazy. Alicia, hey, hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Good to see ya. Also, it looks like they removed where the AI could one-shot you and power down your shield in the Haga Basin. On a live stream, you've seen a player using a go-kart to kill all the NPCs with one hit. Whoa, he's freaking out. This guy's going mad. I'm not sure what you mean by power down. I'm not sure what you mean with the AI one-shotting you. Do you mean powering down your shield in one shot, or do you mean where they were taking down Haga Basin bases?
I smile, Imperial pig. I spy.
Naruto picked it up too. Now we've both been flagged, Naruto. Nah, man, there's no way it's that simple. Duping 100% would ruin the experience. I agree, Ross. Well, and what's irritating is it's like a multiplayer game. Whereas in like Dragon Wilds, I duped in Dragon Wilds the mage books in order to get level 50 mage before the mage skill was technically unlocked. You know what I'm saying? That's a single player game, though. And even doing that, it's like if I went along and duped out a bunch of food and I duped out a bunch of health bandages and stuff like that, it would kind of ruin the progression that you're building up. You know what I mean? Even in a solo game. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I was wondering, I didn't know that was a bug, but the AI was definitely blitzing my shield after the update. So it's good to see that they somewhat addressed that.
Someone here. Shields up.
We're doing good. We're doing good, Alicia. Just another day. Alicia, and apparently it's an Unreal Engine 5 problem as well. So first off, Funcom, we're back in this dungeon, and these frickin' worm ghost things are everywhere. But first off, Funcom's not very, doesn't have a very good track record when it comes to patching these duplications out of games. For example, with Conan Exiles, I hear that a duplication glitch that was in the game on day 1 is still currently active in the game as we speak. So they don't have the best track record at actually taking care of this shit. But I hear that it's an Unreal Engine 5 problem as well. Combat's been annoying the whole damn time, I swear it has. I swear combat's been so frickin' annoying.
Shield on.
The stagger, though, definitely is a bug, I'm convinced. It's gotta be a bug. It doesn't happen all the time. I can't, like, recreate certain variables to make it happen on a consistent basis. It's always random as hell. Yeah, what sucks about that, Ross, is it's just a big-ass Chinese bot farm. Just one giant Chinese bot farm, and I guarantee you any of the Solari that they end up gaining from selling the melange that they're selling for basically pennies on the dollar, any of the Solari that they gain from that just immediately gets transferred off to a mule. And I wouldn't trust Funcom at all to be able to properly distinguish and take care of like the muling problem either. Because like on old school RuneScape has a botting problem as well, and those bots are Chinese bot farms as well, and that money gets sent off to a mule as well, who's holding on to all of the gold. But Jagex eventually tracks that shit down. Eventually, right? Funcom, I don't think would ever be able to. It's not random. This combat with the AI is predictable. It's the same thing.
I see someone.
Watch, this guy will do fire, but if I get too close to him, he does the Suspensor Blast. Now, if I get too close to him again, he's gonna melee whack. Watch, there he goes. Good job. Good job. Okay, hit me with another melee whack. Here comes the Suspensor Blast, though. He's just trying to build up. There's the Suspensor Blast. These guys have a very predictable and routine method that they fight in. It's not random. Like, the melee guys will run up to you and they will, they do specific things. They just do fucking specific things in a rotational pattern.
Colton identified.
Someone here. Help with this Imperial dome.
They don't even randomize the actions that the AI can do is the thing. Like, the AI can perform one of, like, let's say 7 actions. It literally has the same rotation of those 1 and 7 actions every time. It's not like it can do any of them between 1 through 7. It's like it can start anywhere between 1 through 7, but then if it starts in 5, up next is 6, and then is 7, and then is 1, and then is 2, and then is 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not even randomizing the order in which they can do this shit in. It's crazy, bro.
Who's that? I need help.
Fuck! Melee's meta in this game. And especially when you're fighting PvE. So what sucks? I know, David, what is happening, bro? What the fuck? I swear, it's like at some points in times the AI is just gonna non-stop loop its actions over and over again, and then other times it's just literally gonna stand there, dude. It's never predictable. So I guess if that's what you meant by random, you're right. Like, you can't predict how this shit's gonna act, dude. But Melee is super OP in the PvE combat, Alicia, because if I was in this room right now and there was 2 AI here and 2 AI here and 1 AI here and I was the only target for them, all 5 of them are going to be shooting at me at the same exact time. So if I pull out my sniper and I decide to shoot at these guys, I'm going to have 4 people firing at me with no shields on, because I drop my shields when I shoot. So basically in PvE, every time I drop my shields, I'm putting myself at a disadvantage. So that's why running around with melee and a shield is just literally what the PvE content boils down to. And see, that's what I'm saying, Ross. A lot of people like will listen to me bitch about this game and get upset. Like, why are you bitching so much about the game? Or I'll get comments like, if you're bitching about, or why are you still playing the game if you bitch about it so much? And what those people need to understand is, like, we've put more fucking hours into this game than you should put into this game. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, the things that we're nitpicking are nitpicks, but they are still problems. And they're only really problems that you start to notice once you get super late into the game and you realize, like, hey, it's been this way the whole time. And realistically, I say this all the time, this game did not, the PvE in this game did not start to piss me off until we got into the deep desert and I watched them artificially inflate the difficulty. That's when it all clicked for me, and I was like, oh, these guys have no creative juices left in their brain at all. They have no idea how to craft, like, fun and engaging PvE content. And I cannot believe, now that the veil has been lifted, how piss poorly designed the rest of this looks. It's a toxic relationship. It totally is. It totally is. Man, whether the game succeeds or not isn't necessarily why I bitch about it. The reason I bitch and the reason I'm like, it just sounds like I'm bitching, bro. I'm pointing out facts, okay? Like, you can say I'm bitching when I'm complaining about something that's not fucking factually true. But if I'm pointing out facts, I'm not bitching. I'm fucking pointing out facts. This is what I told the lady at Walmart when she's like, do you have to complain about the way everything is run around here? Look, as soon as I'm lying, you can say I'm complaining. Other than that, I'm just literally telling you the truth. So I don't care whether or not the game succeeds, bro. It's just, I'm just not gonna sugarcoat how I feel. Especially because it doesn't matter what game you're playing, or it doesn't matter what sort of, like, complaints that you have. There's always gonna be people who will come out of the fucking woodworks to defend a game. It's the craziest thing. I remember, like, in Once Human, when I was complaining about the monetization, bro, I was like, Once Human's not dropping a new scenario, and all they give a fuck about is the monetization. And people would literally come out of the woodworks to defend that game. And I'm just like, look, okay, you go have fun paying another $200 for a loot crate instead of playing a new scenario. Grievous 328 coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. A game developed by sociopaths making sociopaths. That's it's probably not too far from the truth there. Well, and a lot of people, when I start bitching too, I've stopped even mentioning the fact, but you gotta take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, because there is hundreds of hours of content for people to do inside of the Haga Basin. The progression system is really solid, and for the price point of the game, you can more than get your money out of it. And I feel like that's why when people hear me bitch so much, or as, like, heavily as I do about the game, they're kind of, like, taken off guard, like, confused, because you can get your money's worth out of this game, more than your money's worth, you know what I mean? So, like, in that regard, it's very solid. A very solid foundation as well. But if like Ross was saying, if we don't bitch about it and make it very apparent what the things and the problems are with the game, then those things will, in fact, for sure never change. Like, chances that the devs actually listen to player feedback anyways fucking god. Good player feedback. Run, you fat fucking cankly old fucking fart. God, what do you got? Your fucking ankles broken or something? You fucking idiot. You need a cane or something? You old fart? Huh? You need me to get you a fucking wheelchair out here? God. Run! I don't even know what I was saying now. This stupid old man goes waddling through the fucking hallway like he's got a shit stuck in his ass. Give me a second.
Let's get the bastard.
This AI somehow got an angle on me. Also, did I just see somebody flying around? Oh, that's gonna fucking kill me. Haha, suckers! You're not even in a spot where you could DM me this time. Losers. Now you're fucked. Now that I got the spice, oh, you're in trouble now. I've got health. That's what we're missing is bandages, you freaks. I gotta run around with 1 health on you guys. You're done. Get wiped.
Where is everybody? Need to reload.
Guy's got a castle on a hill. Justin, hello, hello, hello. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. I think we're just over halfway done with this damn thing here. Maybe like 5 more sieges, 4. Even less if I would just go ahead and do Adam's thing and cycle through all of these, but... What dispenser do I use? Horizons, we use the full dispenser belt. It's just the one that I like the most. I get the most air with it. I get the most upward suspension. Also, when you're flat on the ground, I can just hold the space bar and go up, you know? That's a big old pentashield right there. You know, that's just whatever weird tiering system that Funcom decided. They could have slotted... Okay, sure, that's fucking great. They could have slotted any of the dispenser belts into,
Shoot and go.
Alright, you asshole. Oh my god, bro. You remember when we were talking about the AI sleeping on us? Now what the fuck is going on? It just hit like 6 of those shots in a row. Sniping at me in the air as I'm flying through the air. Of course there's 3 melee fuckers down here. The planner one doesn't seem great. I don't like the planner one. I really just don't.
Found them.
Nice, nice. Getting staggered on my thing. Big. Cool. God, get in, bro! It's just so random, dude. Oh, come on, we can dive harder than that. Hup, hup. As graceful as a butterfly. How much longer is the main story quest? Like, we gotta be coming up on the end of that main story quest, don't we?
There's someone here.
I need backup.
Dark, you're so right. Somebody on this server actually brought up something that could be a really good solution to that problem. Oh my god. And it would be if they just made the shield wall something that didn't wipe each week. Oh my god, bro. Since they're bringing the tier 6 mats out to the deep desert, they might as well just make that like permanent. The shield wall. Like, I don't see why the shield wall can't be permanent. That way you wouldn't have to take your stuff all the way back to the Haga Basin every single week. And it would just make it to where the shield wall is probably where bases are going to get set up, like the end game guild bases and whatnot. Which would maybe help clear out some of the lag happening on the Haga Basin due to the frickin' bases they have decaying everywhere. But yeah, moving everything in and out of the deep desert every single week is so annoying. It's just a time sink. It's just another Funcom time sink. They like to shove those down on in there. Yep. Make things take longer. They want that retention. When they came up with that idea, that was another idea that Funcom came up with we got fireworks blowing in the background, confetti fucking going off, all the devs are smacking each other on the ass. It would make too much sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. I mean, like, we're expecting way too much out of Funcom there, aren't we? Aren't we, streams? We can't expect them to develop games using their brains. Who the hell does that? Yep, full 2008 recession of the housing market out there. Yes, see, you're right. So that's what I'm saying, Dark. If they made it to where the shield wall was more permanent, you can move stuff from the E row to the shield wall a lot faster than you can move stuff from the A row into the Haga Basin. Chuji on the live stream points out that a carrier with a storage would definitely help with that as well. So it would turn the 20 trips from the A row to the Haga Basin with assault ornithopters into hopefully 5 or less, you know what I mean? The exchange storage limit, bro. Caustic is so right. You want to know what else is disgusting about the exchange? Dude, inside of the exchange, you can't move stuff from the exchange to your vehicle. So if you move, let's say you got like 10,000 capacity in there, it's only 1,500. Okay, let's say you move 1,500 weight worth of plastanium out there. You're only going to be able to take that out of the bank 127 at a time. You can't send it from the bank directly to your vehicle. Bro, do they fucking put any thought into the systems that they're crafting before they just slap them together? It's a complete and total slap job, and it's fucking crazy how they're still able to pull off quote unquote financial successes inside of in with these games. It's broken. The bank that you can put your shit into should be unlimited space and unlimited weight. Period. If you're going to take a break from the game and you want to take all of your shit to the bank, you should be able to take it all out there. All of it. Oh yeah, 1,500's enough. Caustic, you're so right. This is another one where it's like, I just picture these devs in a room when they come up with these ideas, and their fucking pyro budget must be just through the roof. Funcom's not hiring new developers or training new developers. They're spending all of their money on their pyro budget, so every time somebody comes up with what they consider to be an amazing idea, they just fucking fire all that off and they can clap and high five and throw the confetti around again. It's crazy. None of them have played the game, not even for 2 hours, Eurism. And you will not be able to change my thought process on this, because if any of the developers of this game played this game legitimately for 2 hours without spawning themselves stuff in, they would have noticed that not having a deposit all button on the water cisterns is a problem, and that would have been something that the game launched with. But they didn't. They did zero quality assurance. That's why I say if I worked at a development studio, I would force my employees to play the game for 4 hours every Friday Every Friday would be 4 hours of hard grinding your own character in the game that you're developing. And then the second half of that Friday, your ass is going to go through and make a list of things that you enjoyed and didn't enjoy, things that could be fixed and need to be fixed, and this, that, and the other, so that Monday when you come in, you know damn well exactly what you should start off with, which is the fucking list that you made Friday. Bro, come on now. But, I mean, we're asking too much here, because these people don't treat their jobs like it's a passion project anymore. They treat it very much so like it's a job. And that's not necessarily the developer's fault, but when you have game developers treating game development like a job and not a passion project, you get shitty games. Period. End of story. There's nothing, I don't care how talented of a developer you are, I don't care how many years of experience your crew has in developing, if they're not passionate about the project that they're creating, they are going to create shit, bro. And as you can see with Dune Awakening, oh, we got fucking disconnected again. As you can see with Dune Awakening, we're back. They can polish a turd, right? But at the end of the day, it's still just like a turd. So now we gotta hope that they go in and do some surgery here, because at the core of this pile of shit is a golden statue. They took a golden statue of a game, covered it in shit, and then covered the shit in polish. You know what I mean? So now we gotta get out of the polish, we gotta clear out the shit, and then we gotta rebuild the base from the bones that the game has, because the game does have solid bones. The progression system, really solid. Your playthrough in the Haga Basin, super solid. Even though the PvE in the Haga Basin is incredibly redundant, they've somehow managed to hide that. You don't notice how redundant it is, or you don't get mad about how redundant it is until you move out into the deep desert. Is Joel the creative director? He's the creative director, isn't he, Eurism? And this is why my stance is that it's got to be a full team wipe. Whole team needs to go. Sorry. From the top all the way to the bottom of creative at Funcom has got to go. What's been taken, J-Wolf? You got to give me a little bit more context for the context than that. Yeah, because we got to keep an eye out. Somebody's nabbed now 2 MK6 cutter rays from the base inside of the deep desert that I have. Somebody's either using the cutter rays, which is my assumption. My assumption is somebody's using the cutter rays. That or somebody on our guild be pulling the thing. I suggest to J-Wolf that you hold a chest off to the side that you have set to private, and that you store like your tier 6 materials and shit in there. So that way if somebody doesn't come and take shit, they're taking like fucking Haga Basin shit, you know what I mean? Joel is the creative director? Is that what you're saying? It's designed to waste your time on purpose? I said that that's Funcom's... Funcom has a giant banner as they lead into their development studio that says, "How will you waste the player's time today?" Fuck, what did I say? The first time I said that, bro, we came up with the perfect slogan. It was the perfect slogan for them, because their whole development motto is, how can we waste their time? How can we waste the player's time? And somebody came in the stream and was trying to blame all of the problems that Dune Awakening has on Tencent. And I wasn't having that, bro. Like, that's just blame shifting in my opinion. But, when it comes to things such as the, what was I just bitching about? Oh, when it comes to development mottos such as how can we draw retention time out of the players, draw retention by any means necessary, that sort of mindset, I would in fact agree with the argument that you could blame that on Tencent. That's probably a Tencent initiative. You know what I'm saying? The game being fucked and boring and lacking any sort of PvE creativity has nothing to do. Tencent didn't come in and say, you know, make the game make the PvE in the game redundant as hell. They came in and said, make sure that you make the players play for as long as possible. Like that I could see. Well, I mean, look, man. I don't know what all the creative director has a say in, but let's just say, for example, for a second here, that Joel, as a creative director, has a say in how PvP is incentivized. Well, he fucked that up. Let's go ahead and say Joel has a say in how the deep desert is laid out each and every single week, in the sense of, you know, what sort of land masses are being put out there. How copy and paste are they? Well, he fucked that one up, didn't he? And the list just goes on and on and on. And this is what I was getting at. You can definitely blame it on the higher-ups, but Joel also is managing a team of people who put this out. So in my opinion, if the lead has to go, everybody under the lead has to go as well. At least 90%. There might be that, like, slim 10% of people who it's like, okay, it's very obvious that the work that you put into this project makes sense and validates you retaining your job here. But in my opinion, like, the lack of creativity in something in a project like this, I'd fucking can the whole creative team immediately, bro. Immediately. We have 160 viewers over on YouTube, and we've managed to push up to 40 likes. We always can appreciate OMC coming in, doing my job for me as I'm ranting and bitching about the game, pushing for them likes. Hey, we appreciate ya. Streams, they just push dumb changes and don't push any good changes. They don't have the creative capacity to push any good changes. They don't have the creative capacity to come up with good changes is the point that I'm getting at, which is why the entire team's got to go. The only thing that spares them, if I was the Funcom CEO, the only thing that spares the creative team is the fact that the game was a financial success. At least 60% of them would still be getting canned. I'd be finding the least creative bunch inside of that group and getting rid of them, because they can't fucking create for shit. They have no imagination. Or there's something wrong. Something in that team is not functioning properly when you have a bunch of copy and paste content. Or the AI in the South Haga Basin is the same as the AI in the Western Vermilius Gap, is the same as the AI in the Eastern and Western Shield Wall, is the same as the AI in the Haga Rift, is the same as the AI in the A section of the Deep Desert, and then finally is the same as the AI in the PvP zone of the Deep Desert. But in the PvP zone, we're going to do something to increase the difficulty. You guys want to know what that is? Artificial inflation of the stats. That's the most creative thing that they can possibly come up with. Come on now. Come on now. Fringe, if they even hired one player rep on the creative team who listened to the players, the problem is OMC, there's too much feedback coming in from too many directions. Because I guarantee there's people who have the opposite viewpoint that I do. You know what I'm saying? I can guarantee that there's people who have the opposite viewpoint that I do. Same rocks, same item placements, same chest locations, just different mobs in some areas. Yep. Ross has got it. Might sound like I'm bitching, you guys, but I'm just fucking telling it like it is, isn't it? Aren't I? Aren't I? Everything that I'm saying might sound like I'm bitching, but everything I'm saying is the truth, bro. Dead ass. Dead ass. None of that cave is... you know, like, honestly, I can bitch about this game all day, but they've recently, ever since the devs have come back in, they have been making moves. And the way PvE is right now, and hopefully they can stop catering to the PvE players, and they can start to actually think about how they're gonna incentivize PvP properly and balance the mechanics of the PvP properly. For example, spawning right directly on top of the labs, fucking spawning there indefinitely, the lack of like any sense of like loss when you're dying in PvP. You know what I mean? Shrooms, the only good thing that we had left was PvP. They finally have a week of good item drops, and they F it up by making most of it drop in the PvE zone. Yeah, ain't that the truth? There was one drop in PvP this week. Hopefully they can focus PvP now, Cave. I'm stalling here for a reason. I'm gonna be right back, bro. I'm gonna go splash some water on my face. But hopefully they can focus on PvP now. Hopefully. We can only freaking hope, right? We can only hope. I'm still convinced that the very first expansion that comes out for this game, the Water Wars, is going to be 85% PvE and then 15% PvP, and that eventually the Deep Desert's going to be abandoned content, and they're going to end up moving into some like sort of Battlegrounds style shit. The generative location crap is okay, but you can't just have 2 to 3 variants. You need to have more than that. You're right. You're right. And if you're not going to have more than that, don't fucking have a dev stream where you come in and say that you handcrafted each and every single Deep Desert. These guys piss all over you, and then they tell you it's raining, and I'm starting to get fucking tired of it. You know? I'm starting to get tired of it. I'll be right back. I can't believe they locked Harmony for new players. Man, J-Rob, I can't believe it either. Have you gone on Google and checked, like, Reddit or Discord to see if anybody else is talking about this? And if it's, like, guaranteed locked for good, or if it's just, like, temporarily locked? Because that's madness, dude. That's madness. Man, dude, why the fuck would you even harvest spice to get residue when you could just siege swap and pick it up from here? If the deep desert was handcrafted, we wouldn't see these obviously glaring oversights. You're so right, Shrooms. 100%. Yeah. Dude, they just need to shut down some servers then, Dampier, you know what I mean? And that's the problem. They need to start merging servers so that people don't feel as much of a need to transfer servers just to get into PvP. Because if J-Rob's server merged with another server, I bet he would feel no need to swap to Harmony right now and grind out another character. And that's what's funny. They're gonna end up. They're just. Oh my god, dude. They're so stupid, bro. It's just so fucking dumb. It's a dumb decision, bro. It's like I don't know who their PR team is. I don't know who like their team is. Who like tries to use hindsight to predict what a decision that they're getting ready to make might do. But check this out. If they literally lock people out of being able, let's say that this isn't something that is a bug and like is going to be fixed in a day or two so people can re-roll on Harmony in a day or two or whatever, right? Let's assume that this is just something that they're doing on purpose from here on out. It's just going to kill the game. Because if J-Rob's not having fun, or if anybody's not having fun on the server that they're currently on, PvP-wise, and then they can't roll onto a server where they think they might have fun on PvP-wise, guess what they're going to probably do? Stop playing. Probably just going to stop playing. Funcom will inevitably let it spiral until it's too late. 90% of their locations are the same modular sets we use for crafting our own bases, only with wear and tear pieces, but they couldn't come up with more layouts. Isn't that the truth, Caustic? You bring up a good point. They just like slapped the assets from that you could put up in bases all around up in here. It's actually freaking wild, OMC. Oh my god, it puts me just out of range of hitting this guy. A lot of people are actually done. Somebody, like I said today when I wasn't live, somebody in the Haga Basin was raging, bro. They were like, "I'm done." What they did with the melee the melee stagger problem. They were like, I can't with this game anymore. And they're just gonna continue to push people out. and then they lock the popular servers from new characters to stem the bleed from all the other servers, when in reality what they should be doing is possibly trying to merge the other servers. There's like a dozen other ways that they could try and fix the problem, but they just go with whatever they find to be the easiest solution. Consequences be damned. It's wild. I'm here for it though. I mean, like, shit, I'll ride this shit all the way down to the bottom. It's gonna be a fun ride down. And then I'll be able to say to all the people who were like, you should talk better about the game and maybe people will play it. I'll be able to say, I fucking told you so. Maybe they should have fixed the game. Maybe they should have fixed the game, dude. My God, bro. People will come out of the woodworks to defend a game. Any game, every game. If you start to criticize it, people will literally come out of the woodworks. Like, even, like I said, with Once Human, I was bitching about the cosmetics, which is a pretty, you know, it's a pretty universal thing people aren't happy with inside of Once Human. The damn cosmetics and how egregious their whole loot box system is. I still had people show up in the comments, like, vehemently defending it. It's crazy. Your friend and I bought the game and you aren't on the same server. You both play but can't play together. You think you just tried to overcompensate with it being a Dune title. They did. They definitely did. They were placating to the lore hounds way too much, dude. In the sense of, like, trying to keep the game lore friendly and this, that, and the other, right? They were too afraid to, like, expand out with any sense of creativity. But even keeping it lore friendly, dude, I've said it before, Force Gaming came up with the idea in the review that he gave of the game. He came up with the idea. He said the PvE is boring and it's redundant. And he came up with the idea that anything would have been better to add in. And he said maybe we could have had it to... maybe we could have had it to where we could fight the hallucinations that we get from the spice trips. And then I expanded on that and I said, how about instead of just fighting the hallucinations, because that would only be able to happen at specific times, they created some labs that are so infused with spice. There's so much spice dust in the air that going into the lab forces you to hallucinate. And the hallucinations are so intense that it actually manifests them into things that you have to fight. Holy shit, did I just keep it within the Dune lore and come up with some creative new PvE for the game? I, in fact, fucking did. Did it take more than an ounce of creative effort? No, it fucking didn't. The whole team has got to go. I'm sorry, financial success or not, y'all motherfuckers have zero creative blood running through your body, and you're on the creative team. What are we doing here? Hello? Come on. Like, come on, dude. Yeah, the PvP, the lack of PvP incentive actually gets me the most, Dampier. It really does. The home server thing sucks, but now they have to consolidate it. What do you mean? Like, you guys are on different sietches? Because you technically should be able to move your base over to his sietch if you're on the same server. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Caustic. Somebody, it was a while ago, and the guy was like, maybe if you talked better about the game, more people would buy it. And I was like, if me glazing the game convinces somebody to purchase it, and then they have a bad time, that makes me out to be the fucking asshole, okay? Nailed it. Right in the hole. I really would like to see the control points turn into a Throne and Liberty-esque style system, OMC, where they were timed events that happened at specific locations where guilds could,
Greetings, and welcome to Imperial.
after a 15-minute warning, guilds could, like, pile in and try to get into some, like, actual organized guild versus guild combat. Gotcha. Okay, so you guys are on different servers entirely, so one of you would have to re-roll. Yeah, that does suck.
We got in.
Missed him. Alright, the AI looks like it's falling asleep, so we're just gonna hopefully smooth breeze through this thing.
Some below.
Well, don't expect him to knock out any new coding.
I'm empty.
It's a bit mind-numbing that there's that many servers in the game, and they're at a point where they're refusing to admit that they opened up too many servers, and they're also refusing to do anything about it. Like, it's not the biggest ask in the world to combine deep deserts, in my opinion, especially considering that private servers already have combined deep deserts. Private servers already have like 50 sieges slapped into one deep desert.
Empty.
So they could realistically cut the amount of servers in this game into thirds, which would give people like J-Rob more competition without having to re-roll on Harmony. But instead, they're just like, actually, let's just make it impossible for people to re-roll on Harmony, therefore probably kicking them out of the game. Yeah, it's a bit crazy, man.
Here. Found you.
Someone here.
Back up. Shield on.
Oh, dude, Eurism, don't. We added some fresh start servers. Oh my gosh, don't. Oh. You purely got lucky and you started your first game on Harmony, yeah. Definitely feels bad for... I mean, like, I've got a higher level character than we are currently over on the Dugap server. But thankfully, we decided to re-roll when we did. I just convinced myself that they weren't going to come out with character transfers anytime soon. That's why we decided to re-roll. If they started moving Haga basins around, that might run into a problem where two bases end up overlapping each other. So Funcom loves to do the easiest thing. So that's why I'm even giving them an out. I'm like, here, your guys' easiest thing is to... Oh, I'm fucking dead again. Not... The easiest thing for them to do here is to simply add in or combine deep deserts. Like, that's the simplest solution. Oh my god, bro. Shit. Unfucking believable. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, dude. It's giving these guys extra fucking reach. They're using daggers and they have reach like they're using a fucking longsword.
Enemy found.
Your private server now has 60 plus sietches? That's what I'm saying. Oh, I got you. Right, so now it's like one deep desert has 60 Haga basins. And they're all technically on the same server. This game has a 10-year plan the same way Conan Exiles has a 10-year plan, which is they have 10 years of drip-fed content to drip-feed the players. And the player base is gonna get lower and lower and lower, and eventually we'll be sitting at Conan levels of players. I anticipate, so when are we gonna see Conan levels of players? Let me get on the Steam charts here in a second, and then I'll make my prediction. I think Conan is what's Conan's 24-hour peak? Because Dune Awakening is still hitting over a 30,000 24-hour peak, which is exactly where I expect it to be. Conan. Conan's hitting a... Fucking hell. Conan's hitting a 24-hour peak of 8,000 players. Is that normal? It's gone up in the past couple of days for some reason. Did something happen in Conan? It's typically around 5,000 or 6,000. 6,000, 6,500 daily active players. I don't know anything about Conan Caustic, to be honest. It's just another Funcom game. That's why we're using it to predict what's going to happen with this game. And if Conan sits at around 6,500 players, when is Dune Awakening going to hit that 6,500 player mark? I would assume that... So, there's two big things that we're waiting on inside of Dune Awakening that are really going to show us what the future is going to look like. The first one is this first DLC coming out in October that's meant to have a side quest alongside cosmetics, aka a fucking battle pass. So it's entirely up in the air as to like how in depth the side quest is gonna be, how much actual new content is gonna come in with it. I mean, it's up in the air, right? So if I had to guess, it's gonna be basically nothing. It's gonna be a boring ass, very fast side quest and or just some sort of like instanced thing that you can partake in weekly that you can find inside of the world map. You're basically going to find something inside of the world map and you'll be able to partake in a world map dungeon weekly.
What's your purpose here, Imperial?
But it's that update paired with the Water Wars update. Oh god. Oh, God. Bro, I actually hate how debilitating the audio is. The audio hallucinations fuck me up, dude. That's good. That's gonna what's end up happening to Dune then.
There's someone here.
Um,
Who's there? Who's that?
I bet. If October's update is super lame, Dune Awakening's daily player count is going to drop down to 15,000. I think people come October, if they don't get any solid content coming in the game, which I'm not holding my breath that they will, come October when that DLC drops, which isn't going to be substantial, it's going to knock the player base down to 15,000 peak concurrent on the 24-hour basis. And then when the Water Wars expansion comes out, that's going to be interesting. Isn't Dune Awakening planning on charging for expansions? Because that's going to be something where people won't come back. People won't come back to pay for an expansion. But if it's free, if they make the expansions free, I'd imagine that they'll get back up to 50,000 concurrent players. That's what I'm guessing. They won't be able to keep people around to drip feeding content for even a year. October is locked in. October is locked in, and I can practically guarantee you it's going to have something to do with the world map, and it's going to be some stupid-ass instanced dungeon. We can only hope that it's an instanced dungeon that is different each week, which I doubt it. It'd probably be the same thing each week. But maybe gives you, like, some different rewards each week. Right? Like, maybe if it was a weekly dungeon that dropped a tier 6 schematic for you each week, it would at least give you... It would at least be somewhat worthwhile. But probably won't even be that fucking... They charge for all the expansions on Conan. Yeah, people won't come back. Like, I won't... Like, I'm not interested... you get the first Water Wars expansion for the pre-purchase of the game, don't you? Because I tell you what, I'm not going to purchase an expansion. I fucking hate games that do that, bro. I hate them. Like, Borderlands, that shit pisses me off, dude. If you're going to create expansions and charge for expansions, just fucking make a new game. Just make a new game and put what you would have put in the expansion into the new game. Like, what are we fucking doing? I bet nah, because you know what they keep talking about? They're going to expand the game with parallel progression, OMC. So if the expansion's an entirely new world, but then you, like, have the same parallel progression that you have over here in the Haga Basin, what are we going to do? Go through iron to copper to... Or from copper to iron to steel again? They're not getting Tier 7 out until the Water Wars, Adam. You're going to be waiting until next year for that. David, I'm telling you, man. If you look at the Steam description for the first 3 DLCs, one of the DLCs that launched with the game, if you look at the description for those, they're all cosmetic in nature. I made a video in Dune where I actually, and you know, people came out of the woodworks to defend it. This was before the game dropped, and I saw the Steam page that described the first DLCs, and I started sounding the early alarms. I was like, bro, these first 3-4 DLCs don't sound like they're going to be anything special. So what sort of new content can we, what sort of content cadence can we actually expect to see with this game? And then I also pointed out that they're basically coming out with a battle pass because a quarterly cosmetics, in my opinion, regardless of how you shape them, is a battle pass. Like, regardless of what package you put it into, selling me cosmetics on a quarterly basis is a battle pass, my friend. It's obviously not a one-to-one, but you know what? It's close enough. Damn, OMC, you actually bring up a really good point right there. They got their money on promises of a 10-year plan, so it's not in their interest in spending any more money than they have to. Therefore, if the expansion was free, it would end up being worthless in quality. You're so right. Because they see dollar bills attached to the expansion, maybe it'll have a decent amount of quality to it. But again, they were always talking about parallel progression, and that's how they were planning on expanding the game. So expanding the game through parallel progression and then adding in a tier 7 to the end of that just isn't it. And also that's going to lead to the deep desert being abandoned. Like, I'm still fully on the boat that this very first expansion is going to be 85% PvE. It's going to unlock tier 7 inside of the PvE zone, and then Deep Desert's going to receive a few to, if any, sort of updates. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if by this whole Water War update that they pushed out, they just came out with some sort of like battlegrounds, and they just shifted PvP and their focus on PvP to whatever the fuck they plan on doing with battlegrounds. And again, all of that is my prediction because all of that requires the bare minimum amount of creative fucking juices and effort. Hey, no way. Ida Loki coming in, dropping the prime over on Twitch, even in the middle of the rant. We appreciate you. Can't even believe it. You dropped the prime before you dropped the follow. Welcome, welcome. We appreciate you. You're a freaking madman, my friend. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? It's time to get those hips loose. Why is it not working? Oh, it's because it's Control-Shift-S. I'm hitting the wrong keys. Hey, let's loosen those hips, ladies and gentlemen, because Ida's coming in, dropping that prime. Let's get those hips loose as a goose. There you go. Hey, if you could get them hips moving like that, by the time you're 80, you're going to be doing somersaults. Ladies and gentlemen, did I say goose? I meant geese. I meant geese. I wish I could listen to the music while this is pumping as well, because this song is a banger, bro. It just slaps, dude. You know what it is? I think my editing software used AI to make that song. Don't be mad at me. It's an AI generated song. I'm like pretty sure. We appreciate you, Ida. Oh, welcome. With the new patch, they gave us cosmetics for the sand bike. Happened to Planetside 2. Hold up, I missed it. We missed context. Probably the best thing that can happen to Dune Awakening for the players is if they sell to a new company who wanted to invest and expand it right. Damn, OMC. Do you think... Can games do that? Like, there's no fuck... Is there precedence of that happening before, of a game developing a game? God, that would be such a Funcom move. This is my first experience with this company, but already I'm like, yep, that sounds like Funcom for you. Fuck, dude. They develop a game with like a solid bone, like a solid bone structure to it. Like Dune Awakening's progression system, super solid. The creativity on the PvE side of things, piss poor, but it's got a solid structure to it, and there's a lot that can be done with it to make it better. And Funcom's not the company to do it fucking properly. So honestly, you're right. It should get sold. Damn. Damn, somebody, actually, you know what? Asmongold hated his time in this game. I was gonna say, doesn't he fucking run like a gaming studio or something like that? Like a low tier, low, I don't mean like low tier, but like indie devs or some shit like that.
Instead of invasion.
He did not enjoy his time in this game. That'd probably be a pretty hard sell. Troy coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Bro, they should sell it. They should indeed sell it. Who would be a good studio? Who would be a good studio to take over Dune Awakening? You know, let's, what's it called? Let's do like a fantasy draft here. What studio would be the best one to take over Dune Awakening? I'm trying to think in my head. Who would I... Definitely not Ubisoft. Don't fucking sell it to Ubisoft. Who could take this game over, though? Man, who's really good at running like online survival games, man? I'm trying to think. You know who I think? Don't fucking give it to Face Punch, Cowboy. That's not even funny. Don't even say that. Don't even say that, Cowboy. If we want just cheaters to be running rampant in here, give it to fucking Face Punch. I think we've somehow, like, not had as bad of problems as it seems to be over on Rust. We get, Pal World. EA, you guys are throwing out terrible suggestions, okay? Face Punch and EA are maybe the worst ones. Valve, maybe. A player-owned investment group. Are we starting the petition here? Is that what just happened? I don't got the capital for that, unfortunately. That would be funny though. Bungie will be looking for work. We don't want Bungie to have it. Obsidian was what I was thinking, Gassy. That's kind of what I was thinking. What does Valve make? Like, I know Valve's a studio that the name I trust because there's games that I've played that I've enjoyed. I just can't think of them. Yeah, it can't be Bungie. Obsidian, maybe if we want some more fucking wild-ass bugs and crazy RPG elements slapped in this bitch. Definitely not EA. Definitely not Face Punch. Bethesda, I mean, probably not either. I'm saying just give it to CD Projekt. Is that a development studio? I didn't realize that was a studio. Dota 2's a game. Oh, Half-Life is what they are known for? See, it's like, that's not multiplayer, bro. We need a studio that's actually able to handle multiplayer, and they know what's going on with that. What did I stop at this base for? To dump my stuff off, to get bandages, and now let's check the Landsrad. Damn it, we're so close. This was a much faster grind. I need a fuel cell. This was a much faster grind than killing the Masquerade. That took forever. CD Projekt is the team that was behind Cyberpunk, right? They do focus on single player, bro. And I'm not. We need a multiplayer team. But CD Projekt is who worked on Cyberpunk, correct? Valve owns Steam. Fuck, Valve would probably be good. The guys that did Valheim, see, that's why I'm looking into, like, I don't know the names of the studios with Palworld or Valheim, but that's why I'm looking into, like, survival games that are kind of in this same genre and have been somewhat successful. Because I feel like Palworld could take this game and do a lot with it. I don't know who the hell develops Palworld. I don't pay attention. Don't, Jed. Don't. I'd hate to say it, but Pirates Gaming Studios would come in here and improve this spaghetti string code. So take that for what you will. Their code somehow is fucking outshined this. I need gas. I know we have gas here somewhere. If I was gas, where would I be? Well, that'll work. I'll be taking those. Well, the one thing that worries me with the Palworld devs is they launched their game without an anti-cheat, and their online servers were so frickin' broken, dude, that you just couldn't play the Palworld online servers. Bottom row, the front of base. Jed, I don't know how you know these things. Are you just locking this information in your brain? You think, okay. Gotcha. Sending me on a wild goose chase. 11-bit studios, they could do a Frostpunk version of Dune. I don't want them to come in. I don't want them to come in and change like a whole bunch. Just a little bit of creativity and a studio that's actually competent in handling and progressing forward an online game. You know, Jagex was dipping their toes into the survival genre. I don't know if they would be able to just like fully dive straight into something like this, but honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Did CD Projekt develop Cyberpunk? I don't know if I ever got that answered. With the new RuneScape Dragon Wilds release? Yes, they did. Okay. Well, that actually, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to a team like CD Projekt picking this up. Because if there's one thing that they showed with Cyberpunk is that they are willing to stick it out and fix it. You know what I mean? I remember my homeboy was trying to get me to... I'm not a huge fan of single-player games, and my homie was so excited for Cyberpunk, bro. So excited. He was like trying to hype me up about it, and I was like, look, dude, like I'm glad you're excited, but single-player games aren't my like jam, and I'm not excited. I'm not on your level of excitement. And when it came out and it was just so bad, I just remember feeling bad. I was like, man, he was wanting to like that game so bad, and it's just so bad right now. There's no way he can be too thrilled. But they stuck it out, and they've actually turned it into a solid game, and I'm like, good on him. My homeboy actually probably does dig playing the game nowadays. Good on him.
Enemy spotted.
Bro, fuck me, dude. So irritating. Why am I on fire and they're not even hitting me with it?
Yeah. Raising shield.
Oh, and I just don't get stunned that time? Oh my god, of course.
Greetings, and welcome to Imperial Desert Testing Station number 6. This station is dedicated.
They absolutely did thrash the shit out of Melee in this update. It is so frustrating. And it literally does all stem from the it does all stem from the fact that you're getting stunned when you parry. It just doesn't make sense. And it throws the rhythm off on everything. Rockstar? Oh, David, actually, David? That's the biggest idea. That's the winner right there. David wins it, right? That would be the dream team, wouldn't it? Fuck, that'd be the dream team, wouldn't it? I'd be down for Rockstar. Rockstar's not that good at putting combat together, like with the PvP. Like, I never got into GTA's PvP and its gunplay. It's all like a little bit wonky. But you know what? This doesn't. They don't need to be excellent at that for Dune Awakening, right? It doesn't. They don't need. Actually, Dune Awakening is kind of like similar to that, bro. That would actually work. Damn, dude. We need the Rust devs to bring back base rating. Wars doesn't know what to do with himself anymore. Oh, man. Honestly, Facepunch continue to release solid content for Rust. They've mastered the PvP across multiple server experience. Man, dude, way you talk up Rust like that makes me want to play. Like, honestly, I've enjoyed base rating in Rust, or in Dune Awakening so much that it makes me want to get down in Rust. The problem with Rust is I've played it before and I suck ass at the game. Granted, when I played it, I never played with my headset on, so I was always playing at like a mega disadvantage for no reason. Right. Trying not to get mad, but I'm actually super freaking irritated right now. Bro, the rest of the AI completely trivial, but when the melee motherfuckers get turned into high gear, bro, they're the most annoying things to fucking deal with in the entire game. Oh my god, bro. And when there's two of them, it's just fucking broken. Nice, dude. My biggest crash outs in this game come with the PvE, dude. It actually... Where did this guy even come from? Where did these guys even come from? Okay, it loops, I guess. Look at him. What's he doing over there? And there he is. Big stagger coming in for the miss. Huge. Okay. There were some chats I needed to catch up on, and then we got jumped on by those bastards. They hope you fix what ASAP. If Face Punch would ruin this game, the griefing is already bad enough as it is. You know, Face Punch seems super lax with their online servers, bro. They really do. They need to crack down on like the cheaters and the exploiters and shit. They're really bad at it. But I kind of agree with Dojo if we're talking about the Haga Basin base rating. If the bases were abandoned, dude, that shit, they needed to get out. Because they were lagging the fuck out of the game. People were abusing certain systems to shut the base down, but that's a different story. I never played Warframe. I've never played Warframe, so I wouldn't be able to, like, speak into that. They're probably not going to sell it. It's definitely like a dream scenario here is that they would get rid of it. Yeah, Dune Awakening needs some TLC from another development team is the thing. So since Tencent owns Funcom, maybe Tencent will just be like, we're going to shift this over to some other development team. Every patch breaks the game more. They said they fixed crashes. You crashed 3 times today. Wars, I'm crashing all over the place as well. I don't understand it. I mean, like, okay, Dojo. It's completely, you're like comparing apples and oranges, Dojo. You kind of sound dumb right now. You're comparing apples and oranges. Because Rust is a game where you're not expected any sort of security inside of your base. Whereas in Dune Awakening, inside of the Haga Basin, you are expecting some sort of security inside of your base. So I could easily see why people would consider it griefing. In that same sense, though, the people who are saying that you're griefing a powered down base, you and Ross seem to be just having a miscommunication right now. Talking about 2 different things. Make sure your page file is large enough if you are crashing. What do you mean by that? But yeah, I agree with Ross, bro. If you can't have your power up, or if you can't manage to keep your power up in game, bro, your ass deserved to get raided. Especially for the bases that were like straight abandoned. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what a page file is, though.
Identify yourself. Eyes on hostile.
This guy was just holding block like this. I don't gain any stamina back when I'm holding block. Interesting. I didn't know that. He was just holding block like that, and it blocked my crippling strike. Does that happen in PvP as well?
They're here.
Are you able to do that in PvP as well? Just hold it like this and block a crippling strike? A page file is memory allocation in a computer when it reserves RAM for certain kinds of data. OMC. OMC, OMC, OMC. Yeah, I wasn't asking for your guys' both of your guys' technical description as to what the page file is definitely did not put me on the same page as what you guys are talking about, for sure. I meant like, oh, it's a file you go into and you make sure it's big enough. I don't fucking know. Or it's like man, I guess I don't even know what I was asking. Groggy, I've been saying that for a while, actually. The deep desert does need to have some places where large-scale ground combat can be facilitated, because currently as it sits, ground combat just is not facilitated properly in the deep desert. Alex, hey, good morning, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Oh, you're right, Ross. I couldn't agree with you more. Funcom needs to come out with some sort of like some sort of flag that labels them as abandoned, therefore you could just raid them. Couldn't agree more. That would give us something to do every Wednesday or some shit, you know what I mean? Be like, Wednesday's raid day, baby. We're gonna go check the Haga Basin for the power to down abandoned bases. I agree. Yeah, luring the NPCs is a total pain in the ass. It should be way easier. No, that's what I'm saying. I know what you're talking about, Ross. Dojo seemed to think that you were complaining about it as an exploit, which you very much so were not. Not in the sense of like, oh, it's exploiting because people did that. That's why I'm saying you guys are miscommunicating, and also saying that raiding in Rust and raiding in Dune Awakening are the same thing as like comparing apples and oranges. Because in raiding in the Haga Basin in Dune Awakening, you are expected some form of, you know, safety. Like, you wouldn't expect somebody would be able to do that because it's not an actual game mechanic. Whereas if you're playing Rust and somebody, you know, fucking breaks down your TC and you bitch about it, yeah. It's comparing apples and oranges. Dawn! Hey! Hope you're doing well. The October update's gonna be a big, big sign, Groggy, as to what exactly we can expect future updates to look like, exactly what sort of content cadence that Dune Awakening is gonna have. They better hope that they bring the heat in October, basically. Bro, I don't know, because it wants to rub it in, OMC. It's like, oh, did you really want to win the weapons lands rad this week? Well, get fucked, because you lost. No, there's definitely something that they could do to flag it. But yeah, 2 days, if your base is powered down for 2 days, they should definitely just auto flag it. Because like your argument is, it's not hard to keep your base powered up. And if you're going on vacation and you truly care about your base, what are you going to do? You're going to make sure your base has full power, 20 days of power on it, right? If you're going on a 30-day vacation, you're kind of dicked. Like, I don't know what to tell you at that point. Who the fuck gets 30 days of vacation in a row? No, they didn't win last week. We won. Atreides won last week, and I even said, I foreshadowed this. I said Atreides won, but Atreides should have thrown the Landsrat last week so that we could have gotten the extra 20% buff this week just in case it was weapons. And sure enough, it was weapons, and it came down to this very last tile, which opened up for both factions at the same time. So it was a race to see who could deliver the most quickest. And Harkonnen was able to knock it off, but they also had that 20% fucking bonus, which could have helped us out. You know? Shit. David, yes, that's what I was saying. Most of the times now when the game crashes, it doesn't result in me losing an ornithopter or dying. They've seemingly gotten that solved. So, I mean, props where props is due, I suppose. Who is Cyber? Oh, you can do 30 with the directional? I thought it was 30 with the spice refinery. So, I mean, shit, even 30 days then. I thought it was 30 with the spice refinery. Or the spice energy thing. Aw, did you guys hear that? That was the closest to my posh. She sounds younger. They made her sound young. Look at this old man. You think this old man wants a young, posh British lady? No. He wants an old, posh, British lady in a poofy dress with a cup of some tea who says, access granted. They made her younger, and this old man Jenkins is not happy. He's not impressed. Yeah, power is easily manageable. That's why I totally agree with Ross. There needs to be a flag in place where if your base is abandoned or powered down for 2 days, it gets flagged as abandoned and therefore becomes raidable. But I also think that there should be like a social contract in place where if you raid a Haga Basin base, you have to delete it, because that's the whole fucking point. Otherwise, Funcom should just delete the base and all of the shit in it. Like, I don't even care if they just delete the base and everything in it. Just get rid of them because they're lagging the server. Ah, okay, so you'd have to, okay. That does make sense, actually. So I wonder if all of your power was on the spice power refineries, how high you could get that up to. If you're powered down for 2 days, Mad, that means you haven't played the game in 2 days. And I would argue you haven't played the game in longer than 2 days because you went power down. Forsaken brings up a good point, because 14 days after you fail to pay taxes, the NPCs come and break your base. So why can't 2 days, 3 days after you go power down? Well, Dojo, the reason that there's lag is because these guys are complete and total freaking morons, I swear. You can place so many bases inside of the Haga Basin. There is probably bases all up and down this, everywhere. And when a base starts to take damage, not every piece takes damage at equal rates. Not every piece even takes damage with every single storm. So what ends up happening is there's 70 bases out here that are powered down, and that the Siege is having to constantly run calculations on to determine how much health does this wall have? How much health Is this wall taking in damage currently? Is there a storm hitting this wall? That's why when a storm rolls through the Haga Basin, the frames get hammered, bro. It's because the server's doing all these extra calculations because those bases are taking. And then you got to take into account that once the wall reaches a specific amount of damage, it actually changes its texture so to reflect how much damage has been taken. So there's some more calculations being thrown in place. Does the texture need to change yet or not? And then we throw into the fact that they made it to where, for immersion's sake, when a sandstorm rolls through, it puts dust on your windows and it puts dirt on your floors. But for immersion's sake, they forgot and they just neglected to code in the ability for walls to block off the dust, because the dust just goes flowing through the walls. So it's like, at this point in time, we've just lost the plot. And it's not even just large servers like Harmony. I don't know if that's the argument you're making. I'm just reading that off the top. It's not even just large servers like Harmony, because the same thing happens in Dugap. The same thing happens in Dugap. In Dugap, I cannot fly my ornithopter into this area without massive lag happening. And it's because there's like literally 65 bases right here and 40 of them are decaying. That's crazy, dude. Delete the bases or delete the sub-fiefs and make them raidable, bro, because that's absolutely absurd. Giving players a longer period of time to not play isn't the solution to the problem of lack of player retention. It solves the lag issue on populated servers. Currently, they are just denying access to large servers like Harmony. I cannot believe that they're doing that, Yurism. I'm still, like, in disbelief that that's the case. I'm convinced that J-Rob is going to be able to log in on Harmony tomorrow. I'm just convinced of it. Harry Rooster, it takes 20-ish days to power day. So yes, after that should be raidable. F those non-players. I totally agree. You can make sure your base has enough power, and if you don't, I mean, if you don't make sure your base has enough power to be powered on and it's been powered down for 2 days, fucking sorry, bro. Sorry, your base was causing lag to the server, dude. It got flagged to be raided. I don't know what to tell you, man. Get your shit together with your next base and make sure it's powered properly. You know? Hey, everybody settle down. I just took big damage from that stupid ass drill shot. Oh my days, oh my days, oh my days, oh my days. I'm on fire, I'm gonna die. Bro, they buffed the fire. They buffed these fire fuckers, I tell ya. No, that's why I'm saying, Killian, Funcom needs to flag the base as abandoned and then open it up to the public to be raided. And if they don't want the public raiding the base, then they need to, I mean, maybe it doesn't help that it's 3 flamethrower guys. If they don't want the public to raid the base, then they just need to delete it. They need to flag it as abandoned and then delete it. We missed. Oh, it won't even let me fire if I don't have 3 shots. Cave thinks if we see your sub-fief, we should be able to break in and take it. That might be a bit harsh.
Who's that? Report to us, everybody! Cover!
It would be the melee asshole to come in and interrupt my slow blade, wouldn't it? It always frickin' is. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah! What are you looking at? Stupid AI. David, so there was a couple of things to add to that. So the base rating in the Haga Basin, via bringing in the NPCs to powered down and clearly abandoned bases, very easily and very quickly turned into something that got exploited, because there was ways that you could power down somebody's base prematurely. So people had discovered a way to force somebody's base to power down, essentially making it to where non-abandoned bases were now up for raids. Does that make sense? So there was a couple of things also. There was also a bug going on in the game where, say for example, this base right here has a large spice refinery inside of it, and 90% of the time they have that large spice refinery off, because when they turn it on, they have to turn off their large ore refinery because they're like juggling their power. People were saying that sometimes after the reset, all of your base's refineries and shit would turn on. So they would all default back to on. And if that happened, that would overpower the base, therefore shut the base's power off. So there were a couple of ways that very quickly turned into something that got exploited. So if Funcom were to come out and start doing flags or something like that, they would have to have some sort of checks in place. But the whole system of them labeling a base as abandoned should be already after they've had, you know, several checks in place, like how long has the base's power been off? You know, when was the last time that the sub-fief owner logged on? That could be something that they do as well. So the base's power has been off for 2 days, but the person who owns the sub-fief logged on today. So they're not going to kill it and make it raidable yet, because maybe the guy just hasn't noticed his power's down. You know what I mean? Darky, that's a good point that you make up, actually, because when I heard the theory, about it, you're right. Like, I can't build, if I built my sub-fief right next to this thing, I still wouldn't be able to build over it. I still wouldn't be able to build into it. Their generators would have to be right up on the very edge of it, and even then, I don't know what it would take. And I don't even know if that's for certain what would happen. But that was something that I had heard. So it could have been people sympathy farming, but I've heard multiple people say that. Dojo, you're probably right. And if they did that, maybe the server could handle the calculations that it needs to make. But it's like the server's making all of these calculations for no frickin' reason. You know, like it's doing all this extra work for no reason. That's like a Funcom special right there. Man, melee just feels great when I don't get staggered when I block.
There's someone here. I need some backup, huh?
I forget what it calculated out to. What did I need? 212 blade parts, I think.
Someone's here.
Bro, his flames weren't even hitting me, and I just caught fire. I don't know if the server's broken, if they buffed the fire. I don't know what is going on, dude. I've never caught fire so many times in one night in my entire life. And now they're just lighting me on fire with ease. Every time. Without fail. You need to know where the vendor is that sells spice. There is none, Kel. God. My God. Here we go. Here we frickin' go. Just when I thought I was done bitching, we bring up this whole thing, this whole debacle, this whole what the hell are they doing? Like, why would that even be in the patch notes at all? Just go ahead and confuse the shit out of everybody. Where's your QA team? Who greenlights any of the projects around here? Is anybody got their head on straight in this company? What the fuck is going on, dude? Yes, there's not one, Kel. They don't exist. There's no merchant that sells spice-infused fuel cells. There's not one. That was in the patch notes for God only knows what reason. Funcom's like, nobody's purchased a single spice-infused fuel cell. Our tracking data says that nobody's purchased not even a single one. Well, let's lower the price. Nobody can purchase one because there's no fucking shop that sells them. It's crazy. Yeah, we must be in a flammable suit. It's because we hit our helmet. We hit our helmet, and now the fire is just flying right through it. I don't know what. They reduced the price, and they're like, man, still, nobody's buying spice-infused fuel cells. I don't get it, you guys. Oh, did we forget to code the shop in to Harkeen and Harko? It's not there. Jerry, did you put the shop in? Fuck, dude. That's not what it said in the patch notes, Dark. It literally verbatim said in the patch notes they lowered the prices so people could buy them. Now, it could have been a translation mix-up because it does seem that that's what was changed. So that could be a translation thing. Isn't Funcom like Norwegian or some shit like that? Yes, but those bases are not... So that is kind of like the same power down system. But those bases aren't taking damage from the wind. They're taking a predicted amount of damage over time. I think what screws these guys up over here is these decaying bases only take damage when they're getting hit by a sandstorm. I don't think they're not taking passive damage over time. They only take damage when they're getting hit by a sandstorm. So every single piece of base on every single siege every single piece of base on one specific siege is constantly undergoing a check of at least true or false. Is it getting hit by a storm? And then it's having to store data about how much health every single piece of build is at. And then it's having to store data once it is getting hit by a storm. That's why the lag gets so fucked. How much health it's losing. Does it have the dust particles on top of it? So at the very least, inside of each and every single siege, each and every single piece of build is doing a true-false check, which is crazy. That's just that level of calculation right there, fucking absurd. And And I'm telling you, the lag that happens inside of Dune Awakening didn't happen for the first couple weeks. It wasn't until these bases started to become abandoned. I don't mind that idea, Dark, that you bring up, is having some storms do some more damage. Maybe make it... I was going to say maybe make it to where the weekly Coriolis storm is actually going to do a ton of damage to your base if it's powered down. But that would end up screwing somebody over if they just happen to not be able to get on that day. That's not really fair. I'm not looking to not be fair to the people in the Haga Basin. We can be fair all day. But in being fair...
Greetings, and welcome to Imperial...
We've also got to be realistic.
Station number 60. This station is dedicated...
Ha! Never mind. You thought I was coming down here to do more? No. We're done.
What's aeronology? Why, it's the study...
All right, that still took a while, but it was definitely faster than the mass correct grind. Speaking of which, we might get into a mass correct grind, but I think I've got something else going on here. I think we've got some other plans. Get in, you freak. Yeah, we might end up working our way out into G8. I don't know how many people we have on tonight who are down and willing. Yeah, we really don't have the numbers on currently. Will we make our way out into the deep desert? I think that's getting ready to be exactly what we're gonna go do. But we just don't have a whole party to go and contest G8 right now. Even then, we've got most of our people trying to catch up with their levels. A lot of people are under-leveled and under-geared right now. Myself included on the leveling side of things. What did I park here for? Check the Landsrad. Does anybody know where these guys are? Nope, sorry. Oh, Vernius. We already know where those guys are. We checked for J-Wolf earlier. Huge. What the hell? This isn't set to guild? Poor guildmates trying to go out of this just end up getting blocked by the shield. Hey, my bad, my bad, my bad. The shield's open, the shield's open. How come your Ornithopter isn't hovering in midair when you try to do that? You're having horrible luck right now? Oh, when you're trying to do what? You know, Ross, I think that you can. I think that you can, Ross. For the longest time, I would try to Shigawire Claw up on the very edge of that thing, but I don't think you need to do that. I think you could just straight up Shigawire Claw onto the Pentashield. Isn't that ridiculous? Isn't that just damn ridiculous? Okay, I gotta stop Sentinel City because we're just short of blade parts here. We're just a little bit short of blade parts. I wasn't even up here on you yet, bud, and you're already shooting fire at me? Seems a bit harsh. Come on, buddy, you got the blade parts I need. I mean, almost, dude, almost. You almost got me there, buddy. What did you pull pincushion, Adam? I don't know if you're here anymore. I'm gonna have to look through the Landsrat and figure out what he pulled the pincushion helmet off of. Man, it does, Ross. It really frickin' does. I couldn't agree more. Huge, absolutely massive. That's all we need. I don't know what they did to the vehicle backup tool, but it sucks so bad. How come your ornithopter isn't hovering in air when you do that? What do you mean, when you do what? When you do what, Caustic? And yeah, Rufus, we're for sure going to be getting down on some G8 before the weekend. Before the week's end here. I'm gonna roll out into the deep desert here in a little bit and maybe look for a raid or look for some people to try and harass or something. I don't know. We'll see.
In the name of the Red Duke. Excellent. Every little bit of help matters. But the Landsrat is a large organ. Ah, the Syndicate.
Look, man, I
Very
don't
good.
fucking know
Which
who I'm
house?
making the thing for.
Delivery for House Spinett.
Which one was it, dude? It was
In the
Mutelli,
name of
man.
the Red Duke. Excellent. Ah, the Delivery for
It takes a second. Give it a second. It'll register. I've done that before, and I panicked, and I was like, excuse me, I just gave him a shitload. Okay, that better register. Bro, that better register. I'm gonna flip out if it don't register. We got scammed. Oh, is he Oh, right. He is probably talking about that. I don't know. Honestly, I've heard some people having a problem with the ornithopter falling and not properly hovering down to the ground. I don't know.
The frontier is a dangerous place, stranger. House Vernier.
I mean, hell yeah, I didn't even know I was getting hummingbird wings out of that. Originally designed to fire a steady stream of blue orbs at hellish foes, this unique plasma gun tears imps to shreds and rips arc vials. Oh my god, okay, this is just flavor text. I hate that shit. God, it's stupid flavor text too, my god. Damage per shot and a rate of fire of 315. What's the range on this? Oh, effective range of 57 meters. Shee. Watch this plasma cannon. I don't know if anybody else in the guild has managed to do that. I know Adam did this, but watch plasma cannon turn into some sort of meta, bro. You know, if these pistols that everybody is so sold on. I'm 400 off, dude. The pistols that everybody is so super sold on. Literally drop your shield as you're charging up to take your shot. So if the plasma cannon doesn't have a charge up time, it would just be like, oh, they're charging up their pistol at you, fire the plasma cannon at them. The same thing already kind of goes. It's like, oh, they're charging their pistol up at you, fire your triple shot at them. Fire your triple shot at them. No, you're good, you're good. I've heard people having that bug, though, where it's not slow falling out of the air. So that's strange. I haven't even the slightest clue. Bro, I'm not sold on that pistol being as great as it is. When you got like 10 people riding the pistol, it's probably a lot more effective. Oh, so it has a wind-up as well. Okay, so your counter to the pistol would probably still be best off set to be the sniper. Trying to see if we have any blade parts here, because I only need 400 more points to get that one thing. Bruh, we literally have 12 here somewhere. It's gonna take me longer to find 12 of them than it is to go farm 12. Farm however many we need. We'll do that later. How long do I have? 15 hours, plenty of time. Plenty of time. Where was the pincushion helmet? What is the way of the mirror? Ah, it's just the Mala pistol. It's the 2-tap, I'm assuming. Gross. Fuck, that might actually be... J-Whoop! That might actually be responsive planner. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, give me 1 second, give me 1 second. I literally only need... What is it? I need... 10. Actually, yeah, I need 10 blade parts. That's it. That's all we need. Yeah, give me a second. Oh, that's the wrong fabricator. Where's the responsive planner belt? It's only duraluminum for real? Shee. Bruh, for real? Hold up, J-Wolf, give me a second. $15 of them, huh? Yeah. I'm coming. I'm on my way. Hey, Noble! Yeah, if you're on NA, they restart in 54 minutes. How many can you buy, Ross? Not a problem, I got you. How many can you buy, Ross? As many as you want? Fuck, I just wasted a shitload of particle capacitors. It's fine. It's fine. Bro, you know what this looks like? This looks like wrestling's at work over here. Somebody's doing something big. Incoming! Right in the slot.
All I gotta say is this. Your ass, I just saw it just for a moment. If you can see my screen, you're sitting. You're sitting again.
Damn. Damn. We came flying in so hot that my guy forgot how to stand. We've lost our legs. How many do we need? Like
I got
10.
a special gift for you. I hope you're happy.
Oof. Is he trying to trade? And I'm moving here. I'll stand still. Yeah.
Did it not go? Hold on. Where the fuck?
Oh no, he dropped something and it just straight up disappeared.
What?
How many do you need? Could
Nah, come on down.
It depends on what you're talking about. Let me know what you're talking about. If you're talking about the blade parts, I need 10 blade parts. If you're talking about the planar belts, you need 15 of them. If you're talking about the MK5 shields, I have no idea how many MK5 shields you need. That's an excellent question. Honestly, I haven't the slightest idea.
Here.
I don't normally look into the Landsrad. I don't normally look into the Landsrad. Alright. I'll take 500. Y'all are fucking insane, man. These guys are just stockpiling like crazy. Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
I'll say that. Yeah, you're lucky that no one took the blade parts for after we got incited by 4,000 items and a bunch of other shit gone.
Yeah, you know, looking at how much you have stockpiled, it would be a little bit of a pain in the ass to put all of that into one chest, so that kind of sucks.
Now it ruins people that comes into my guild, sadly.
J Wolf is on the prowl. He's on the prowl for the insiders. Somebody took the MK6 cutter rays from the deep desert. 2 of them. Monsters. What sort of monster does that? Yeah, I almost just went and accidentally gave that stupid guy 500 blade parts. We do not need to give him that many blade parts. Let's fly out this way. Then we're going to fly out. I need to grab my assault ornithopter and roll out to Arakeen. What's the MK5 shields give you? Just some hummingbirds. It's like, do you get experience? You don't get any experience? You should get experience for doing some of this Landsrad shit. This mining? Oh, yeah. They did, twice. The one in the A sector. My assumption is somebody needed it, but my guess is it wasn't an inside and somebody took it to use it at another base. That's my guess. We've got a guild, Icicle. Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, it's gotten so big that it's two guilds. It's technically a Zerg. I mean, by my definition, but I mean, you might have a different definition. Anything past the game's intended guild limit makes it a Zerg, in my opinion. But yeah, we're running 2. Caustic, hey, we appreciate you. You have yourself a good rest of your night. You take it easy out there. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we'll see exactly what Funcom ends up doing. If they end up pulling it out. I wish they would rework the control point system entirely. I got rid of the C7 base. So yesterday, or earlier today, no, it was yesterday at this point in time. Yesterday I got on, and the A section base had no cut array on the buggy. So I grabbed the cut array from the buggy in C7. And since I was basically making C7 a spot where you couldn't mine from anymore because the cut array was taken off of it, I then just deleted it. I just took everything back to A, whatever. And then today, when we started the live stream, somebody took the cut array off of the one in the A sector again, so I had to fucking craft one. We've got a cut array thief. Oh, yeah. Icicle, we're on the Harmony server, but like Ross is saying, they've shut it down from what I understand. They are not allowing any new characters to be made on this server because other servers are just bleeding characters because everybody's re-rolling on Harmony. Why they would do that, I have no idea. I have no clue. To stem the bleed, but it's such a piss poor way for them to stem the bleed, dude. If anything, that's just people are gonna instead of re-rolling another character and playing on another server, if their server's truly that dead, they're probably just gonna stop playing. So it's just a brain dead. Like, why would they even make that decision? That's what I'm saying. Everybody wants to play on the populated servers, so let them. You know, let them. That, or start combining other servers' deep deserts so that those become populated. They could, Grogy. Yes, they could. That, to me, would have been the obvious solution, but instead, they decided to make it to where people can't re-roll onto Harmony. You might want to try and double-check that, though, Icicle. Though we've had 2 people confirm it. Ablaze just woke up to see the stream magically playing on his television. What can I tell you, Blaze? We're television stars now. I called my mom up and I said, "Hey, Mom, look at the TV. That's me." She said, "Leave me alone. It's 4 a.m. 100%, just combine the deep deserts. At least combine the deep deserts, because you run into, like, weird things that could happen if they end up trying to combine Haga basins and with people's bases and whatever. But at least combine the deep deserts.
House Atreides welcomes trade.
Hey, we appreciate you, Blaze. I'm glad you didn't wake up to me screaming, bro, because that was also entirely a possibility. We have those crash outs every so often. A Blaze might have just woken up to a jump scare of me dying in the dark, hanging onto a wall, and I can't see fucking anything, bro. Screaming at the game. $1,700 a pop for those, so I only need like 10.
House Atreides welcomes trade with those favored by the Landsrat.
Did I already buy 4 of these? I think I did, damn it. Can you purchase these every single week, Ross? Are these here every single week or only when we can pick them up? Oh, why'd I buy power packs? I meant to buy shields. Damn it. Can I sell? Listen, lady. You're gonna screw me on the price here, but I'm gonna need you to buy these back. Can I actually just drop these? Yeah, fuck you, lady. Not giving you an extra deal here. Get out of here.
House Atreides welcomes trade with those favored by the Landsrat.
Only when we win the tool vendor. Okay. Good to know. Oh, dude, Icicle, this server's... Let's go take a look. This server's economy is hyperinflated. 60 million on this server is like 600,000 on a normally inflated server and maybe 60,000 on a regular server, I'm telling you. No shot, Ross. No way is this just an infinite money thing. No fucking way. Ross, this has been happening all week and you're just now telling me about it? He's been holding on to this method all week. He's a madman. He's got 1 billion by now. Where would I even look? Utility. Nope, that ain't it. Bro, you could sell them for 50,000 a pop, couldn't you? What? That's doubling your money. You have to sell them one at a time, though, don't you? Oh my god. I can't sell these in bulk, can I? Yeah, unfortunately, like, if I was on my other server that we're playing solo on Dugap, the market over there is dead, dude. There's literally no market over there for anything. There's nobody buying uniques. There's nobody selling uniques. Nothing. No way. No way. Wait, what do I even get for that? No way, dude. No absolute way. Okay. Oh my gosh, that cannot be real, bro. There's no way these sell. We're on a hyperinflated server with so much real-world trading, though, that these might sell. Why'd I buy so many of these things? I needed 4. I only needed 4. Why the hell did I buy so many? Oh shit, now I sold too many. Alright, we need to go buy one more. That's what I'm saying, Ross. I got nothing on my Dugap server either. There's literally nothing. Yo, let me know if that mic's too loud or too quiet. Yeah, just wait. I'll show you what's really messed up with this market. Hold on. Something crazy happened here, and we might have just, like, quadrupled our money. There's no way. There's no way that those sell. Ross, man, I swear, when I'm trying to juggle responding to people in chat paired with, like, focusing on what's going on in the game, it's the hardest thing. It genuinely is the hardest thing. I'll end up cutting myself off mid-thought as well so many times, dude. Just mid-thought. So many thoughts that just never fully panned out. So let's take a look at this here. If we go down to the unique schematics on the weapons and we filter it by the most expensive one, currently somebody's looking to get 1 billion Solari for this Regis Disruptor pistol. And then we got some crazy people thinking that they're going to get 500 mil for the Ancient Way, but they're not, realistically, because the weapons Landsrad's going to come out and knock this in price as well. But this is just absolute hyperinflation here. And the kicker to this is, if we go over and we take a look at refined resources and we take a look at Spice Melange, 1,900 apiece. Any idea as to why Spice Melange is so... Actually, let me pick up a few of these. Sometimes the deal is so good I can't help but fucking swoop out some of this. We've got more Melange than we realistically fucking ever should need, but at 1,900 apiece, how can you resist? Yeah, it's cheap. It's cheap on a hyperinflated server. I wonder why it's cheap on a hyperinflated server. Unfortunately, it's one of the problems in playing in the most populated NA server, is you have these people right here doing their dirty business as they're doing down there, running. It's a big Chinese bot farm running dupes. Big Chinese bot farm duplicating Melange on this server to the maximum. So it's kind of one of those things playing on the most populated server where it's like, because of that, this is where all the Chinese bot farms are running their dupes, because this is where they have the most people who are real world trading, and this is where, like with the Haga Basin bases that were being raided, basically on the Harmony server, bro, if your base was raidable, it got raided in the first, like, couple of days. And after day 3, there was basically just ornithopter graveyards all over the place. Yeah, bro, it's a giant Chinese bot farm that sells the Melange. I don't even know why they're duping Melange still. It's so freaking, well, the ones duping there, nah. They're just dead-ass duping until their account gets banned, if it ever gets banned, bet. And then they mule the money that they earn off to whatever Chinese gold seller they're muling it to. Well, what's funny is I'm surprised that the bot farm isn't just directly duping money and, what the fuck, dude? It put me on the wrong siege, bro. Why would it do that? I don't understand why they're not just directly duping money and then selling the money. I don't know. Maybe when they start duping money, they get flagged and banned faster. I don't know. Dima, is there really real money trading in this game? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Why? Because some people just oh shit. Because some people just refuse, man. They just refuse to play a game legitimately, bro. I don't know. Live stream game complete in 60 minutes. New player running to the Griffin's Reach trading post, and for 50 copper ore, another player sold him a complete ornithopter parts. That's kind of like that's kind of just because the game's been out for so long. Like realistically, if somebody was in the leg siege in the public chat asking for an ornithopter and we had one in the chest, we'd probably go drop them off an ornithopter, you know what I mean? Well, that's the thing that's been going on this server, apparently, Russ, is they are just real-world trading. They're just selling the pistol off for cash to whoever buys it and or to whatever company is the running the real-world trading. So the company would sell the item to whoever bought it from the company at that point in time. If we want to call the real-world trading corporation a company. Problem with it though, Icicle, is like there's no in like your average civilization, they're not making enough money realistically. Like honestly, they're probably pulling in like the worker doing all of the work running the bot farm, probably pulling in like $4 a day. The bot farm owner, you know, the gold site selling owner, you know, probably making all the money. But that's kind of how it goes. They honestly don't make that much money, I'm telling you. I mean, maybe for the pistol, the guild that's holding down the pistol, they might, since they've cornered the market on that, they might be able to sell that for a decent chunk of money. I don't know what the fucking going rate is right now, but with how duped to shit this game is and with how hyperinflated this server is, it's probably like $1 gets you fucking 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 million. I don't even know. You would think they would shift their focus to something other than the spice melange, though. You know what I mean? Because the melange, they've tanked the price on that so bad that it's like that cannot be worth it anymore. But 500 melange duped, and they're getting $1 million a piece for it. It's like a bot farm could be making 10,000 Solari off of each bot, and they'd still end up doing it. I'll be right back. Was my mic staticking out right there? I literally saw the bar peaking on that. That's crazy. Did we get it fixed? Does it sound all right? I'm pretty sure that mic was bringing in some massive static right there. Yeah, I saw the bar peaking. This cord. I'm glad we got it fixed. I'm glad we got it fixed. So it wasn't even just static, huh? Was it like a ring on that one? Damn. $1 genuinely gets you 50 million Solari. Those aren't joke prices you're bringing up right now. Dark thought his laptop was getting ready to shut down. Oh no. It's this stupid ass cord, man. This stupid cord. It's got like a wire connection on this mic here that just literally we got all the lurkers coming out too. Justin thought it was a ghost. We done been ghosted. I'm gonna have to watch that back in the stream. Happened like 7 hours in. I'm gonna have to watch that back to see what it was. I could see the bar peaking, you guys. I could see the bar peaking on my OBS, and I was like, I'm not even talking, bro. Yeah, it's about that time, Kutch. It's about that time. We've still got some time, but yeah, it's about that time, isn't it? Shit, I don't know which one's mine, dude. I literally hate guessing, bro. Let's just guess the first one. Yes, we guessed correct. It was like death. Oh, it was a high-pitched one that time, huh? Interesting. Every other time it's been, oh my god. High-pitched ring coming at you guys. Every other time it's been static. Oh, gotcha. Well, then it's definitely that time, Kutch. It's definitely that time. It's time to make the dreaded 15 trips with the assault ornithopter. Excuse me, why is that glowing green? Oh, it's because of his carrier ornithopter. Never mind. Everybody enjoying the slideshow right now? It's because of their stupid-ass base system.
In the name of the Red Duke. How excellent. The delivery for how. In the name of the Red. Excellent. The delivery for.
That should have put us at... Shit, I put my blade parts away that I needed to bring this guy.
In the name of the Red Duke. How excellent. Every little bit of...
I forget which ones we were doing, damn it. Oh my gosh. We pushed our personal contribution up to 21,000. How did we do that? Dude, this Holtzman shield's already almost cooked. The durability on this thing is fuck all. We lied. This isn't the same durability as a tier 5. If this thing's already cooked, I haven't even died tonight. Not like a full death.
The Red Duke. How can I be of service today?
Damn, it was that bad, Adam. Damn. Yeah, 21,000 was overkill. Whoops, my bad. We definitely overkilled that one. What was the other one, though? So this is Spinette. I need to figure out where Spinette be. And then, nope, we already did Soar. Vernius we already did. And responsive planner belts, we need a couple more. Oh yeah, actually, they're inside of the Ornithopter. Aha!
In the name of the Red... Excellent. The delivery for House Lindar.
Okay, big. We got Lindarin done, and we got Spinette overdone. Lindarin's literally, like, right next to where we're at. Now, where are you at, Spinette? Harco Village. Gross. Where's Mutelli? Arakeen, it would of course it would be. Of course it would be. Of course it would be. I hate that you have to fly to each one of these. I should be able to get the reward from the house rep. Come on, dude. There's difficulty and time waste for time waste's sake, and it's frickin' annoying. Do you guys end up seeing a lot of deep desert PvP bases this week? Manza? No. Nah, they were few and far between. There was obviously still a couple of them out there, but they were pretty few and far between. And that's probably going to be the norm moving forward, especially because even previously the only bases that you would see out there were forward operating bases meant to be, you know, very quick in and out mining trips rather than like anything serious. Nice. I didn't get so lucky with the Regis triple shots this week. We did manage to land a lot of those picks, though. Man, you guys hidden in this little crack right here. I almost didn't find you. Get on down there, you son of a bitch. That chest for the longest time on this server was just not respawning. Took like 6 hours to respawn one single time on the first day. And for the first few days, the only time I would ever see it respawn is after the reset. I totally agree, Manza. people on this server suggested that they should just reinstate the situation where the entirety of the deep desert is PvP, and then make it to where the shield wall does not reset, because the resetting mechanic, it gets really old really fast. But I worry if they didn't make the shield wall reset, we'd have what we're dealing with now, which is frame by frame flying through specific areas of the shield wall because of the fucking mega bases going up.
In the name of the Red Duke. Excellent. The delivery fa-
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Huge. Yeah, I'm hoping. I've got high hopes. I've got the highest hopes for this game than I've had in a really long time, and that's strictly based off of the PvP that we've gotten into at G8. I'm really hoping that now that the PvE stuff is all taken care of, they can focus in on balancing the mechanics of PvP. Because fighting for labs and fighting for PvP ships is fun. What's not fun is when people can spawn, like, on the loot chest of the PvP ship every 60 seconds, you know? What's not fun is the lack of any sort of genuine... The lack of any sort of genuine repercussions to getting into PvP and or incentive for partaking in PvP. You had to quit and reload the game for the C7 chest, huh? Yeah, what sucks with the Hallex pick coming out of C7 is so many people are going to have them that it's going to be like weeks before that schematic is worth anything anymore. And it's entirely possible by the time it is worth anything that it just rolls out into the PvE zone again. Any PvP tonight? Up for your early morning shift trying to watch. I'm not certain if we're going to get in any PvP. I'm not positive how many people we have on currently. I'm knocking out these Landsrads before we hit this reset, and then I'm going to roll out to the deep desert and look for some raids. And look for some... Look for some trouble to get into, but I don't think, yeah, we don't have enough people on right now currently to even attempt to mount a compete. The partaking in PvP is too reliant on schematics being wanted that week. You're absolutely right, Jones. You're absolutely right. Somebody at the beginning of the stream brought this up. They said, so what happens when we come into a deep desert week that has no solid schematics to fight over? Where's the PvP going to be then? You know what I mean? Hey, we appreciate you, Jack Shelby. We hope you have yourself a good day at work. You take it easy out there. You take it easy out there. Honestly, there's nothing left unless they add some raids or something. You have built all vehicles, have like 2,000 melange, 2,000 plastanium in excess, nothing to do with it. Waiting for chests to respawn is not it. No, it's not. It's not dark, and that's where they're going to lose all of their PvE players. I'm hoping now that the tier 6 Manza, the tier 6 resources are finally at a state where PvE players can't complain about not being able to get them anymore, that they can stop focusing on PvE and maybe even try to shift the focus at all to balancing the PvP mechanics.
Salutations.
There's a lot of mechanics in PvP that are broken.
My name is...
No, I don't need them to balance PvP. I just need them to balance the mechanics. Like on the G8 chest, for example, if you're in that chest room on G8, you guys see that? Looks like I'm taking a shit. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, dude. On that PvP ship in G8, if you make it to the chest room, you can respawn inside of the chest room, meaning that when you're fighting other people, both you can respawn there and they can respawn there. It just kind of like trivializes the impact that the fighting has. You know, if Group A is holding down the G8 tile with 8 players and they have 4 players roll in and they take those 4 players out, but 60 seconds later, those 4 players can respawn back in again. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, now these 8 players who should have had that taken out, no problem, have to deal with these guys coming back and back and back and back and back again. Yeah, we can only hope, David. You're right. That's me being a little bit more optimistic than I typically am. Fuck yeah, dude. 69 damage, bro. Nice. Very nice. The Mala pistol has a modified spring mechanism that automatically reloads the darts without releasing trigger pressure. So this is basically an SMG then, isn't it? Fuck, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you, David. I totally do. Ugh. You're right. That's the proper way to look at it, Manza. But unfortunately, with the way the game works right now, with these frickin' repair glitches that are still inside of the game, most of these guilds don't even have to worry about having extra resources. What's the power harness do again? It should be one of the ones at the top. I can't look at what it does. Plus 50 to power, so that would bring me up from 830 to 880. It's not gonna allow your shield to survive the second shot of it's not gonna allow your shield to survive a second shot from that disruptor pistol. Plus 50 power isn't nothing, but it's not, like I said, it's not gonna push you over the limit. It's not worth 41 mil, that's for sure. Fuck, dude. People only want 5 mil for this. I don't know if anybody... I'm fucking picking this one up, dude. I'm not positive it's gonna be like a good schematic. I'm not.
Welcome.
But
Would you like to deposit
I'm
or-
also not convinced that it's gonna be bad. The Regis Disruptor, as I sit right now, doesn't one-shot me. It gets close. And I only have this up to 40. This up to 40. So I don't know if that ties into this. We're sitting at 830 energy. I don't know if that 40 from Planetologist is tied into that. Oh my god. Okay, we actually can't leave here yet. Power Harness, IX Core, and the rest is Forge. I mean, honestly, I think that Forge is overrated, in my opinion. I think the Sentinel's overrated. The one thing that might peel that back... Let me open that up. The one thing that might actually change my mind on that, and I'm still in debates on that. I'm still in debates on this. Where is the Sentinel that I just... Energy mitigation. Does energy mitigation count towards the disruptor pistol and or the disruptor SMG? You get dart mitigation. Pincushion gives you the dart mitigation. This gives you, in my opinion, the most important thing coming out of this is energy mitigation. And that's only important if energy mitigation is in fact affecting that Regis pistol. I don't know for certain that it is. But, like, if you had a full set of Forge, which is the tier 6 version of Syndicate, you might be able to tank a few shots of that Regis pistol. And see, and then Valiant says energy mitigation only affects plasma weapons such as the plasma cannon, which I've heard a few people say. And then, in my opinion, Forge is massively overrated. Basically, you just need forge maybe one piece to add to the poison mitigation. That's it. And then other than that, you should be looking for dart mitigation, especially in the current meta on Harmony. Dart mitigation is the best because people are firing darts at you more than they're coming at you with their blades, especially in like the group combat. Which is why, in my opinion, Pincushion reigns supreme still, because Pincushion gives you blade mitigation and dart mitigation. It's a 2-for-1. So a mixture of Pincushion, maybe one piece of the forge gear, and then Pincushion. That's just about it. I like the power harness, or I like the Idaho's charge, just because it says that it optimizes the flow of energy through the battery pack and suspensor belt. And if I spend a lot of time up in the air with my suspensor belt flinging out ancient ways, I want to be able to do that for as long as possible. Good morning, far out. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. Why do I have 0 armor value? It's probably because we're sitting inside of Arakeen. Adam, so with the charge up of the disruptor, do you decide when to let it go? Can you hold it like a plasma pistol in Halo, where you're like, boom, and then you let it go? Or does it automatically, once it gets to full charge, fire? Because then it'll be like, yeah, you have to charge it like you're charging, you'll have to time it like you're timing a charge rifle in Apex. Apparently not tested from firsthand. The negative 10% power usage from circuit gloves and negative 9% from planetologist affect shield damage. Affect shield damage taken? Ah, so you have to time it just like the charge rifle. Yeah, that's probably a bitch. No wonder people can't hit their shots with it. Still waking up, but good. Rolled on Harmony the other day. Check your friend invites. Man, far out. You're lucky. Oh, we just got booted from the servers, but I will for sure do that. You're lucky you decided to roll the other day, far out, because people are saying they locked Harmony down. Hey, Ida. Ida, hey, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. You take it easy out there. You have yourself a good one. That wasn't your first chat. Did I miss a chat from Ida earlier? Oh, no. Woo! I did. Ida came in and dropped the woo. Right when we were dropping the dance. Hey, we appreciate you. You take it easy. You have yourself a good one. Fuck. On-screen celebrations. I've missed 2 of them from Ida as well. I need to somehow make it to where Botrix announces that. But, hey, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. You got full pincushion from the Landsrad this week? Huge. Most of them were locked. Interesting. Interesting. We're learning new things here. I'll definitely have to let J-Rob know. Will they reduce the power taken from power supply so they extend the usage duration? Oh, well, they reduce. I mean, you should be able to hop from your siege over to this one and then place a build here, and then technically leg would be your home siege. So it's weird that Harmony would be locked down, because J-Rob said all of the sieges were locked down earlier. I'm still convinced that they wouldn't do that, and that, in fact, people are going to be able to roll on Harmony tomorrow. Or later on today, possibly after the reset. Like, I don't know. Super weird. I've never... If they literally locked down the servers, I'd be crazy. Exclamation lurk! I don't I don't have commands set up proper. I don't even know what exclamation lurk would be meant to do. Let you know how long you've been lurking, put you in the lurk queue. I don't know. We appreciate you though. We be slacking on the commands, I tell ya. That's crazy, Kel. That's absolutely wild. I'm assuming every single siege was locked as well. So that's wild. I can't believe they would fill up to a point where they would just like stop allowing people in rather than like set them in a queue. To be honest, they need to start merging deep deserts on some of these other dying servers. Otherwise, this problem's just going to get worse and worse and worse. Hey, you just found some new stuff about leagues. Granted, it's old and from RuneFest. Jen, you've been here earlier tonight, weren't you, Jen? Jen, I had some news that I wanted to talk to you about. Actually, first off, I wanted to ask if we've gotten anything freaking new. But second off, I wanted to tell you that I woke up to an image sent to me from my sister, who's younger than me, but still an adult at this point in time, who sends me a picture of her inside of Tutorial Island or some sort of mining cave inside of old school RuneScape with the caption saying, "The grind begins." I had to call her up. I was like, "Are you genuinely playing old school right now?" So like, man, these WoW streamers that have jumped over to RuneScape have just like breathed life into the game that I would not have been able to anticipate. That's actually crazy. I'm saying, Forsaken, people are massively overstating how good that Forge gear is. If you're dying to poison a lot inside of PvP, Forge might be it. But if you're dying that much to poison, maybe, you know, some of the stats going into that Bene Gesserit skill that helps reduce poison might work. Or one or two pieces of Forge gear is always going to be worth it. But realistically, full Forge is not going to be necessary. In RuneScape, in the RuneScape Ahead roadmap Q&A at RuneFest, Mob Timbo said, "I think we want to try and do the region locking if we can." That kind of sounds like a statement where they're saying, where he's already kind of recognizing that it would be difficult for them to put together. So I'm curious. It's good to hear that they were thinking about it, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off. I would prefer they did. Everyone was locked. I did notice the other day that they were all locked but one, and now every single siege was locked. Interesting. I'm wondering and see if... I wish I could pull up the server right now because it was saying that they were locked, and earlier it said the population on those sieges was low. So they must have literally hit like a created player cap to where they're not letting people create players on that. And that's just crazy. That or they hard locked it themselves to try and stem the bleed rather than just merging deep deserts, because like Rebel is saying, the deep deserts on most servers is incredibly dead. It really is, which is unfortunate. Region locking in RuneScape would be absolutely massive. My freaking sister's playing old school RuneScape, which blew my mind. Has me super excited for Dead Man mode. Why would they give us Asgarnia? I don't know much about Anachronia. That's like Fossil Island inside of RuneScape 3. Oh, you're right. It is the starter area now. They kind of would have to give out Asgarnia. Anachronia is kind of like Fossil Island in old school RuneScape, correct? And there's not a whole lot there, but there's a decent amount there. It's got the dinosaurs I remember fighting. It's got that weird ass base building thing. Watched the stream last night where the same 3 guys were the only ones PvPing on the whole server. I'm not surprised. Saw quite a few new roles on the seats you got on. Could be more PvP rollers trying to get some action. I wouldn't be surprised at all, actually, far out. A lot of real-world trading coming in from these guys as well. Anachronia was coming out during the time that I was pulling off. I never was a very big PVMer inside of RuneScape 3. I never did the Raksha boss. If I tried, I died. That I know Anachronia was coming out as I was pulling off of the game, and or after I pulled off of the game even. Wormsite doesn't have a ton of people, but plenty of gankers. Brutal. Absolutely disgusting. I'll be right back. I don't know, Jen. The region locking, I think, would still work because there is still a bit of a decision to make. I think desert's obvious. Prifddinas, I'm not fully sold on. With the way RuneScape 3 can, you can opt out of PvP inside of the wilderness, then that kind of opens up that region. You have the free chest after the server restart. That's the one time that you can guarantee a chest is going to be there out in the PvP zone, Bacon. That's for sure. Wilderness, you can opt out of PvP, so that kind of opens up that region for me. Though, even inside of RuneScape 3, I've basically only ever played in the wilderness. Like, we played a PK, so I'm very well versed with what's going on out there, and there's not a whole lot going on out there. I guess like the Zamorak boss might be tied to that, but that's like instanced or whatever. It's hard to fucking tell anymore what's going to be tied to what region. And then Mauritania, you've got Araxite. Get yourself the Scythe. I don't know what else is out there. I'm excited for leagues, but I gotta tell you, I'm like way more excited for Deadman mode to come out. I'm super excited to jump into Deadman mode, and I think the reason I'm so excited is because there's a lot of eyes on old school RuneScape right now, so there should be a lot of fresh players playing Deadman, and we're gonna be running at this Deadman mode this time around, less serious. Every other time we've played like very serious, trying to take the finals very seriously, and that was most of the time that was when it was 1v1 finals. Nowadays the finals are pointless, but we're gonna try to set up a plan in Deadman mode where we're PKing the whole time. You know what I mean? Like we're PKing on day 1, we're PKing on day 2, we're PKing on day 3. Whereas in previously it was like we're grinding on day 1, day 2, day 3 maybe we tried to get into some PKing, but realistically we're back to some grinding. It's cold in here. Permanent Deadman mode is not the play. Not the play. Ugh, Deadman mode is harsh, bro. It's got that PvP cranked up to freaking 11. It's harsh, but they might end up separating it via combat bracket worlds. Like I'm excited to get into the theory crafting of Deadman mode, man. Like you can do so much different theory crafting inside of that. It's fun. It's like my favorite part of leagues is getting in, coming up with a game plan, coming up with a day 1 route, coming up with a day 2 route, and then trying to implement that and see how it works. Same thing here with Dune, with our whole day 1 speedrunning strategy. I loved putting that together. And then after the game launched in early access and then came out in full, I loved reworking that strategy and making it even better. Varlamore. I don't think it was a thing in the last Deadman mode. But now we got Varlamore that we're going to have to deal with. That's a multi-combat zone for the most part. So my ass stays away from multi-combat zones inside of RuneScape PvP because them sons of bitches are going to just kill you with numbers, bro. But now we've got that going on. And previously, in previous years, my plan would maybe be like, oh, let's get our combat up to level 100 as quickly as possible, so we're in the 3rd bracket as quickly as possible, and we're moving into Varlamore right away to try do this, that, and the other. None of it has to do with PvP. I think this time around, it's gonna be like, what PvP can I get into while I'm training my way through the 1st bracket? Oh, you're definitely going to want to become familiar with where the multi-combat zones are, Jen. Especially when you're running around the full game, where, like, typically in the wilderness, you can kind of typically have a feel where's multi-combat, where's not, especially if you've played for a while. You're like, if I run north of Varrock, we're going to run into multi-combat, but if I move north of Edgeville, single way, we should be fine. All of a sudden, now you're in Al-Kharid, and where in Al-Kharid's multi, and where in Al-Kharid's not multi. It's all over the place. Some of the quest lines, actually, like, I think one of the quests for the Deep Desert Ancients is locked behind a quest that forces you into a multi-combat zone, and that's a place where guilds like to hold down and prevent people from progressing. So, all sorts of things. All sorts of things. My biggest concern is how am I gonna... I don't know how we're gonna manage to live stream that. They do make you do quest. Yes, they do, Jen. Yes, they do. You get the experience for them in the 10x format or whatever it is, but yes, they do. Shitheading bastards, shit-sticking assholes. I think actually, like, the combat brackets might auto-complete some quests for you. I think last season, the last Deadman mode combat brackets auto-completed quests, but you had to choose which ones. I might be conflating leagues and Deadman at that point, though. I just don't know how we're going to live stream the game, because If we're being realistic about it, right? Like the Dune Awakening live streams have been going excellent, you know what I mean? And even when we transitioned over to Battlefield, I mean, we had a lot more people swing by the Battlefield stream than I was expecting. That was freaking insane. Appreciate it, by the way. But realistically, when we start, game swapping and stuff, we're definitely going to be taking a hit to the viewers. But let's say, for example, we jump over to old school RuneScape Deadman mode and we go from what is now 134 concurrent on YouTube all the way down to 13 because we've got, like, let's say 13 people from Dune who are just willing to come, regardless of whatever game we're playing, right? That could easily turn into a snowball where it's like now we have 134 again, but now they're, instead of being Dune players, they're RuneScape players. And at that point in time, we're getting our asses stream sniped, so. Man, like a slight delay of 2 to 3 minutes might work. Like I gotta take a look at what other Deadman mode creators do. Jen, you are an exception, not the rule. Does that make sense? You're not a typical person, Jen. I'm trying to say that as nice as possible, especially because I'm like mixing my words up here. You're not the norm. But 6 to 1, half a dozen to another. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Like, I can't play the same game forever, otherwise I'll lose my mind. So expect us to be transitioning. Thankfully, I've enjoyed my time in Dune Awakening so much, you can expect us to be transitioning in and out and in and out and in and out. You know what I mean? Jay Wolf coming in and dropping the $2 super chat saying, I think you should stay in Dune. It's going well right now. Hey, like I said, we're not going anywhere. We're definitely not bailing on Dune. You know what I mean? Well, I've enjoyed my time here a lot, so we'll always be, and plus we're running this guild now, and I plan on keeping that. So we'll always be in and out of Dune. The way I would look at it currently is that we're sitting on Dune Awakening as the main game with a whole list of games under that. But at some point in time, it may very well change to something else as the main game with several games under that. You know what I mean? Leagues is realistically like 1-2 weeks max before you're like, all right, I've done enough here. I've done a Deadman's a little bit different, but Deadman can also turn into the same thing. So it's like, we've had our fun here. But, let's just say, for example, we jump into old school RuneScape Deadman mode and things really start popping off on the stream. We go from 130 to 300. Like I'd be lying to you guys if I said that I wouldn't at least consider swapping over, making old school RuneScape the top of the list with everything else dropping in below it. Like, I'm just being real with you guys here. And mainly that has less to do with the viewers, though that definitely plays a role, and more to do with the fact that, like, at my core, old school RuneScape's my game, bro. You know what I mean? Like, at my core, RuneScape's my game, bro. Like, that's what we grew up playing. So, like, when it gets down and dirty, if I had to pick one single game that I could play for the rest of my life and I couldn't play anything else, I'd pick old school RuneScape. You better believe it. You never stop playing old school RuneScape, Jen, so that's the trope there. You never truly quit. You just take extended breaks. Are they for real that the next update in Dune is in 1 year? Dima. The next expansion for Dune, I think the next substantial update for Dune is not until next year. Yeah, July of next year or some shit like that. Now, that being said, we do have a DLC coming in October, which is set to have a side quest. God only knows what that's actually going to be, paired with cosmetics. So, I mean, if you consider that an update, or they've been pushing out updates, you know, like every other week now. So if you consider those updates, then no, it's not going to be a whole year. Yeah. The Water Wars expansion isn't coming out until like July of 2026. Hello? Okay, we did not have any massive microphone malfunctions this time. We sounding all right? Nobody's ears got blown out? Adam's not crashed into the side of the road? I'm not sold on that fact, Forsaken. A lot of people think that the IX core legs are best in slot because of the extra dash reduction, but I'm not entirely sold on that. For me, especially in the meta that's happening right now on Harmony, dart reduction is king. Blade reduction on top of that helps. The only armor that you're going to get that with is pincushion. Like that's where I sit. Oh, bro, come on. Tell me we're not on a fucking NA server or LA server. We can't be, bro. We actually can't be. What time is it? Oh, we still got... Give it like another 5 minutes, you guys, before we start to hit the panic button. This is a DC server. This is not LA. I don't know where people figured that information out, but that's what I keep hearing. Driver, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you're doing good. I'm pretty positive Harmony's not on an LA server. The chair stream has begun. We just took the chair out, man. I can't sit down for longer than like 40 minutes without my shoulder just absolutely pinching. Sandrat went down again the other day. Brutal. Is that over on Harmony? Or even the Sandrat on your server? Because I know Sandrat gets hit pretty hard on this Harmony server, but I feel like the crashes that happen inside of the Haga Basin just cycle through each of the different sieges. I don't think there's anyone that's specifically getting hit harder than the others. That's what I'm saying, Adam. We're on the East Coast, man. That's the opposite coast of LA. There's no fucking hour and a half downtime, surely. I don't know, though, you guys. It's not coming up yet. We're creeping up on the 30 minutes here. Typically in between like 25 and 28 minutes, the server will at least pop back up. And then we have to wait for the siege for like another 5 minutes. Like all of the bases and everything, Rebel, that's crazy. Hey, there it is. What'd I tell you guys? What'd I tell you guys? Sometime between 25 and 28. It snuck up to 29 today. And now we got about another 100 and... Nope. 90 seconds left before these sieges start to pop in. All the terrain and everything, huh? Just empty skybox at that point in time? That's crazy. Far out, I swear, people are theorizing how you can fix that. Alblushi had me get up onto the sand and go flying in one time, and that worked. Until today we tried it, and I went sinking into the ground, so... I think it's just literally because of how many people on this server, Mick. All of the bases that they have to fucking load in on each of these individual sieges, I don't know. But it was even happening with Dewgap. They actually had to pull a restart on it. Are you on a Californian server? Are you getting ready to get hit with an hour and a half downtime? Because I'm wondering what the hell happened to the LA servers that's forcing them to get hit with an hour and a half downtime and nobody else. Wormhole. Dude, I love that server name. Damn it. Wormhole. Addy, good morning, good morning. I would love to see, Driver, I would love to see several servers merged when the LA ones come back up. Don't hold your breath. Oh, it's Wormhold. Damn it, that's not as funny. That's not as funny, but we'll call it Wormhole. Well, it's now unofficial name is Wormhole. Gotcha. Well, I'm sure you'll find out if your server never comes back up. It really is a chore, Addy. They need to do something, whether it be not wiping the shield wall or whether it be adding in the carrier storage. They've got to do something. Google says it's not LA based, but it's still not up. Damn. The server reset today is taking a bit longer than typical. Wormhole makes more sense than word hole. Wormhole. Wormhold. See, it makes so much more sense that I said wormhold. Wormhole twice. Now I'm confused. Yeah, if they didn't wipe the arrow, that would make a really big difference in this whole weekly reset chore that we have to deal with. The game has been crashing like crazy. I think reducing building costs by that much would be a bit much. Man, I forget what I was even doing, bro. It's been so long. I mean, for the most part, Manza, the bases inside of the Haga Basin have already been turned into transitional bases. You know what I mean? I think that what it would end up doing is it would end up separating the PvE players of the guilds from the PvP players of the guilds even more so than already happens. You would end up having the PvE players who basically run the Haga Basin bases now, and then the PvP players who bounce in and out. They would still have the Haga bases, but they would just very much so be used as transitional bases, which is kind of what I was saying. That's what they're used as currently, you know? Week by week by week, most of our guild is spending most of their time out in the deep desert. Like, we're still funneling people through and out and up into the tier 6 gear and up in the levels and whatnot. But week by week by week, more and more people are spending the majority of their time out there. Rebel, are you really, with all of the inventory disappearing bugs, are you really going to trust that they're going to be able to function out properly, you getting your crawler from one side to the other? Because I sure as hell don't. You'd end up losing a crawler at that point. It's not even it's not even wormhold, it's worm sight. Oh my gosh, you were way off. Well, it's now called wormhole. Just be sure to let everybody on the server know that it's called wormhole now. J-Rob, I just snuck in on the reset into Harmony. One server was unlocked. Nice. Very nice. Good to hear. That is good to hear. So just because they're locked, it might mean that just like a weird currently locked system. It's not a full prevention of new players from joining in. That's freaking excellent to hear. If you want to send me a friend request, we can get you hooked into this node base up at the north. If you don't rebuild every week, you take the fun away. You having fun? I'm assuming you're talking about building up a new base every single week, Flanagan, and for the love of God, God help me, you're not talking about moving the base in and out of the deep desert every week as fun. Man, Rebel, you got to have that J-Rob level timing, I guess, because that's crazy. They're still locked? Damn.
You again? What now?
August! Hello, hello, hello. How are ya? Yeah, Addy, you and Bacon are absolutely correct, especially as a solo. There definitely becomes a time where it's like, is it really worth me moving all of this? And plus, then you have to worry about water. You can put anything in the crawler cargo. I don't know if it needs to be fully assembled or not to be picked up by the carrier. But yeah, you can put anything in there. August, nah, we've only even actually made one attempt at it, and it was completely fucking off the cuff attempt at it. Our guild, we're still trying to level up. We've got at least a dozen people who are still under-leveled and under-geared. What they're doing on this server, from what I understand, August, from what they're doing on this server is they're just real-world trading it. They're either real-world trading it to other people and or these websites that sell items and shit. But that's just what I've heard. Damn, Rebel. Damn, that absolutely sucks. Yeah, we weren't even planning on going out there. We were just literally run-of-the-mill out there. We were out with 4 people raiding bases and looking for bases to raid. Storms weren't rolling through, and there was nobody else doing dogfights or flying around or anything, and we were there, so we pushed on in. Surprisingly, there was only one person. I think we ended up with 7 people on the guild coming out to fight, but like I said, under-leveled and under-geared and shit. Still a lot of good fun. I've got high hopes. I've got high hopes for the future of Dune Awakening, which I'm surprised to even be saying with how much this game has been pissing me off. Honestly, August, I think people are overselling it. It's not as meta changing as everybody's making it out to be. It's not that it's useless. It's definitely super powerful, but it's just it's not as
My name is Darina.
Listen, lady, I don't give a shit about your backstory. Just give me my rewards.
Dangerous? We cleave to our precise that. From our... Do you have business with me?
Where the hell is it? Oh, listen, lady, I did 21,000 worth of shit for you this week by accident, so I'm gonna need you to fork over what it is that you're meant to fork over, all right? You and your little haircut there are pissing me off. How exactly are you 3 inches taller than me? Get your nose out of my ear, ma'am. Get your nose out of my ear. Had enough of these
Do you
people.
have business with my name is Darina the Do you have business with my name is though mine is that is not untrue. You are certainly our food. Besides, ours is I will say, Als Harkonnen is a
Damn it, that didn't lead me to what I wanted it to. I don't know what to do here. Man, we got that landmine off of the edge yesterday. Took me by complete surprise. Not yesterday, but the day before. Honestly, Bacon, I'm kind of with August. I'm more on the death still. For me, it's just easy to take a assault ornithopter out filled with bodies, and if I'm solo, an assault ornithopter filled with bodies usually lasts me a really long time. That's what I'm saying. Freaking broccoli top. Your broccoli top lady. Yeah. Does look like broccoli's on your head. Give me my freaking rewards. I don't know what to do here. I feel like she's a fake rep. I don't know, man. Did I already claim this? Like, I don't think I did. What was the other one we were after anyways? We got Idaho's charge. We got the Way of the Mirror. We got that one. Driver, thank you so much, dude. Coming in clutch. My inventory's full. She's not gonna give me anything with a full inventory. Is there a banker here, and does he connect to Arkeen's bank? Is it the same thing? I'm assuming it is. Hey! Slay! Slave coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We'll just follow the naked guy. That'll lead me right directly to the bank. I don't want to be standing anywhere near that guy, though.
Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
Okay, the last guy's annoying, but this lady sounds like a robot.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw?
It all makes sense now. Stupid question, but can you earn from both faction rewards on the Landsrad? Both factions share the same rewards. So if you're asking if I could get like this one right here, the cauterizer, yes, I could. Even though they claimed it, yes. What if they just made the weekly wipe a 2-week cycle? That would basically have the moving time spent. That'd be a really big change, Ralphie, and that would help mitigate the problem that I was thinking that we would run into, is if the shield wall of the deep desert was just permanent, then we would just have mega bases out there that would have the same lagging problem effect that happens inside of the Haga Basin. So to avoid that, making it a 2-week schedule would actually be massive. I think that would make a big difference. That's the question, Addy, and that's the problem.
Welcome,
That's the
stranger.
problem that the game's
Have you
having.
come seeking-
It's like, and then what? And that's because there is no proper end game inside of Dune Awakening.
Do you have business
Aside
with
from
me
this,
or
like,
House Spinetta? House
PvP
Spinetta.
grind. I wonder how much the cauterizer is. I should check that while I'm here. I need 127. And then we need... Where's the Opifire gems? You should get experience for doing this shit. You don't even get experience for this, do you? $202 Opifire gems, 127 of the whatevers. You found a fast way of loading all that spice into the heli? Oh, that way you avoid the listing fee on it. You could also put it in there for a ridiculous price, you know that people aren't going to buy. That would take it from the bank in there without having to do all the trips.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit?
Still a
or
pain in the
withdraw
ass, though.
Solaris?
After it's been cleared, how do you find out which ones you qualified for? You don't. You don't. After the board's cleared, if you haven't grabbed the rewards, you can still grab them. You just don't know where to go. How much is the listing fee?
How much Solaris would you like to withdraw?
None, lady. Leave me alone.
Welcome. Would you like to...
Bro, where is it? I mean, it's fucking minuscule, bro. If I put these up for sale for 5,000 a piece, which people would not buy, because it's for sale at 2,000 a piece. People would not buy 5,000 a piece. I could probably even do 3,000. I'd only be paying 18,000 in exchange fees, and I could put it up for sale. And then when it's up for sale, I could go in and I can cancel it. And then when I cancel it, I can then send it to my vehicle. It is super stupid, Mick. They've got to absolutely change that. The easiest change would be for them to just let you get the rewards from the Landsrad from your Landsrad representative, bro. There's no reason that you have to... Do you get it back? No, it takes the fee. It takes the fee. But there's no reason that you have to go from point to point to point to point to house to house to house to get the stupid rewards. It's such a ridiculous system. I'm pretty sure it stacks up at least 2 weeks for you. I can send this to the vehicle, yeah. But it'll also just sit in there for 30 days, so it's fine. Realistically, I should work on getting
Would you like
this
to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
shit out, but even with this, I'm like, meh. Meh. We needed to look at Opifire gems. Damn, bro. Damn. What's the Opifire gem for again? I forget. That's thick, though. That's really thick. How many Opifire gems did I need? I suppose that's the question. I needed 202. And if we multiply that by 16,000, we're looking at 3 million. I believe that gets me the pin cushion. Dude, they fucked this up so bad. The auction house is worse than it ever has been. $34,000 is the lowest from what I can tell. Hey, Mentos coming in, dropping the follow on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. We hope you're doing well. $34,000 a piece, and you needed 127 of them. That's only 4 mil. Okay. I mean, horror with the way titanium is super easy. I don't know who the hell would be buying it. With the fact that they haven't fixed duping, they should just turn family share back on. You're so right. Nah, Funcom would rather the innocent people suffer. Not that family share wasn't a problem, but obviously innocent people got swept up in them shutting it down. Rebel, the market on the siege that I used to play on, empty as well. Dead as can be. Yeah, I'm really hoping that Funcom actually starts to balance out the mechanics of PvP. They can't have people able to spawn on the chest inside of the PvP ship every 60 seconds. If you die, you wait 60 or 90 seconds and then you can respawn on the chest in the middle of the PvP ship. It's so backwards, bro. It's so batshit crazy that would actually be how it works. It's almost unbelievable, but that's exactly how it works. The lab that Psych and Jed and I did before we decided to go push G8, we got lucky that we were able to complete that without having to constantly fight those people off that were rolling in. because the checkpoint wasn't working at that lab, so they couldn't come waltzing right back in 60 seconds later. You got a friend lose a carrier and some other vehicles from the family share shut off. Man, that sucks. That's why I'm saying they, I mean, obviously the family share was being abused to do some dirty work, but some innocent people definitely had to pay the price. Did I just put all of my schematics in that thing? Oh, gosh. You found a fix. You can change the share to the other tick and somehow fixes. There's a lot they can do, Tay, and we can only hope. You found a fix to what? You can change the share to other? You can change the share to the other tick. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Well, there's 2 more Landsrads completed. I forget what they give me. Cauterizer for one of them. I don't know what that's selling for. Health kit, MK6. Can you purchase these from anywhere? Oh, in the helmet. Okay, big. Easy to make. I've never heard anybody say that about a tier 6 health kit. Off-world medical supplies? You think I'm just rolling around in off-world medical supplies? I just be popping those out of my butt? I don't even know where the hell those come from. 100%, Tay. The PvP we got into was a lot of fun. It gave me high hopes for what the future of Dune Awakening could be. Am I holding my breath that they're gonna get that done? No. But I've got high hopes for it. I've got high hopes that they'll be able to pull something out. Verota. Where be Verota? Oh my gosh, it's in Arcane. Of course it is. What's the other one? Oh, I just hate everything about everything right now, dude. There's literally no reason I should have to... I want to fucking hit this guy right now. There's no reason I should have to do this shit. You stupid idiots. You fucking assholes. I have to go back to Arcane and then back to Harco Village. Because fuck me, right? Bro, fucking... It's just bad game design. It's just bad game design. Go to any vendor at a trade post? Interesting. How many can you buy from the vendor? Is there a limit? That's fucking bad game design, bro. If you're literally sucking all of the time sink you can out of a game by any means necessary, it's fucking bad game design. Does it accomplish the goal that they're after? Hell yeah, it does. Hell yeah, I told you, the banner that Funcom has outside of their office before all of the devs walk in and all the devs jump up and slap the banner on their way in is waste the fucking player's time. Fuck the player's time. I mean, even if it is 500, that is a lot. I mean, if you think like this is the future, let's go ahead and come back to Dune Awakening's player count here in about 6 months. Because does it work? Sure. Does it suck a lot of hours out of the players who decide to play the game? Sure. Is it long-lasting success? Not even fucking close. If there was better game design wrapped around this game design, would that be maybe the magic formula? Maybe. Is that capable by Funcom? Not even close. You had a bug yesterday happen where we lost authority to your new base carrier and buggy that you made a place in the day before. August, you should have been able to get that back. You didn't lose that forever, did you? Because we've been having that happen as well. Was this in the A section of the Deep Desert? I heard if you lose authority to your vehicle, you're a little bit more screwed. And you're going to have to disassemble it and reassemble it.
You again? What now?
You! I'm not here to talk to you, buddy. We're here to talk to this lady.
Greetings.
Yes, it was in the A sector, so there's like some sort of weird bug going on inside of the A sector where people are losing perms on stuff. It was happening to me as well. I've torn down and rebuilt a medium chemical refinery like 5 times, and it happened earlier today on the live stream, and I went down to the subfief and I took somebody off of the permissions. So somebody said if you go to your subfief and you put somebody on permissions and then you take them off of permissions, that you'll regain access. But if you don't have access to your subfief, then you're gonna have to abandon the subfief. It's a total pain in the ass. It's a annoying bug. What level are we? 162. Worth more than 19 mil to me. What was the tier 6 health kits? Pincushion boots. Man, a pincushion chest piece is what I need. No, I didn't. I'm too lazy, Val. I'm way too lazy. Basically, what you do, August, is somebody in the deep desert will go through the trouble of scanning each and every section of the deep desert, and then they will sell you those completed sync charts, and you can use those and then gain the experience from them. It's basically like if you scanned the entire deep desert yourself, but without you having to go scan it yourself. But I don't even want I don't even want to go and get it from somebody else. Like, I'm not even. I never bothered to scan the deep desert either. I don't take min-maxing the experience gains that seriously. If I wanted to min-max experience gains, I would go and pick fiber. Because that's the best experience. Everybody knows the best experience in the game is located in the starter area of the game. Come on. That's where every good game dev puts the best experience in the game. Yeah, if I wanted to min-max, I would just go pick fiber, but I don't even give a shit to do that. The levels will come as they come. Nope, I don't know why I'm even looking at the Haga Basin. That's not where we're going. We're going all the way down to the village. We're going down to the village. We've got one last one to claim here. All right, bro, you should be able to grind out like crazy over the next day or two. Very nice. What siege are you on, J-Rob? Were you able to transfer over to leg? Oh, okay. Huge. Well, just holler at me. Send me a friend request whenever you're ready to slide on into the guild, but you go ahead and knock out whatever leveling you need to do. And if you send me a friend request, I'll get you set up with the perms on that base inside of the Haga Basin, which should help you craft up some of the things you might need. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. If I'm not live, then definitely just hit me up on the Discord or in the... I guess you wouldn't be able to do it in the guild chat. Yeah, hit me up in the Discord or send me a friend request. It's Old Man Jenkins, 4 L's in the old, 3 N's in the man, and then Jenkins. He's the eldest of the man, Jenkins.
Welcome, stranger. What business have you with House Alexa?
I don't actually want to know more about you, buddy.
What business do you have with House Alexa? House Alexa...
What's the helmet selling for? Damn it, I was just at the auction house. I didn't even look. Bro, what the fuck? Oh no, August. I don't even know how you would get out of that. Fuza, moving day. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Natasha. What price do I think would be reasonable for the Regis Disruptor pistol? Or would it be worthwhile keeping it, but you don't PvP? What server are you on, Natasha? Because, like, prices inside of the market are entirely server dependent. The prices on this server are hyperinflated. Like, crazy hyperinflated. Like, these prices are terrible. On Helios, I would check your market, and then that would realistically give you a better idea of what people are willing to pay for it. The pistol itself is very strong for PvP. On this server specifically, there's been a guild or 2 guilds working together that have been holding down the pistol for basically the entire week. And right, on Harmony, the hyperinflation is so freaking out of hand. They're asking one bill. Val's right, they're asking a bill for it on here. But, like I think Val is saying, 1 billion Solari on this server is at maximum like 50 million Solari on another server. because of the hyperinflation. I think the 20 million's probably a bit closer because the hyperinflation on this server is freaking insane. Well, they blocked new players, but J-Rob actually snuck in, OMC. J-Rob actually was able to sneak in, so the new players aren't blocked always. So you might be able to hit refresh on that screen until eventually it lets you re-roll. Like, I'm not positive. J-Rob was able to sneak in, though, and make an account. Yeah, and like Rebel is saying, 50,000 is actually if your server is Oh, August, I didn't even look up to see if I can see you, man. I wasn't even thinking. Give me a second. Let me grab the Discord link. I got to start putting this inside of the YouTube description. We be slacking. I didn't even look to see if you were there. I mean, they were trying to make new players at 3 a.m., which is just an hour before the reset, Val, so it's like not quite the peak time. We are in Harmony, though, where there's typically always a good chunk of people here, though. So it definitely looks like you need to be able to sneak in when the server is saying and giving you the green light. That's actually crazy, Rebel. That just, like, leans into the fact that this game very much so came out with way too many servers at launch. Launched with way too many servers. Natasha, the pistol is really good because it basically 2-taps shield. And then after you break their shield, you can basically just burn them down with any other weapon. So that's why the pistol's really good. But I think the pistol's also really overrated because you have to land your shots. You got to be able to land your shots. Otherwise, you're just not knocking their shield. The two out of the 3 people that I've gotten into fights with who are using a version of the Disruptor pistol, 2 out of the 3 of them were not able to land their shots. So we don't have enough people on J-Wolf. I'd rather actually push in with, why are my fucking players not loading up? I'd rather actually push in with, an actually organized contest. So if you want to prep your peoples, maybe we make a push at the start of tomorrow's stream. Something like that. Yeah, yeah, also, Natasha, as you're sitting there charging up the shot, your shield is down. So they could just counter you by sniping you while you're charging your shot. Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on that pistol. I think people are overselling it. But the meta is shifting in this game constantly. While you're charging it, Val? So it's a tap, tap, then hold? Or a tap, tap, and then you hold on the third tap? Because that's fucked up, bruh. I mean, they still have to hit their shots, but it's like, damn it, the one thing that was really nice, the one thing that I was really discounting with the pistol is the fact that you're losing your shield as you're charging it up. If there's a way to avoid that. It's tap and then tap hold. Gotcha. So you hold on the second tap. And your shields come back up, huh? That's fucked up, dude. Shh. Quiet, Val. Quiet. That doesn't leave anybody's lips right at all. Nobody heard that. Ah. There's a fuck you counter to their fuck you. I'm gonna charge up my pistol with shields counter. So they come out, they charge their pistol up with shields, and you're like, ah, fuck you, asshole. And then they shoot, and you go, ha-ha! Bada boom, bada boom. Bada boom, bada bing. Caveman's still stuck on the connecting screen, huh? Gosh, that's so weird, Caveman. This has been happening to you for like an entire day now, hasn't it? Did you verify your files? It seems like Caveman's game won't even open proper. Hmm. Damn it, Val. Tell me not. What's the Adept Dirk? It's not even Regis. It's just Duraluminum, dude. Fuck. How long do I have? Alright, we've got a while. That's not what's on the agenda right now, but I'll be sure to try and remember that. And by that, I mean don't check in on me tomorrow to see if I remembered that or not. No. I haven't yet. I haven't yet, August. I'll check here in a second. Which ornithopter, Val? And how do you know it's coming into the game soon? Which ornithopter? It's a barrage rocket for the ornithopter. Which one? What's the PvP color format for the ornithopters? We haven't decided yet on the colors, Alex. We're on the Discord right now trying to, you know, solidify what exactly we're going to do for the PvP uniform and ornithopter. Scout? Ugh. Gross. Fucking gross, dude. It's like after getting the glide boost on the assault ornithopter, I just don't want to move as slowly as you move inside of a scout. Crawling like a tortoise in the air. It'll be interesting to see exactly how that ends up going into play, though. And that'll be another schematic that is heavily contested. Except for dogfights are kind of dead in this game, unfortunately. There's not many things to, at least on the Harmony server especially, there's not many things to dogfight over. The only dogfights you realistically would get into that would lead to any sort of like, the only dogfights that you would get into that would lead to any sort of, reward, or that would have any sort of like reason, is if you were fighting a carrier who was trying to harvest up some spice. But since spice is duped to shit on this server, there's no reason that you would realistically run into that, though you still do for the whatever. But they're not entirely dead on this server. There's just not as many dogfights as there used to be. Oh yeah, Zeus. There are some servers that are down. The LA servers are getting hit with an hour and a half of maintenance. Yeah, red, white, and blue would be massive. I'm not positive. The game doesn't give you that much freedom. I'm not certain. It might have to be like a take on red, white, and blue. You know what I mean? A little bit of a take on it. Got him. Hey, you take it easy, J-Wolf. Oh man, I didn't stock bodies out here. I meant to bring bodies with the assault ornithopter, not just missiles. I doubt it has anything to do with like a VPN or anything like that. I'm assuming he's verified the files. I'm assuming he's probably even uninstalled and reinstalled. Somebody said that they were having this problem the other day, but then they got it fixed. And I don't know if it was because they said they uninstalled and reinstalled. It might have been that, because I remember when they told me that that was the solution they came up with. I just responded like they were batshit crazy, because that would have never been my guess as to something that would work. Kurt, hey, very nice, very nice. I don't know what server you're on, but 245 melange is only about 500,000 Solari on this server. And you can basically spit in the air and catch 500,000 Solari. That was going to be my, actually, what Art said here was going to be my next suggestion, was like a GPU and making sure that's all up to date. But that to me also doesn't seem like something where the game would just not let you load into the server. What screen does it get stuck on, like, before you would typically run into the checking for shaders? Oh, maybe uninstall. Have you tried uninstalling the anti-cheat and reinstalling the anti-cheat? It just keeps you in the connecting screen. Have you tried logging into a different Siege? Caveman? That came out July 2nd. That's so fucking long ago, dude. More tools. Well, let's go with the past week. Dune game not loading after patch. Damn, bro. All right. All right. Caveman's already been all over Google then. I'm not going to find anything on there that he hasn't already run into. That's for sure. That's for sure. He's already seen all of the forum posts. He's been up and down the line. All right. I'll be right back. Man, Kurt, I was getting booted all day yesterday as well. It was pretty rough. That's how much Melange Harmony has had duped on it, yeah. Apparently it's been happening to people for around 2 months. I mean, it's definitely not helping, Caveman, that's for sure. LA servers are still down, been more than 90 minutes. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it's definitely not helping, Caveman. I'll be right back. Yeah, I wonder how, if OMC's right, I wonder how you would even reset that if that was the case. We need gas. We don't have gas. I mean, we're right next to the A zone, so it's not that bad. It's not that bad, just a couple of hours. Fringe, I wanted to know if you build a base behind the shield wall in the deep desert, does that also get wiped? Yes, it does. Unfortunately, it does. Honestly, Rebel, when you're running solo or a small group, it's definitely better to keep it small. I mean, even realistically, this week, the permissions in the A sector were getting all sorts of jacked up. So a lot of the time, it was like a pain in the ass to keep people actually fully permed in on this thing. It's fracking broken out here. A lot of the times I would jump on and I don't even have permissions to this shit. Won't even let me access my own chemical refinery. Yeah, that's absolutely brutal, Caveman. That does suck for sure. Caveman's just gonna have to answer all the questions over again. Oh, man. Yeah, it sounds like he even did, like, a lot of Reddit digging through. That's typically how I troubleshoot things, is I Google to see who else is experiencing the same problem, and then try and see if doing anything they did fixes it. You've seen somebody on Reddit that dude fully reinstalled Windows 11 and still had the same issue? Wow. Bro, I'm like nervous. Is it hitting that ring when I move that? Is it ringing when I move this thing? Bro, I can't tell if it's ringing or if it's just picking up on like me accidentally tapping the desk. Yeah, but if it was working one day and then you didn't update the drivers and then it's not working the second day. Is the drivers really going to be like the first place you look? Probably not. I wonder if you could, because when you open it through Steam, it still opens up that Funcom launcher. So I'm wondering if inside of that, you could like log out of your account and then log back into your account to see if that would possibly reset it. But That just seems like a shot in the dark because it just seems so strange as to what the issue would even be that's causing it. Like OMC saying, it genuinely seems like it's some sort of data corruption. It's funny, every suggestion I bring up, you've already got like some Reddit forums fucking troubleshooting suggestion already cooked up. I'm just trying to think of what the possible solution can be, but it's hard to think of a solution when you're unsure entirely of what exactly is causing the problem. And yeah, Rebel, if the LA servers are still down, they must have really messed them up. You know what I haven't been looking for? A base at all. Jed posted on the Discord yesterday that there was somebody out here with a base and they were defending their base. Gassy's in disbelief. No shot did Funcom mess something up. I know, right? Kurt Anthony brings up a decent point. The secure boot. Son of a bitch, I had to go through and set that up. If that's what's causing the problem, it's not happening for everybody because I still have secure boot running, so. Yeah, but I don't know, like opening your PC in secure boot, I don't know. It's just another shot in the dark type thing. I have secure boot up and running as well though, Caveman, and it did not brick my game. Fire 77 coming in over on Twitch, dropping that follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We hope you're doing well. Damn, that's a huge come up, August. Man, Windows 11 is automatically on secure. When do they stop service for Windows 10? I might need to nip that shit in the butt. We've been slacking. Is it October? Can I just stay in Windows 10? Like, do I have to? Do I have to? Do I have to? Is this why this guy's over here? Because of this spice field? People are weird, man. Well, looks like he wasn't able to defend it non-stop. Battery gave up. Damn, look at this. This guy honeycombed the shit out of his base, dude. Fucking honeycombed to hell, man. That's crazy. Oh. I don't know if it was Jed who eventually got this guy, but this guy was apparently protecting his base with his life. Let's get rid of it. You don't leave bases standing, you just delete them, bro. Get out of here. Get this ugly thing out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, so its end of life is is October. But that means I can still keep using it, right? Right, Gassy, right? I don't have to stop using it, right? I mean, technically I could use like Windows Vista if I fucking wanted to, couldn't I? If I had it. Okay. Phew. We don't have to change yet. They haven't gotten me yet. OMC and Caveman are on technical levels that I will never even begin to understand. Oh, just no more security patches? Shit. It's not the fact that I don't want to pay for it. It's the fact that I just don't want to do it. Swapping over to the new Windows has never been a fucking good experience for me. Never, ever, ever, ever. You always gotta wait until it's like you're forced to swap over to the new Windows. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. OMC's asking if you're using a hard drive, and I'm like, I hope not. I didn't know people still used hard drives. I thought they phased that technology out years ago. Well, we are 24 hours away, just under 24 hours away from the deep desert wipe. Next week, we're going to be coming out here. Basically, we're going to be setting up the main base on the A row, and then we're going to be setting up our operation, our attack base, somewhere inside of the E row. Place to be determined. But we'll get into more of that later. Chances are everybody who was out here has already left when it comes to, like, bases, when it comes to, like, anything real being out here. Especially considering that... Especially considering that the only bases we were even seeing out here this week, and it was barely any, were these tiny little forward operating. Walk you through how to change sieges. Just swap sieges for temporarily, or swap sieges, like move your base over to another siege. Oh, okay. Well, it should be just as simple as siege swapping. So essentially, you're going to want to pack up an assault ornithopter with whatever building materials you might need to place down just a little temporary spot. You know, your salvaged metal, your batteries, and whatever material you're going to use to build. Then you're going to go swap to the siege that you need to swap to. Once you're there, you're going to go find a spot and you're going to place down a sub-fief and you're going to build up your little, like, 2x2 shack where you're just doing temporary storage at, and then you build up a couple storage containers and move everything from the assault ornithopter. And then you head back. Okay, I guess I skipped an important step here. What you're going to need to do is take the assault ornithopter that you filled up to the world map. When you're on the world map, exit to the main menu. Just from the world map, exit to the main menu. When you're on the main menu, then you pick what siege that you want to move to. And then when you pop back in, you're going to be on the world map. You enter the Haga Basin, build the base, store everything else in the assault ornithopter up in the little temporary base. Then you do the same thing. You reverse the process. You go back to the world map. You exit to the main menu. You pick your original Haga Basin, and then you fill your assault ornithopter with stuff up. And then you go to the world map, exit to the main menu, pick the new siege. You just rinse and repeat. I figured it out. OMC is not a developer for Funcom. He's a programmer of sorts. He's some sort of technician. He's a computer tech. He's talking like Poo-Poo Head would talk. Got a Poo-Poo Head in the chat. It's not that bad. You basically go to the world map, exit to the main menu, pick the new siege, go to where you want in the new siege, and then rinse and repeat. If you have a lot to move, it can be a pain, but it's not that big of a deal. Wow, that didn't take nowhere near as long. Excuse you. Watch it. My God, look at all these beacons. Well, it finally respawned in one single play session, huh? Nice. Yeah, that's brutal, Rebel. I'm wondering if they posted any sort of update as to what's happening with that. Yeah, they put most of the good schematics inside of the safe zone this week. Absolutely hilarious. Just goes to show you, somebody else pointed out that they definitely put no thought or effort into what goes where inside of each deep desert. Like, handcrafted my ass. I'd imagine that that can't be the problem, though, OMC, because just having an additional SSD, that cannot be it. Hey, you've been to 3 spice fields? The compactor isn't doing anything. You can't gather by hand, is I'm assuming what you're saying. Are you inside of spice fields inside of the Haga Basin? Or are you in spice fields out here? The spice fields sometimes will bug out where they visually look like they're there. Oh, you can gather by hand. But the compactors aren't doing anything, huh? So I'm assuming you've seen that visual glitch. Great. A whole nother bug flying in. There is a visual glitch that happens with the sand where sometimes it looks like it's there, but it's not. But every time that's happened, I've never been able to also harvest it by hand. Are they small spice fields? Because I've had 3 in a row small. 2 mediums and 1 large? What? No, that's like some sort of bug. If you mean large like the grandpa, the granddaddy worm large, and 2 mediums, not even 1 small. Because I was going to say with the smalls, if you don't clear out past the outer circle, it'll visually bug and look like it respawns. But with a large, you can't clear that much of the sand out. Unequip the compactor and re-equip it. Oh wow, that's crazy. Fuz's hit up 3 different sand fields. And he could have got it. He could have got it fixed if he just unequipped that shit. Damn, bro. Damn. Oh my god. Okay, he made it. Whew. I thought we smashed that. I thought we squished this guy. I thought we smushed him. I thought we squished him. Fracking huge. Man, I still can't believe that guy who bought the Halix pick for 45 mil and then the 3 people who bought my Halix pick for 17 mil probably feel so silly right now. You seen the big spice fields pop and they've already been hit? Really? You feel like the people that are selling in-game items for in real life money are a part of the team who update the game to their liking? I'm not entirely positive what you mean by that. I mean, I understand the first half of the statement, but I'm not following the second half. Fringe. Now, I'm assuming is what you meant. Now that you are super rich, what are you gonna do? I'm assuming you're talking about in the game. Because by definition, I would argue that I think like I fall under a category that is opposite of super rich, but That's a good one right there. So I'm assuming you're talking about in the game, but we ain't doing shit. This is not super rich, bro. I would need I would need like I wouldn't consider somebody to have a decent amount of money on this server until they have like 1 billion Solari because of the hyperinflation. Yeah, now in the game. Yeah, you need like 1 billion Solari to be considered wealthy on this server, in my opinion. And even with 1 billion, as you can see this week, they're trying to sell the pistol for 1 billion. I think you'd be a madman to buy it. It's not that powerful of a weapon, but in the hands of a cheater who's not going to miss their shots, maybe. Rich with family. Hayden gets it. Hayden gets it. Well, they've been doing that all week. Yep. It is really dumb. The server respawn timer is very dumb. I couldn't agree more. We held that chest for like 40 fucking minutes. Like 45 minutes, dude. Hey, caveman, you take it easy out there. You take it easy. Speaking of which, actually, we're going to be ending the stream here, ladies and gentlemen. We're rounding the hour here, getting close to 7 o'clock a.m. my time, which is where we're typically going to end these live streams as soon as we start getting back into my kids' school year and stuff. So I run homeschool with the kids, so I'm going to be, you know, at 7 a.m. cutting it off, going and making breakfast, starting up the homeschool, doing any extra cleaning I need to do, falling asleep by like 2 p.m., jumping back on the live stream there at 8 p.m., and then we're going to be running it all over again. So tomorrow, obviously, we're going to be moving out of the deep desert today, and then tomorrow we're going to have a little bit of stuff left out here. We're definitely going to be looking to maybe get into some late last-minute things out here. Who knows exactly what'll happen. I know I want some more of these Assault Ornithopter boosters here in the Tier 6 variety. We may go out and poke at G8. I'm sure those guys will still be there all day tomorrow. So we're definitely going to get into some things and whatnot. So appreciate everybody stopping by. It was an absolutely freaking amazing stream. We had Ida coming in, dropping the prime over on Twitch. Absolutely legendary. We had Jay Wolf over here on YouTube coming in, dropping a super chat. I appreciate you guys. You guys are absolutely freaking wild. If we take a look at the top 10 fans over on YouTube, what are we looking at? We got Naruto coming in at number 1, followed by Patriot Mode is the @ but gosh, I don't know. That's somebody's @ It swaps the ats in the actual names, but then we got J Wolf, Adam, OMC, David, Eurism, Horror, Cave coming in at number 10. We appreciate you guys. And yep, we definitely appreciate you guys over on Twitch. We got Groggy, Driver stopping by, Fuza, Gassy. Gassy was here for a while. Twitch has been going really well for us. YouTube's been going really well for us. We're going to continue to pump out these live streams, and it's mainly because of you guys. So I appreciate it. We will be live tomorrow. Other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.